hate a cold shower, Jenna said. Ma Barker indicated she understood. That's not the problem. The dang thing had been making a racket when it heated up. Hot water's no problem, but sleeping next to that contraption has been a nightmare for the last few moms who have stayed in there. We got it fixed, I think. I hope. I really do. I'm sure I'll be fine. I know you will be. Now go ahead and head out to dinner. All y'all could use some meat on your bones. Thanks, Ma Barker, Jenna said, trying very hard not to laugh at the name. You're welcome. Now get some food. Chapter 32. Jenna set her alarm clock for 5 a.m., jumped from the bed, turned on her laptop, and headed for the private bathroom of the Beta Zeta guest suite. Despite the thumping of the stairs a few times during the night, she was remarkably refreshed and ready to tackle the issues that awaited her. She was there to get the house back on track. The chapter was in trouble or she wouldn't be there. Occasionally, once popular sororities found themselves in a state of decline. One of the women in the national office told Jenna during her training that the decline experienced by a formerly top-tier house was sometimes due to the trivial. Fashion, dear. Dark-dyed jeans work today, but acid-washed or lighter-colored jeans make those of us who know better want to scream, said the woman, an attractive redhead with obvious extensions and green-tinted contacts. We have a couple of, shall I say, problem houses. We started on that path and should have nipped it in the bud right away. But we didn't, and now we pay for it. The girls were nice enough, but they didn't attract the correct kind of pledges and the spiral started. I think I know what you mean, Jenna said. At Cascade, we have a house that no one calls by its proper name because a couple of the girls 2 years ago were on the chunky side. The woman talking from behind her mahogany desk nodded. That's right. That would be Eta Pi, right? Jenna smiled a little nervously. It seemed peculiar that this 50-something-year-old would know something like that. Yes, Beta Pi. We have to keep our chapters up to par, beyond par, really. As a national consultant, your job will be to be our eyes and ears. You'll be the keeper of our ideals and expectations. You're the one we've hired to stop the spiral and keep the quality of our southern region as it should be. No detail is too small. The way the girls dress, the GPA, the kinds of cars in the parking lot, all of it adds up to our Beta Zeta image. Jenna understood, though she felt the keeper of our ideals comment was not only stupid, impossible to do. She didn't say so, but she knew the real reason was to keep the chapter dues flowing. A dying house is a cash drain. For all the talk about sisterhood, the Beta Zeta was a big business too. Remember, she told herself, this job is only temporary. Maybe when I'm a lawyer I can help some chunky girl sue a sorority. Jenna looked around the guest suite and went into the bathroom. It was clear that the bathroom needed updating. It still had the orange and green daisy appliques of almost 40 years ago. It also had an accent wall covered by a mod print by a designer named Vera. It sure wasn't Vera Wang, just Vera. As she let the water run over her, she picked at one of the edges of a daisy decal. This could come off pretty easily, she thought, resisting the urge to remove it. God knew these girls needed help, but she was not there to help with their decor. She was there to save them from probation and the revocation of their status as a BZ sorority. As she laid out her clothes for the next day, a snappy professional look consisting of a fitted pink blouse and black wool skirt, Jay Crush replayed the conversation she had with Sheraton Wilkes before she went to bed. Of course, Jenna had said, you know that what we said is between us. Yes, sister to sister. That's right, but not sister to sisters if you get what I'm saying. I can't tell Midori. Jenna shook her head slowly and deliberately. No, that's the way it's done. Nationals sent me to save you from being drop-kicked out of the system. It would be absolutely demoralizing if your girls knew that. But wouldn't they work harder if, well, they knew we were bottom tier? We've been doing this a long time. You aren't the first to need a nudge in the right direction. If your girls knew, some and maybe even the strongest girls would leave. And we can't have that. Sheraton seemed confused. But they've taken the pledge. They can't leave. I like your attitude, Jenna said, unsure if the girl standing in front of her was naive or a dream come true. Sheraton smiled. Thank you, she said, must be naive. Jenna ended the conversation reminding Sheraton that she'd have to be ready at 7:30. The day will be long, she said, but I think we can do it. Yes, we can. She rolled her eyes at the thought of her own inane words. She knew that she was doing the sorority gig to make money for law school, but it seemed pretty tasteless. If the BZ organization was in trouble, it wasn't necessarily because its girls were not up to par. The whole organization needed to be rearranged. Jenna answered a knock on the door. It was Sheraton, dressed to the nines, holding a cup of coffee. Mocha extra hot, extra shot, she said, with a voice that Jenna could only describe as a grating chirp. Just like you like it. Jenna looked surprised. Thank you, how did you know? The girl beamed. I Facebooked you. Jenna smiled at her. Oh, I'll have to add you as a friend. Invite already sent, Sheraton said, beaming. Just log on and we'll be able to stay in touch all the time. Oh my God, Jenna said, letting her vernacular drift not to Southern fried, but to the kind of valley speak that still seemed to be the dialect favored by the young, blonde, and educationally disinterested. That's awesome. She motioned Sheraton to sit on the daybed while they went over the PowerPoint presentation that the national office had provided. The first slide with its smiley face art trumpeted the purpose of the meeting in it to win it, recruitment made easy. This looks amazing, Sheraton said. Very high-tech. Do you want me to make it go to the next slide? I'm a communication major. I thought you said fashion merchandising yesterday. Sheraton made a face. I did, but I'm not sure. I might go to medical school. I just want to help people. Jenna wondered for a fleeting moment how fashion merchandising fit into the category of helping people. Wonderful, she said. Jenna refocused on the images of the pretty and perfect and a few of the less so for diversity's sake as they floated into view. The bullet points accompanying the images stressed sisterhood, the importance of a first impression, and how to ensure success when it comes to making sure the top girls pledge their sorority. I have to be honest with you, she said, turning to look directly at Sheraton. This recruitment effort is crucial. We have to fill up every bed in this house. We have to ensure that we never have another incident like what happened last fall. Sheraton made a face. Sad, sorry, regretful, annoyed, it was hard to say. Oh, I guess that was pretty bad. That was, without room for argument, the understatement of the century. Jenna knew the story well. Everyone did. It was the reason this particular BZ house was nominated by the university newspaper as the sorority as the girls most likely to do anything. The previous September, the Beta Zeta girls hosted a cruise on the Little Tobacco River that ran lazily through town and into the corn and tobacco fields that made up most of the area's agricultural economy. Such cruises were part of the BZ program. Invite some potential sisters for fall recruitment, some cute frat boys, and maybe even a former valedictorian or two. Midori and the BZ social team ordered t-shirts silk-screened with the BZ logo and the words "Cruisin' for Love." The next day, the event was renamed Boozin' for Love. The sisters and their guests took a bus from Greek Row for the hour-long drive out to the launch for the cruise. Midori and Sheraton sensed trouble nearly from the outset. Two of the frat geishen some and hopped up brought a stash of vodka. No one can smell it. No one can tell we've been profuncing. One of the guys told some girls in the back of the bus. That might have been good advice if the girls hadn't started so early and been so eager to have fun. Misty or Missy Johnson, one really knew her, or her name was the first to start throwing up. The bus pulled off the highway in Bakersville and the rest of the girls who were drinking fell in line. A wave of vomit roiled through the back of the vehicle. In less than 2 minutes, the sympathy puker started in. The bus driver, a big barrel-chested fellow with an accent as deep as an oil well, ignored the entire scene. He had a job to do, and if he didn't get the busload to the river in time, he didn't get paid. He cracked a window and kept driving. By the time he arrived, things had calmed down a bit, and he could later feign no knowledge of the chaos of the drive. But it got worse. Once everyone got on board the boat, the booze continued to flow. The Diet Coke bottles liter-sized were spiked with rum. One of the potential recruits brought enough marijuana that she could have made one of those airplane travel pillows out of her stash. Both Sheraton and Midori did their best to try to stop the debacle. "Hey, you guys," Sheraton said in near tears, "we need to get control of this situation." She was met by blank stares. Midori steadied herself with her hands on her hips. "She means it." Again, no response. The captain's voice over the loudspeaker did, however, get the point across. "I'll have no hanky-panky or drinking on my vessel. My crew will be watching your every move. You signed a waiver to come aboard and I'll hold you to it. No drinking, no smoking or you're kicked off. Thank you." The "thank you" was a bit odd, but the man made his point. For a time, it seemed that order was restored. The boat went down the river. The DJ played 80s music stalwarts like Bananarama and Tears for Fears, and the girls who weren't drunk had a good enough time. One had too good of a time. Dressed in a quasi-sailor suit and tennis shoes, the woman in charge of the tortilla chips and salsa went back into the boat's storage locker off the galley. Despite the rumble of the motor, she heard the kind of noises that belonged more in a motel room than on a boat. "What's going on here?" she asked once inside. One of the BZS was on her knees, her bleached blonde head down in position while a frat boy with his brown eyes rolled back into his head moaned at her. "Don't stop. Keep going. You're doing good." "Enough," the woman yelled at the two of them. The BZ snapped to, wiping her mouth, but the young man looked right at her. "You next?" he asked. "I'm going to tell the captain and you're going to swim back to the dock." "Sure. In your dreams." Of course, there was no walking the plank. The kid zipped up his pants and thought he'd be able to disappear into the crowd. But he couldn't. The lady in the sailor suit never forgot a face. The incident was written up and made its way into the annals of disastrous sorority social events. The only saving grace for Sheraton and Midori was that they hadn't been drinking and that they'd done their best to thwart disaster. The women at the national office gave them copies of a popular self-help book that came with a promise in its title: "No one will ever push me around again." Although a communication major, Sheraton Wilkes was technologically challenged when it came to helping out with the presentation part of the chapter meeting. She had an excruciatingly difficult time advancing the PowerPoint slides. Jenna took over the remote clicker midway through the presentation. "No worries, Sheraton. I'm a bit of a control freak anyway," she said. The girls all laughed. Jenna, however, was disappointed. Part of the strategy from Nationals was to get the president involved in the presentation. "If she clicks it, she'll stick with it," was the advice of the 55-year-old sorority sister in the deep red suit and triple strand of pears. Real pearls at that. On the last slide, Jenna looked around the dining room at the girls who were about to be drafted into an army of representatives for a faltering chapter. "Each of you holds a great power here," she said. "We want you to succeed. We want you to be all that you can be." The girls stood and applauded. Jenna smiled, but she felt silly. She said the text as it was written, but it always felt a little over the top, almost like it was an ad for the army. "Thank you," she said. "I know you guys can do it. I know you guys are ready to make sure that next year is unforgettable." She stopped and self-edited. "But not as unforgettable as last year, that's for sure." The girls laughed. They got it. Chapter 33. It was worse than a couple of angry midgets wrestling in the closet. A pillow over the head did nothing. Thump. Whap. Thump. The intermittent banging of the pipes reverberated from the bathroom with its Vera wallpaper and cheerfully outdated daisy appliques. It was 2:00 a.m. and Jenna Kenyon knew she couldn't sleep in that room. She grabbed the pillow and a blanket and started for the TV lounge. where she figured she could grab a spot on the couch. The TV was still on, and all of the couches were occupied with young women glued to a dating show marathon that featured 4 pretty women in an RV vying for the affections of a smooth-chested hunk with a unibrow. The BZ girls were sucking it in with a big fat straw. "You'd think he'd wax his brow if he's gonna wax his chest," said one of the girls, a redhead in yellow pajamas with lips and fingers stained orange from Cheetos. "No kidding," a brunette agreed. "I still think he's so hot." "Oh yeah, super hot." Jenna lingered for a moment, but none of the girls saw her, and she decided that there was no way she was going to kick them out of their cozy cocoon and away from their inane conversation so she could crash there. She doubted they'd offer, and if they did, they'd do so begrudgingly. It was too late to impose anyway. It didn't matter that the TV show they were riveted to was nothing short of complete garbage. Tired and beginning to feel stressed, Jenna decided to go upstairs to the sleeping porch. She hated the sleeping porch at her BZ house at Cascade University and knew this was no better. Dozens of beds, lights always out, a snorer or two in utter denial. It was a sleepy girl's nightmare. She tiptoed inside and searched for a bed as far from the open window as possible. Fire codes mandated that the window next to the fire escape remain open. Jenna knew sleeping next to the open window only invited the inevitable a drunken frat boy proving his prowess by slipping into his girlfriend's sorority bed late at night. It happened almost every night, on every campus, across the country. As Jenna drifted off to sleep, she couldn't help but think that no parent would ever allow a son or daughter to join a frat or sorority if they knew everything there was about them. "If I ever have a daughter of my own, she's going someplace without the Greek system," she thought. At first, the cry was unintelligible, just a guttural scream that started loud and went even louder. It was coming from the second floor, up the stairway to the sleeping porch. The girl in the bed next to Jenna jumped to her feet. "What's going on now?" Jenna sat up and felt for the gooseneck lamp hooked to her bed frame and turned it on. The bulb was no more than 25 watts and it barely illuminated the faces of the girls who'd crawled out of bed. "Megan must have forgotten the front door combination," another said, but the scream wasn't about being locked out. "Oh my God," came the words this time. The scream. The words. Something was very, very wrong. Jenna pushed past the girls in the hall and headed down the stairs. At the second-floor landing, she found Midori hunched over, sobbing uncontrollably. She reached down and put her hand on her shoulder. "Midori, what is it?" Midori was crying so hard now she couldn't speak. She looked up, her face frozen in utter terror. Jenna got on her knees and held her. In doing so, she felt a wetness on Midori's nightgown. She looked closer. It was blood. "Midori, what happened? How did you get hurt?" Then the entire hall was filled with girlsless, the ones that were going to take the walk of shame home after spending the night with their boyfriends, and the air was thick with panic. It isn't me." She sputtered out her words and turned to indicate the guest bedroom. Midori started to shake. "It's Sheraton. Something's happened to her." Jenna motioned for another girl to attend to Midori. She commanded a girl who had taken pictures with her cell phone to dial 911. "I mean, right now." Ma Barker scurried up the stairs, swathed in her inch-thick turquoise terry bathrobe, her head covered with a nylon sleeping cap. "Good Lord, what's going on up here?" "I don't know. Sheraton's hurt." Midori looked up. "She's in there." Jenna nearly lost her footing as she entered the bedroom. Looking down, she saw the smear of blood. But that wasn't the worst of it. The wall next to the daybed was splattered with a triple arc of blood that looked like the devil's rainbow. 3 dripping arcs of blood oozed from the wall to the floor behind the bed. Her cream-colored wool coat, borrowed by Sheraton in the chill of the night, was striped with red. And there she was. The body of a young woman faced him, the light from the bathroom reflecting off the dark wetness of her head. "Sheraton," Jenna said, almost in a whisper. "Are you okay?" There was no answer, just perfect stillness. Thump. Whap. Thump. Startled, Jenna screamed. The noise of the water heater nearly jolted her to the ceiling. "You'll pull yourself together. Campus police are coming," Ma Barker called out. A siren wailed louder and louder. The girls in the hallway started to cry. Ma Barker tried to gather them together to get out of the house. "We don't know who did this," she said, "and I don't want any of my girls here to meet him if he's still in the house." Ma Barker was thinking of the slaughter of 5 girls by a serial killer 10 years before. He'd crept into the sleeping house of a Chi Epsilon chapter near St. Louis and cut the throats of 5 girls. All but one bled to death. The deaths were painful, slow, and beyond anything anyone could have imagined. The lone survivor recovered and eventually testified against Paul Walton, the boyfriend of one of the victims. He'd been angry that she'd broken up with him and was sure the other sisters were behind it. Today, he was in prison on death row. As the girls followed Ma Barker down the stairs to the front door, Jenna hurried back up to the sleeping porch and turned on the overhead lights. Her heart pounded and fear gripped her so tightly she could barely breathe. "Is everyone out of here?" She ran over to a bed on the north side of the room. The girl curled up under the covers wasn't moving. "Oh God, not another." Jenna pulled the blanket from the bed and prepared herself for the worst. But it was only a decoy. 2 pillows arranged by a girl who decided her reputation was something worth saving, or at least worth lying about. Jenna was acquainted with police procedure as well as anyone. She knew what was to come. The sad task of notifying the dead girl's parents. The questions. The follow-up. All of it. Not only had she been raised on law and order in all of its incarnations, she had a realistic view of police work through her mother's experiences as a cop. Few meals or evenings were left without some comment about some investigation in the news or even closer to home. Jenna wanted to cry but knew that tears did nothing. A man stood in a coffee line at the Nashville airport. His right hand was sore and he'd bandaged a small cut with tape he purchased from a drugstore. Despite the pain, he was nearly euphoric. He'd had a great business trip, one of the best ever. He could hear Wolf Blitzer's voice coming from the bank of TVS bolted overhead in at the gate. Wolf was talking about a breaking news story coming out of the college town of Dixon. Without turning his head toward the screens, he fixed his auditory senses on Wolf's words. The body of a college student was found earlier today at the Beta Zeta house on the campus of Dixon University. No name was given. The audio had some quotes from some young people who were devastated by the grisly discovery. It was boilerplate reporting, and the only thing that made it interesting was the fact that the victim was young, pretty, and a college student. She was, as the story implied, too young to die, too full of promise. A person of interest is being questioned. That line made him smile. "Tall latte, no foam," he told the girl behind the counter, still listening to the news report. The real person of interest put equal in his latte. This is too good to be true, he thought. He was right about that. It was. Emily Kenyon was overcome with concern. Jenna was on the phone telling her about the horrific discovery of Sheraton Wilkes' blood-drenched body at the BZ house at Dixon University. Jenna called earlier in the morning, but Chris was staying over and she just let the phone ring. She felt like a bad mother just then. A really bad mother. Most women who attempted to build new relationships felt the twinge of regret any time they put a new love over their children, no matter if they were toddlers or grown. "You must be terrified," she said. "The poor girl." "Jesus, Mom, I've seen a lot in the past few years, but nothing like this. I'm talking like something out of a slasher movie, spatter all over the wall." She wanted Jenna to get on a plane right that very minute. Certainly, she knew Jenna's strengths. She was tough because she'd had to be. They'd made it through a nightmare 5 years earlier with the 3 horrific murders that shook Cheristone and the ensuing events that nearly cost them their lives. But that was past them. It was water under the bridge. It had to be. To let violence consume either mother or daughter would be letting go of the love they had for each other, The bond they had was unbreakable. "I'm okay, Mom," Jenna said. "Honey, I'm sure you are, but why don't you come home? A grief counselor is coming in from nationals, and they want me to stay until he gets here." I said I could do it. "I mean, Mom, this girl was slashed to death and the sisters here saw it." "Saw the murder?" No, the aftermath. What I mean is, most of them saw Sheraton's body, and after the police came through with the crime kits, the room has been visited by everyone who lives in the house. One girl sent photos from her cell phone to her dad's paper in Knoxville, and they put them up on their website. Nice, what's wrong with people? That's what I thought. Mrs. Barker, the house mother, says that she'll clean up the mess. I feel a little bad that I didn't offer to help her. Are you sure you're okay? I'm a little shaken, but I'm doing all right, Jenna said, tearing up a little. Emily knew that Jenna was on the verge of falling apart, but to mention it would be to push her to the edge. She was 1,000 miles away, and there was no way to wrap her arms around her. "All right," she said. "Is there anything I can do for you?" "No, I'm just going to stay until the counselor comes, then I'm going to come home. Nationals wants me to take a couple of weeks off and skip Gainesville." "Good idea. So when will you be home?" "Monday night at the earliest." "I'll meet you at the airport." "Don't worry about me, Mom, I'm fine. I'm going to help these girls the best that I can, but really, I know that's not my expertise." So far 2 of the girls said they're going home, but I've seen their grades and I think they would have dropped out anyway. "Do they have a suspect?" "They won't say. At least not the police. The girls think Sheraton's boyfriend was mad at her. But Mom, I had dinner with Sheraton last night and she said how much she loved the guy. There were no problems, not on her part. She wasn't smart, Mom, but she was a nice girl. I liked her." Jenna almost said really liked her, but she knew that was the kind of editing of feelings done after a tragedy. Sheraton was a nice enough girl and she didn't deserve what happened to her, but she was hardly anyone with whom Jenna would ever stay in touch. Now that was impossible anyway. "Have the police picked up the boyfriend?" Emily asked. Jenna didn't answer. "Jenna." Emily looked at her phone and the signal was strong. "Jenna." "Sorry, Mom, I have to go. They want me to come to the station to make a statement, so of course I have to do that. Call me when you get back. I love you. Love you more. Say hi to Chris." Emily was overcome with worry. She'd done her best to keep up a calm front, but the idea that her daughter had been so close to a killer was more than unnerving. Sorority houses had been drenched in blood before, certainly. Whenever pretty young girls were sequestered in places like sororities, nursing dorms, or Girl Scout camps, men with evil in their hearts had a way of tiptoeing inside, one deadly step in the darkness toward their prey. The women of Emily's generation knew of one case that brought an instant and deep shudder of fear. In mid-January 1978, serial killer and jail escapee Ted Bundy entered the Chi Omega sorority house on the Tallahassee campus of Florida State University. He slipped inside around 3 a.m. No one heard him. No one had a clue that he was even in Florida, let alone on the hunt once more for young, female victims. In a bloody frenzy that lasted no more than a half hour, Lisa Levy and Margaret Bowman were bludgeoned and strangled to death. Karen Chandler and Kathy Kleiner were severely injured. After that terrible incident, mothers and fathers across the country made hurried trips to see that their daughters lived in houses with security systems that could preclude a killer from gaining entry. What the parents didn't know, and what surely would have given them even greater pause, was that most houses had alarms. But girls frequently gave out the alarm codes so tardy sisters could get home late at night. Later, when David Kenyon got the news of Sheraton Wilkes' slaying and learned that Jenna had been there when it happened, he called Emily. By then, she was in her office reading Jason's latest report on what Mitch Crawford's neighbors thought of him. "We need to get our daughter out of there," David said, without bothering to say hello. Emily sent down the report and put her ex-husband on the speakerphone. She pushed her chair back and glanced at Jenna's high school graduation portrait. Nice to hear from you, David. There's a crazed killer out there and she needs to come home. Emily let out an exasperated sigh. She has a job, she's fine, she's safe. Emily, I think we have different ideas about what's safe and what isn't. The subtext of his remark was meant to hurt, to conjure images of the past when Jenna was, in fact, in grave danger. Emily could hear a baby crying in the background, which meant that David was likely calling from home. Danny had probably left to go shopping. She'd rather spend money than time with him, she thought. For once, I don't blame her. Look, David, we don't need to have conversations like this anymore. We're done. She's over 21, and in case you've forgotten, she's working the Beta Zeta gig because you reneged on your offer to send her to law school. Stupid me. I should have had that written into the divorce decree, but I was dumb enough to still trust you. I didn't know you and Danny were already so involved. Does it always have to go there? Do you always have to bang the drum about Danny? Get over it. Emily felt her face grow hot. I'm not letting him do this to me. I'm not having my buttons pushed. I am over it, and I'm over you. Consider this conversation over, too. Our daughter's grown. Don't ever, ever, call me again pretending that you care about her. The baby's cries grew louder. David, give the baby a bottle. Try being a dad to her. You might like it. She hit the speakerphone off button. It felt so good being a bitch to a man who treated their daughter like an afterthought, like something on a list that had to be checked off. Buy groceries, fill up the car, pick up dry cleaning, care about your daughter 1,000 miles away in the basement office of his Garden Grove home. Michael Barton read Jenna Kenyon's latest entry, posted around 3 p.m. that same day. I'm still at due. I'm sure most of our sisters have read or heard the sad news about one of our own. Sheraton Wilkes was savagely killed. Her parents are going to hold a memorial service in her hometown, and I'll post all the details here later in the week. Nationals is putting together a tribute for Sheraton. I didn't know her well, but she was a very nice girl. We're heartbroken in Dixon. In light of what happened, I'm canceling my recruitment training for the BZ house in Gainesville this week. I'm going home to Cheristone. You can call me on my cell, leave comments here, or use my email Addie. Thanks for understanding, Jenna Kenyon. Southern BZ consultant. Everything the young woman wrote made him angry. The way he saw it, Jenna Kenyon pretended to be so concerned about her sisters, the dead girl, and the BZ organization. What a phony piece of garbage. He glanced at the calendar and opened his email account, selecting his boss's name from the address book. He started typing. Clay, I got a couple of leads I need to work in goddamn Spokane. Leaving on Monday, back Wednesday night. Tell the gang to feel sorry for me. At least Nashville has Jack Daniels. Not sure what, if anything, Spokane has. Michael. He liked the laughing out loud to close the email. It made him feel more fun. Sure, he could be fun. Chapter 34. Cheristone. Casper Wilhelm's voice was unmistakable. Every word he uttered hit like a punch to the face. The Spokane County medical examiner seemed impatient and a little irritated, which pretty much was the way he always was. I don't like being kept on hold, Sheriff. Dr. Wilhelm's smoky, deep baritone echoed in the concrete cavern of the parking garage where Emily imagined he'd gone to make the call so he could light up a lucky strike. A car honked. Yes, he was smoking in the garage. Sorry about that, Doctor. Emily knew him well enough to acquiesce whenever he chided anyone. Arguing only ensured a long and painful outcome, with the good doctor always right. I'm sure you are, but forget it. I'm about to make your day. I think it's about the Crawford case. You know, the dead pregnant woman, as if she'd forgotten. He must have had Cheristone mixed up with Detroit or someplace where murders could be confused. In Cheristone, they were an exceedingly rare occurrence. Emily walked to her door and pushed it shut with her hip. What's up? Tox screamed back. Not that. She was clean as a mother-to-be. He took a drag. The DNA swabs came back. Emily could feel the doctor play with her a little, or maybe just dragging it out so he could finish his cigarette. Well, if Amanda Crawford was alive, she'd have some explaining to do. Turns out that Mitch Crawford wasn't her baby's father. Emily could feel the air squeezed from her lungs. You're positive. We swabbed Mitch when he came up to do his Cry Me a River routine, and you know the rest. The other part of the picture was on an autopsy table in my lab. Procedure. We ask, and if they give it, we call it a bonus. Saves everyone the trouble later. Never paid off like this before. I'll bet it hasn't, Emily said, a mixture of excitement and uneasiness taking over. They chatted a bit more, and then, apparently done with his smoke break, the coroner ended the conversation as abruptly as it had started. I'll have the reports on your desk tomorrow, he said. Click. Thank you, Dr. Wilhelm, Emily said, knowing he'd already gone. Thank you for making my case harder than it had been before. Jason Howard walked by as Emily was about to call prosecutor Camille Hazelton. She waved him inside her office and indicated to shut the door. Don't go anywhere, you're going to want to hear this too. Jason slumped into a chair as Emily got Camille on the line. You're on speaker, she said. Jason's here too. I just got off the phone with Dr. Wilhelm. How was Spokane County's favorite old cuss? Wilhelm. Not Jason, of course. Everyone laughed. Emily's eyes met Jason's. He's fine, he had a bit of news. Turns out that Mandy's baby wasn't Mitch's. Jason mouthed, whoa. There was a beat of silence before Camille spoke. Oh really, that does make things even more fascinating. Emily glanced at Jason, then back at the speakerphone. I know, I was thinking of springing it on Mitch this afternoon. Let me think on that for a second, Camille said. The wheels were turning. Do we use it to shake him loose? Or do we spring it on him later when we have no other options? It's pretty hot, so I'm sure we don't have the luxury of time. You know McConnell is a bear when it comes to discovery. I'm sure. Emily hated the reminder that Carrie McConnell was involved. Okay, thought about it. Spring it on him. Also, go back to the scrapbooking girls and anyone else who was close to them. If we tell them what we know, maybe they'll feel free to share something. People hate sharing the secrets of the dead. True. But they hate letting a murderer go free even more so. Emily set down her phone and looked at Jason, who'd done an expert job of pulling in both sides of the conversation. Let me guess, I get the scrapbook girls. Emily nodded. I'll take Samantha Phillips. Who gets Mitch? Emily managed a smile, the first one of the day. We'll make a party of it, let's do it together. Thanks, Sheriff, I'll do my best, I won't let you down. You never have, Jason. Emily had one more call to make. She knew that the information about the baby's paternity would leak from the Me's office. She dialed the number for Amanda's parents. Hillary Layton answered. Mrs. Layton, I mean Hillary, I have some news. You arrested Mitch for Mandy's murder. No, this is upsetting news, but not that. I'm afraid that the baby that your daughter was carrying wasn't Mitch's baby. Hillary Layton started to cry very loudly into the phone. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I know that this is hard to hear. It isn't that at all, Hillary said, calming herself. I'm so happy that Mandy had found someone to love other than Mitch Crawford. I only wish I knew who it was. Emily didn't say so, but she was thinking the very same thing. Samantha Phillips was filling boxes with clothing and household utensils in the garage when Emily arrived later that afternoon. I don't suppose you're here to help, she asked, looking up from the pile of odds and ends that she was sorting. You're not moving, are you? Oh no. I could never leave here. Bad memories will fade soon, and I'll focus on the good times with my family. And Mandy, this stuff is going to the Goodwill. The kids get so much crap at Christmas. If I don't clear things out of here, I'll be featured on TV as one of those crazy hoarders. Not likely, Emily said, looking around. You might be the most organized person I've seen, Martha Stewart notwithstanding. The garage was an organizer's fantasy. Almost a vision of organizer's porn with hooks here, labeled bins there, bikes hanging on racks like a row of Sunday suits, tools in perfect order above a workbench. I'm here about Mandy, she said. I figured. I saw Mitch in the paper the other day. He was quoted that he was innocent and that the case has been a witch hunt from the start. Said people are jealous of him or don't like him for this or that. No kidding. I saw that article too. I'm here about Mandy and her baby." Samantha set down her bundle of clothes. "What is it, Sheriff? This isn't easy to say. I know how close you and Mandy were. Thank you, but what?" There was no gentle way of saying it, so Emily was direct. "The baby Mandy was carrying wasn't Mitch's." Samantha shot Emily the kind of look meant to sink a person to the lowest depths of their being. "Why would you say something like that? I thought you were on our side." "I am, Samantha," she said gently. "But it is the truth." It smacks of something Mitch's defense lawyer would say to smear her. How could you? Emily knew Samantha was right, but the evidence could work the other way, too, as a motive for murder. She didn't say any of that to Samantha. No argument was needed. The shock of the news had to sink in. "The DNA results came back," Emily said. "I was as surprised as you are." Samantha turned away and walked toward the workbench. "You think you really know someone? I guess the joke's on me." I told her everything about my marriage. How I hated the idea that my husband had his hands in people's mouths all day long. It disgusted me. I told her how I thought my oldest wasn't very smart and I wanted to kill myself for thinking that. "We all have silly thoughts. Every mother does," Emily said as the woman crumpled in front of her. "The point here," Samantha said, "is that I told her everything. If that baby isn't Mitch's, I wouldn't have the first clue as to whose it could have been. It makes me wonder if I ever really did know her at all. Nothing to suggest maybe she might have had an affair." Samantha shook her head. "Tell me something, Sheriff Kenyon." "What? How do you grieve for a best friend you really didn't know?" Emily didn't have a good answer, but she offered one anyway. "There are things we don't know about each other, but our love is just the same." Samantha looked around her perfectly organized garage, order amid the chaos. "She was like a sister to me." "I know. She still is. But I didn't really know her. Maybe she didn't want to disappoint you." On the other side of Cheristone, Jason Howard made the rounds of the scrapbooking group. Neither Erica Benoit nor Alana Gutierrez had an inkling about who might be the father. He caught up with Tammy Sells as she trudged out on the crunching snow to get her mail. "If Mitch knew about it, it's the reason he killed her," she said, stuffing her mail into her coat pocket and bracing herself against the chilly air. "In a way, though, I'm kind of happy for Mandy. Maybe for the last few months she really did have a little happiness after all." "Thanks for your time," Jason said. "I'm sorry about your friend." She looked at the young man and smiled. "Be good to your wife, Deputy. She's depending on you." "Thanks, ma'am, will do." Darla Montague, Mitch Crawford's assistant, was cleaning the guest tables from a day of free hot dogs. The dealership smelled more like a fast food place than a place that sold cars. Her spirit seemed to brighten when she saw Emily and Jason enter the showroom. She always expected good things would come her way, simply because she was good, or tried to be. "Hi, Mrs. Sheriff Kenyon," she said, letting out a little laugh. "Hi, Darla, my deputy and I are here to see your boss. Is he in?" "Yes, he is." She set down a bottle of diluted bleach and a cleaning cloth. "Mr. Crawford has been gone most of the day, but he came back an hour or so ago. He's in his office." She indicated the direction of the big glass windows that had enclosed the owner's office since Mitch's father opened up for business. A slogan painted on the window still endured: "We'll stand on our heads to make you a great deal." Mitch was on the phone. His back was turned to face the car lot when Emily and Jason approached. When their reflections appeared on the glass, his body tightened and he turned around. "Gotta go. Have some visitors here." He hung up and stood, his manner stiff and unwelcoming. "What do you want? Are you here to mess with my head some more?" Emily inched closer. Jason lingered just a few paces behind her. "No," she said. "We're here with what may be upsetting news." "What could be more disturbing than having my wife and baby killed by some creep and having half of the town I love think that I'm the one who did it?" "I'm sure it has been very hard for you too," Emily said, her voice cool. "But you've put yourself in this position, Mitch. Are you here to tell me how to act?" The conversation was escalating to a place that would have no victors. "No, I'm not. As I said, I'm here with some very disturbing news." Mitch folded his arms across his chest. "Yeah, what?" DNA results indicate that the baby your wife was carrying was not yours. Silence. His dark brown eyes looked around the room and his mouth tightened. Mitch, did you hear me? He turned and looked across the dealership. It was the end of the day and the balloons had fallen to the ground. A pair of salesmen, young and in need of commissions, stood at the ready in case someone came onto the lot in search of a deal. I heard you, and you asked me if I knew. Let me tell you this. What you're saying is a goddamn lie. My wife would never cheat on me. She would never do that to me. She knew I could never forgive that. Now get out. I don't ever want to see you here on my lot again. Get your next car somewhere else. I don't care. Leave me the hell alone. Before he turned his back on them, Emily and Jason thought they'd seen a tear in his eye. Chapter 35. The next morning, Camille Hazelton gave the word and Mitch Crawford was arrested for the murder of his wife and daughter. There was no fanfare. No TV-style chase toward a chain-link fence. It was mundane, as criminal cases often are. Emily and Jason picked him up as he was going into the dealership. "This is the biggest mistake you ever made," he said, setting his briefcase down. "And you've made a lot of them." He looked right at Emily and she just dug her eyes deeper into his gaze. "That's fine," Jason shot back. "We learn from all of our mistakes. Guess you don't." Jason kicked the black briefcase to the side. "Hey, that's pig leather. Be careful or I'll sue." "You have the right to remain silent," Emily began. The words came from her lips, and with each one she thought of Mandy and her baby. This monster standing cuffed in front of her would never hurt anyone again. The Cheristone jail Staffersand, two guys in custody for driving under the influence, could barely contain their glee over the arrest of Mitch Crawford. He came into the jail kicking like the brat that most of his advance publicity pegged him to be. "These coveralls smell bad," he said. "I can't wear this filthy thing." "You'll wear it or you'll walk around naked," a jailer said. "You pick." The car dealer with the dead wife and baby had a complaint for everything. The food was bad, the place was filthy, and the staff was unprofessional. "He thinks he's on a damn vacation," one of the Deweys said to the other with whom he was sharing a cell. "Yeah, cry me a river. This is no all-inclusive resort, that's for sure." When it came time to shower, Mitch Crawford begged for unused flip-flops so his feet didn't have to feel the slime of the vermin who have been here before me. That didn't win him any friends in a place where he probably could use one. It wasn't that anyone was going to shank him for a pack of smokes. It was more like someone might rough him up a little just because they could. It was also because in jail, outside of watching TV for an hour and hoping for a litter detail, there wasn't much to do. Mitch Crawford was fresh blood and a welcome break from the jailhouse ennui that ensured long days. "Shut up, you big baby," the older of the Deweys called over when the murder defendant complained about the filthy conditions of his holding cell. "Your dad sold me a lemon and I might just take it out on you." As Emily continued to work on what she knew was a thin case, she skipped out on the arraignment and the bail hearing the next day. While it was true she was busy, she also saw no need to see Carrie McConnell argue on behalf of his client. It would be, she thought, like a barracuda cuddling up with a great white shark. Camille Hazelton called her from the courthouse. Emily could hear the sound of the prosecutor's heels as they smacked the marble floor. "Interesting morning in court," she said. "I'm guessing that he's already out." "You'd be guessing wrong then." "How much?" Emily expected the bail figure to be around $1 million. There weren't many murder cases in the history of Cheristone, but the few such cases in recent memory usually ended up with the suspect behind bars pending the outcome of their trials. Few had the means of a successful businessman like Mitch Crawford. Camille presented her words like she was pulling a tablecloth from under a china tea set. "I asked for and got 5 million. You're kidding. How did you manage that?" "I really don't know. I mean, I know I'm persuasive, but even I didn't expect that. I threw the number out, stating all that was true: flight risk, private plane, more money than God." Carrie objected, of course, but he didn't challenge me on the flight risk aspect, which was key. He told the judge that his client's wealth shouldn't hold him to a higher standard, but it was half-hearted. I love it when Carrie has an off day. Yeah, there aren't too many of them. How long do you think it will take for Crawford to raise the money? It'll take some doing. We've seen his finances. Very few of his assets are liquid. I'm not sure he'll put up the dealership, and I'm not sure if he can. Seems that his stepmother still owns a chunk of the place, and they haven't spoken in 10 years. Chapter 36. Garden Grove. The first time that Olivia Barton saw the news clipping in her husband's wallet, she was doing laundry in the basement of their tidy house in Garden Grove, California. Olivia was an exceedingly organized woman who somehow managed to get all the laundry done, folded, and put away before her Saturday was shot. She hung sheets and towels outside because she and Michael liked the crispness that came with a line dry. Darks were tumbled because no one liked a pair of jeans that stood on their own. That morning, Danny and Carla were watching the Cartoon Network with cups of Cheerios and apple juice drink boxes. From the downstairs, she could hear the TV and the relentless laugh track. It was the comforting soundtrack of her weekends. Michael had left his wallet inside his jeans pocket, and when she pulled it out, a small laminated newspaper clipping protruded. She'd never have opened his wallet to see what was inside. She'd learned from her own mother's mistakes, never look into something that doesn't concern you. You just might find something that does. It was silly advice, convoluted, like most of her mother's, but she got the essence of it. Don't look for things that will break your heart. That day she did just that, and her heart indeed shattered. It wasn't because of a motel receipt or a canceled check for an expensive gift that he never gave to her, that she could deal with, that she could scream about. Not this. She looked at the clipping and started to cry. The picture of a little boy and a toddler girl wearing Mickey Mouse ears and sitting in a police station shook her. The boy looked like her son, though she knew it wasn't. It was her husband. Boy, girl abandoned at Disneyland by Gwen Trexler. Sea Breeze Gazette reporter. Disneyland is supposed to be the happiest place on earth, but not for two children who were abandoned there Wednesday when a woman presumed to be their mother asked an amusement park attendee to watch her son and daughter while she searched for a phone. She said she had an emergency call to make. Martina Montoya of Tustin said Thursday morning when contacted by the Sea Breeze Gazette. I waited for an hour. She never came back. I hope she's okay. The park closed an hour later and Disney security searched for the missing woman. Her children, ages believed to be 10 and 2, are now in police custody. Olivia wanted to cry, but with her own children around, she held it together. She couldn't fathom why Michael's mother had left her children. How could anyone do that to a child? Michael had told her only snippets about his past, including the fact that he'd had a sister that had been adopted by another family. Later that afternoon, Michael, all sweaty from planting 2 small date palms and an enormous fan-shaped bird of paradise plant along the crisp white stucco wall that ran along the backside of the property, came inside. Olivia's expression told him something was wrong, though she hadn't tried to show it. "You okay?" he asked, pulling a gritty t-shirt over his head and tossing it into the now-empty laundry basket. "I'm fine," she said. There were things they never talked about. Things about his past that just seemed to be silent between them. Olivia's parents had known great hardship when they sneaked across the border at Nogales and made their way up to Washington State's Yakima Valley, where they picked apples and sent as much of the money home to Mexico as they could. That meant no new clothes, no books, no extras of any kind. There were days when they had nothing to eat but blocks of government surplus cheese and pinto beans. Olivia made light of those days. Try living in a 2-room shack with 5 brothers who have eaten nothing but beans, and you'll know what a nightmare really is, she'd say in her canned answer to those who asked about her past. It was always said with a laugh. Yet there was hurt there, too. She'd been the reason her family came across the border that night. Her mother had her a week later in a motel outside of El Paso. When she was well enough to travel, they swaddled her and took a bus up north. In the years since, her 3 oldest brothers became naturalized citizens and successful businessmen. The 2 youngest never bothered. All of that was an open book. It had to be. She needed her own children to understand where she had come from in order to be more than she'd ever dared to dream. But not her husband. Michael was closed off from his past, and even the slightest nudge towards some information about it brought rebuke. Sometimes even anger. "I saw the clipping in your wallet," she said, her voice tentative. Her big eyes stayed fixed on him. "That was a long time ago," he said. "I know, but you've never told me about it, about your mom, what happened." "I'm not going to start now, Olivia." He pulled off his jeans and took off his underwear, toe-kicking it into the basket. He was a pretty good shot, and if she hadn't been trying to uncover more of his life, she might have said so just then. She might even have said something about his physique. The workout in the yard left his muscles bulging, and he'd looked more like an underwear model, sans underwear, than he did a computer systems geek. He turned on the shower and stepped inside, keeping his distance from the icy spray while waiting for it to warm. Olivia stood by the glass door. "Michael, I just want to know you better," she said. He ducked his head under the water, and she wondered if he'd heard her at all. "I love you, Olivia, but I can't talk about that, babe. Don't ever ask again." Olivia stood in the bathroom, the steam swirling from the shower and the image of her husband standing before her growing more and more distant. It was more than a metaphor for who he was, but who he'd always be. Inside the shower, Michael Barton's tears mixed with the water. The thought that just scuttled through his mind almost made him laugh, had it not been so painful. Robert and Helen Hansen had the first foster home that he and his sister had been assigned to after their mother failed to show up after leaving them at Disneyland. The Hansens were what he would later call K4MS, or kids, for money, the kind of family who pretends to want to help children, but really only wants the $300 per head they get from the state of California each month. Although state law prohibited keeping more than 2 children in a bedroom, and they had to be 2 children of the same gender. Michael and Sarah slept in a back bedroom of the Hansens' house in Tustin with 4 other children. The Hansens outfitted the room with 3 bunk beds that Robert Hansen had built himself out of pressure-treated timber he stole from a landscaper 3 blocks away. The chemicals in the wood made the kids sick, which made Helen Hansen madder than usual. The first time that Robert Hansen abused Michael was a couple of weeks after he and his little sister arrived for foster care. Michael and the oldest boy in the house, a lanky kid with red hair and a swarm of freckles, were watching TV when Mr. Hansen came into the den. Mrs. Hansen, a morose brunette with spider veins that practically crocheted the skin around her ankles, had gone to the grocery store. The other kids were napping in the little warren of beds that met the minimum requirements for youth housing. "Tim, you watch the kids," he told the redhead. "Okay, Papa," the boy said, barely looking up from the TV. "Son, I want to show you something," he said, taking Michael by the hand and leading him to the garage. A cat meandered past them, and for a second Michael thought that he was there to play with the cat. But the cat kept going, and Mr. Hansen said nothing to stop it. It was a 2-car garage, but inside there was a single car and a workbench, a bed for the dog, and an old sofa. Mr. Hansen was working on a Corvette that he'd been restoring for months, if not years. Its red fiberglass body was spotted with Bondo. "Hop in," he said, holding open the passenger door. Michael climbed inside. The car fascinated him at first. He'd had a Hot Wheels car similar to it back in Portland, though that and everything else he owned had been left behind. Beauty, huh? Michael watched as the man slid into the driver's seat. He reached over and clicked the automatic garage door opener, and the gears overhead started to grind as the hinged panel rolled down, shuttering the sun from the garage. It went from a blast of light to a slit, to near darkness. Michael felt Mr. Hanson take his hand and press it into his crotch. "That's a good boy," he said. Michael wasn't sure what was happening, but he knew it was wrong. He tried to pull his hand away, but Mr. Hanson wouldn't let him. "Hold on, cowboy," he said, leaning closer, his hot breath now against Michael's cheek. "You're gonna make Papa feel good." The rest of what happened was lost in his memory. It wasn't because it wasn't traumatic, because to Michael Barton it absolutely was. It was lost because over time Michael just turned it off. "Suck on me until I tell you to stop," Mr. Hanson said. Michael looked up and started to cry. "I want my mom. Stop crying and suck. Your mom dumped you because you were a bad boy." Michael protested some more, but Mr. Hanson palmed the back of his head like a volleyball and pressed it to his groin. "Yeah, that's a good boy, that's my good boy." It seemed to last a long time, horrifically long. Inside his head, Michael sang the Itsy Bitsy Spider song over and over. It was a mantra that helped him through the hours he'd ended up spending in the Corvette, the laundry room at the end of the hall, the bathroom when Mrs. Hanson had gone to bed. As time went on and the incident was repeated, Michael knew it would end. He could read Mr. Hanson's body for the telltale signs that it was almost over. Mr. Hanson would stiffen his legs, moan about how good it felt, and then relax. Mr. Hanson was a cigar smoker who liked to light up afterward and wave the cigar around, taunting the boy. "Bet you'd like this in your mouth, too." While Michael was able to push most of the repulsion and shame that he felt out of his mind, whenever he smelled the pungent smoke of a Wild Owl cigar, his stomach would roil into knots. Years later, he pushed the memory aside. Only temporarily, of course. He pulled a paper towel from the bathroom rod and patted his face. The mask was on. He looked good. He looked in control. Chapter 37, Dixon. It was strange how quickly they started coming and leaving things on the steps leading up to the big tutor that was Beta Zeta House at Dixon University. A bouquet of carnations with the cellophane from the Dixon Kroger on West Cannonball Street was the first item. It had probably been dropped off there within 2 hours of the discovery of Sheraton's bloody body. From the settee in the front window, Jenna, Kenyon, and Midori Cassidy watched the other students come from across campus. They were carrying flowers, cards, candle sand, even a beer bong. "Sheraton would have liked that," Midori said. Jenna looked at the girl, unsure how to respond. "I mean, she would have thought that was funny," Midori quickly added. "You know, I get it." A plainclothes detective entered the living room and smiled at the young women. Her name was Kelly Jasper. She wore round-framed glasses that were far too large for her face. Her hair was curly and clipped short, a symptom of a woman too busy to care, or one who'd just given up. "I know this has been a horrendous morning," she said from across the room. The words brought Midori to tears again, and Jenna patted her on the shoulder. Midori and Sheraton were very close. "I know. I'm so sorry, darlin'," the detective said, taking a seat next to them so she'd no longer tower over the grieving girls. She turned to face Midori, a crumple of a human being, her long black hair limp and askew. "We all have to work together now. Sheraton is gone, but we will make sure that whoever did this to her is caught." Midori looked like she was going to cry again, and Jenna squeezed her hand. "I'm going to take you in my car to the Justice Center, and another officer will bring you back." "That's fine." "I understand procedure," Jenna said, realizing that she sounded like some lame junior detective or a TV watcher who stayed glued to police procedurals. "I understand that your mama's in law enforcement." Jenna nodded. "She's a sheriff back in Washington." Detective Jasper led them out the front door and down the steps. "Yes, I remember reading about her and, of course, reading about you." Midori, who'd stopped crying, looked over at Jenna. She was clearly puzzled. "Long story," she said, not wanting to go into it but seeing that Midori could use a diversion. "Okay, basically my mom and I were captured by a serial killer. He's dead now." Inside her cruiser, the detective turned the ignition. "Not just any serial killer, Dylan Walker." Yeah, him, Jenna said, fastening her belt and wishing that she'd sat in the backseat instead of Midori. I've read about him, Midori said. The statement surprised Jenna. She hadn't thought Midori read anything. I'll tell you about it sometime, Jenna said, knowing that she never would. She didn't like to revisit those days any more than her mother did. They never talked about it. They were glad that the media ignored the 5-year anniversary of the handsome serial killer's death in that bunker on the Washington coast. They celebrated the fact that true crime TV movies and books had fallen on hard times, and that none had been written or produced about the man and his crime scene, their role in his death. Yes, that was quite a story, the detective said, clearly angling for more information. But Jenna wasn't going to bite. She'd said all she had to say. She turned away from Midori and faced the passenger window as the BZ house and the makeshift memorial faded from view. She played some images of those days of terror from 5 years ago in her mind, but she didn't let any of those images seize her. How could she? It seemed like so much nothing compared with the murder of her sorority sister, Sheraton Wilkes. The offices of the Dixon Police Department were about on par with Cherrystone's, where Jenna had spent most of her teenage years popping in to drop something off, get some money, or just say hello. She recognized the conference room where the officers gathered at the beginning of their shift to catch up on what was happening. The weekend copped some reserves. She guessed it had left a greasy box of apple fritters. Those wouldn't have lasted back home, she thought. She saw the bulletin board that was affixed with at least 200 police and sheriff's patches from across the South. Back home, Sheriff Kiplinger had started one of those, too. She remembered how happy he was when she brought in a patch from an Oregon county that he hadn't ever seen. She'd won it on eBay for $3 plus shipping, and she'd never seen a happier man. Detective Jasper sat Jenna and Midori on folding metal chairs in a room that overlooked the parking lot of a Cracker Barrel old country store and restaurant. She set out a pad and a pen. She offered them coffee or sodas, but neither Jenna nor Midori felt like drinking anything. Midori just wanted to cry. All right, the detective said. I want to talk to you too for a couple of reasons. She fixed her gaze on Midori and pushed a box of tissues toward her. Midori, you are her best friend. We need to know everything you can tell us about Sheraton. Who were her friends? She have any enemies, any run-ins with anyone, that kind of thing, okay? Midori dried her eyes. Okay. And you, she said, now looking at Jenna, you were with Midori and Sheraton last night at dinner. Right, but I barely knew the girl. I'll be as helpful as I can be, though. Understood. Midori, tell me about Sheraton. What do you want to know? Boyfriend troubles. She was dating Matt Harper, but it was going all right. We know about Matt, and another detective is talking to him now. Any others? She was pretty. She probably broke a few hearts on campus. Midori pulled the zipper on her hot pink juicy tracksuit top. She was a big flirt, but it was all in fun. Everyone liked her. If anyone's told you otherwise, they're lying. Everyone liked her but the killer. Of course, the detective was right about that. They discussed dinner the night before, how Sheraton had wanted to go out and party at one of the fraternity houses when they got back. Jenna stayed behind in the BZ house, and Midori said she was out only until about 12:30. I just wasn't into it. Sheraton was. She told me to go home and she'd be right behind me. What was she doing? We were at the Tri-Gamma house. She was on a couch talking to some guys and some other girls. There was nothing special about it. She was just talking, having a good time. They talked for a little while longer. The detective took copious notes, though Jenna couldn't see what she was writing down. There really wasn't that much to say. No one saw anything. This had to be some kind of random happening. There was no stalker. There was no person bent on revenge for some silly transgression. Whoever had slashed the life out of Sheraton Wilkes had done so out of a sickness for which she had only one word: evil. "Oh, Jenna," the detective asked, as the two young women stood to leave, "is there any reason anyone would want to kill you? You were supposed to be sleeping in that room, correct?" Jenna slung her purse over her shoulder and gathered her coat. "No," she said, Midori's eyes widened and she stared at Jenna, then the detective. Detective Jasper followed the pair as they started to leave. No one harassing you, bothering you, threatening you. No, no one at all. And thanks, detective, I really needed you to say that. Nice. Chapter 38. Tustin, California. The dog's name was Maggie. Michael Barton called her Maggot. She was a 10-year-old liver and white Springer Spaniel mix that, by most observers' accounts, had to be the love of Mrs. Hansen's life. There was even proof of it. The wall next to the TV had been outfitted with shelves that gave clear and incontrovertible testament to the dog's place in the family. There were a dozen pictures of Maggie in silver and gold frames. There were none of any of the children who lived there with Mama and Papa, as they were instructed to call the Hansons. Not a single one, not even a Polaroid. But there was Maggie on the beach in the surf, barking lazily at the sky. A shot of Maggie sprawled out on the sofa, Maggie with a frisbee in her mouth looking brightly at the camera. How Michael grew to hate that canine. Certainly jealousy was a factor, and later in life, he'd figure that out. The dog was more important than any of the kids in the house. One time when he didn't eat the rancid lentil soup that Mrs. Hansen had made and left on the stove for 4 days, she ladled some of it over the dog's kibble and made him eat it there, on all fours like he was nothing more than an animal. When he cried and screamed and finally succumbed to her demands, she laughed and turned to her dog. "Don't worry, baby. I'll wash the bowl after he's finished so you won't have to get any of his germs." The dog seemed to smile, but there was another reason to hate Maggie. The dog was a cheerful witness to Michael's repeated humiliations at the hands of Mr. Hansen. Sometimes when Mr. Hansen had his pants unzipped and his pelvis pressed into Michael's face, Maggie would sit in the corner, panting like she was enjoying what the smelly man was doing. Maybe the dog was happy that she didn't have to lick her master there. Michael tried to talk to Maggie by sending messages from his brain to hers. Bite him, make him stop, bark, do something, stupid dog. But Maggie sat there, almost smiling at what was happening. Please help me, he thought. Instead, she wagged her stub of a tail. Michael was sure the dog understood just what he was saying, just what Mr. Hansen was doing to him. The dog, he reasoned, was evil. The first time that Michael hurt Maggie was entirely by accident. He was coming down from his bunk bed and didn't see the dog curled up on a sleeping bag that held the newest arrival, Kenny. Maggie yelped when Michael planted his foot on her hindquarter. Instead of dropping down to see if the dog was all right, Michael felt an odd surge of something that he couldn't quite peg at first. Something about hurting that animal, though accidental, felt good. He did it again. This time he put some effort into it. Maggie growled and the noise only served to excite Michael. He wanted to jump up and down on the dog, busting its ribs into shards, cutting through the dog's organs, the lungs, the heart. And stopping her from that stupid dog smile. "Hey, you're hurting her," Kenny said, sitting up, wide-eyed with fear. Michael pulled himself together, the vision of Maggie flattened into a bloody mess passed. "She's in the way," the new boy cradled Maggie. "Leave her alone," Michael grinned. He didn't know it then, of course, but he just found something that gave him both pleasure and control. The smile that he gave Kenny had nothing to do with genuine joy. It was an involuntary, natural response to another person's fear. In time, Michael started kicking the dog when no one was around. A while later, he graduated to other animals in the neighborhood. The first one that he killed was a neighbor's tortoise that had free rein of their backyard, eating bugs, vegetation, and enjoying the California sun that filtered through the eucalyptus and sycamore trees. Michael stole a screwdriver from Mr. Hansen's workbench and drove it through the reptile's shell. He sat there and watched the life drain away. 2 days later, he cut off the head of a cat that he'd beaten with a plastic baseball bat. It was easy to do, and it felt good, too. The tabby hadn't even put up a fight. It just looked up from the garbage can and he landed a blow, stunning it. He'd stolen a box cutter that he'd intended to use on Mr. Hansen's penis one time but never found the nerve for it. But the cat was different. The cat couldn't get him in trouble. Michael was surprised how easy it was to cut through the tabby's matted fur. It was nothing to slice through the skin, the tendons, and the vertebrae. Then, like a plucked orange from the mini citrus grove 2 doors down, the head fell off. So easy and so very final. He crouched behind the house next to the corral Mr. Hansen had built for the garbage receptacles and watched, coolly absorbed in the sight of a pool of maroon fluid as it slowly filled the spaces between the crushed white rocks that Mexican workers had hauled in the week before. "That's so pretty," Mrs. Hansen had said. "Like a fairy-tale beach." Not anymore, he thought. He felt nothing for the cat he'd decapitated. It had been a nuisance anyway. It shouldn't have been in the trash in the first place. When Mrs. Hansen saw the blood on his shirt later that afternoon, she said nothing. She didn't bend down to see if he was hurt. There was no running to the bathroom for a bandage and antiseptic as his mother might have done. No offers to kiss him and make him better. She didn't chide him for making a mess of himself. She didn't do a damn thing. He was sure he knew why. "She thinks Mr. Hansen hurt me. She's a stupid fat cow." Chapter 39. Cheristone. Donna Rayburn, the lawyer who'd filled in for Carrie McConnell at the Crawford lineup, stood at the gas pump in $300 jeans, stiletto-heeled boots, and a creamy white leather coat that looked so soft it had to have been spread on her. Cheristone, Washington, didn't see people like her too often. Emily Kenyon doubted her Ethan Allen leather sofa cost as much as Donna's coat. "Nice coat," the sheriff called to Donna from her gas pump, a row away too close to pretend she didn't see her. She wanted to say something about how the coat's coloring was a near-ringer for Donna's BMW, but thought better of it. "You look like you're headed off somewhere." Donna nodded in Emily's direction. "Carrie and I are going to his cabin. You know how he loves the great outdoors." It was the first acknowledgement between the two women that they'd both dated Carrie. Emily was relieved that her liaison with Cheristone's most narcissistic lawyer was long since past. At the same time, she almost felt sorry for Donna. She was sleeping with the devil and didn't even know it. "Oh yes, the cabin," Emily said. "I'm sure you'll have a wonderful time." Donna turned off the pump and waited for her receipt. "Only going for one night," she said. "Carrie is such a workaholic." Donna slid into her car, waved at Emily, and drove off. Emily finished filling the Crown Vic, wondering how on earth the department could justify the gas hog that barely got 15 miles to the gallon. She also wondered who approved such a hideous Kelly green livery for the small fleet of department cars. Mostly, she pondered how long it would take Donna to wise up about Carrie. She'd been up to the cabin a couple of times in the beginning of her relationship with Carrie. It was a few miles from the Schweitzer Mountain Resort in northern Idaho. The whole place was a shrine to Carrie and his quest to be the most formidable at all the things he did. Everything was the best. His snowmobiles, fishing gear, and ski equipment. Weekends at the cabin were exhausting, and not for the reasons most being romanced would hope. Poor stupid, BMW-owning Donna. She'll just have to figure out things on her own. Chapter 40. Stanton, California. Michael Barton was never quite sure how it came to be that he and Sarah were taken from the Hansons' foster home to the Ogilvy Home for Children in Stanton, California. Was it something he did? The dead animals? The little fire he set? Maybe it was that he was no longer wanted once a younger boy named Jeremy came to stay. Maybe he was really worth nothing after all. Years later, he'd tell Olivia about it in terms that suggested a kind of rescue, but he really felt more regret than anything. "The Hansons were despicable," he said one time when he let her inside a sliver of his dark past, "but it felt like home. Sick, but home. Ogilvy always felt like a concentration camp for the lost." "It couldn't have been that bad," Olivia said. "It was state-approved, wasn't it?" Michael allowed a wide smile across his face. Inside, he wanted to scream at the woman to whom he sought to make himself whole, normal. Of course, but Ms. McCutcheon did things her way. Marilyn McCutcheon was the floor director of the intensive unit of the Ogilvy home. The building that housed the home for the wayward and the disposable had once been part of Stanton High School. It had a cafeteria, gymnasium, and 44 classrooms which were converted in 1961 into dormitory rooms and offices for a staff of 80, full and part-time. Most who worked there, caring for the 220 children on the way station to either reform school or a foster home, were there because they couldn't get a better-paying job elsewhere. If they were half-decent in their appearance, skill, and work ethic, they'd be there no longer than 6 months. But not Marilyn McCutcheon. The 50-ish, prematurely gray-haired, giantess of a woman with big hands and a lumbering gait was there because she loved it. She loved it because for 8 hours every day at Ogilvy, she was in charge of her floor. She ran it the way she wanted. No one told her what to do or when to do it. It wasn't that way at home. When McCutcheon got home, her mother and father, both in their late 70s, yelled and screamed at her for being the lousy person they said she'd always been. "I should have had my tubes tied before you were born," her mother said at least once a month. "No wonder you couldn't find a man," her father would say. "You are bigger than a football player. No man would want a woman like you." Marilyn wanted to kill them. She certainly thought of ways to do it. One time she even left the house after turning off the oven pilot light. She imagined that she might even hear the explosion all the way over at Ogilvy. But it never came. When she got home, she found that the oven had automatically shut off. Her parents yelled at for her being late, and all she could think of was how happy she was shopping after work, thinking they'd be dead. Marilyn lived for the job. It was her sanctuary. Being there was her release. The children were her therapy. They were her punching bags. The social worker told Michael and Sarah they would be at Ogilvy, temporarily, until another home opened up. Michael was glad to leave the Hanson place. He never told anyone what Mr. Hanson had made him do, though he almost confided what had been going on to a teacher one time. It was so close. The words begged to come from his mouth as the teacher's sympathetic eyes drew him in. "She'll help me. She'll protect me. She'll save me." "Are you all right, Michael?" the teacher, a woman, asked. "I know it's hard with your mom gone, but you can tell me. I care." "It's very bad," he said. "Tell me what you did," she asked. What he had done. If he'd spoken up, he might have changed the trajectory of his life. Her words stopped him cold. For a flicker, he thought that maybe he had deserved what Papa had done to him. After all, as far as he could tell, he'd been the only one in the Hanson household to have to do those terrible things. Maybe he had been bad. Maybe what he was doing was his fault. No, he thought. She's wrong. She doesn't know what she's talking about. What stopped him was the dark threat that Papa lobbed at him when his face was buried in the man's smelly crotch. "You tell on me and I will kill your sister. Papa doesn't like little girls anyway, cowboy." The teacher looked at the wall clock. She had something to do. "We can talk about it later, and I promise," she said, gathering her purse, "that I will help you." "Okay," Michael said, knowing full well that he'd never tell her. He'd never tell anyone. The danger to Sarah was too great. The door had slammed shut. "I can tell that you're nothing but trouble," Marilyn McCutcheon said when she came upon Michael and Sarah 10 minutes after intake. "And I won't have it. You," she said, pointing to Sarah, "are a dirty little bird." "She's not," Michael shot back, while his sister sat on one of the stained green couches that lined the family visiting area that had once been a high school library. Shelves, though empty of books, were a visual cue that would not have been lost even on an 11-year-old. Marilyn grabbed Michael by the wrist and wrenched him from his seat. He started to cry out, and she shoved her big hand tight over his face. Don't ever defy me," she said. Her words were a wretched vomit spewing out of her mouth and all over the little boy. He was nothing. He was garbage. "This is my floor. You got it." He started to squirm. She twisted him tighter and pushed so hard against his mouth and nose that he couldn't breathe. "I said, do you understand?" His eyes were flooded with terror. Sarah sat still, almost catatonic, watching the big woman wrestle her brother. He nodded. "Good, you don't ever want to mess with me." His head bobbed again. Later that evening, with his sister in classroom 14 down the hall, Michael Barton wet the bed for the first time. It was the beginning of a cycle that he feared would never end, even in manhood. Every morning, Marilyn McCutcheon would haul Michael's 2-inch thick mattress out in the hall and hand him a brush and a steel pail of soapy water. "You'll clean this up or I'll beat you," she said, her cold blue eyes burrowing deeply into his. "You got that?" Of course he did. Other kids laughed at him. The staff called him Michael the Flood. Olivia Barton knew better than to have any books on child abuse in the house. She knew how angry Michael became when she appeared to be studying the subject. That meant no novels, no nonfiction on the subject, anywhere in the house. She'd been a frequent visitor to the Garden Grove West Library on the corner of Bailey and Chapman, where she practically owned the 150s of the Dewey Decimal System, all forms of psychology, contained in 4 rows of books at the branch. For a time, she'd been sucked in by every opera or Dr. Phil TV show that even hinted at child abuse as a subject. Bonus points came when the program touched on the subject and how it might impact the lives of an adult survivor. Olivia liked the word survivor when it was applied to her husband. She was sure that his experiences in foster care, in the state institution, maybe even in the years before his mother abandoned him, had likely been bad, but not opera or Dr. Phil bad. How could it be, she asked herself over and over, when Michael is so normal now? Chapter 41. It was a shock wave of fear. If it was meant to stop everyone in the middle of what they were doing, it did so. The unintelligible scream coming from the kitchen was undeniably blood-curdling. All throughout the home, the children and their keepers turned toward the sound. Even the kid who sat in front of the TV day after day with a frosted strawberry Pop-Tart on his lap, and the empty look of a lost soul, glued to a video of SpongeBob SquarePants, moved toward the horrific scream that ricocheted throughout the facility. Something very bad just happened. Something worse than someone wetting the bed, trading their meds, or stealing extra food. The next scream came with words. "Oh my God, what could have happened here? Please help me." The voice belonged to Consuelo Ramirez, the cook. "She must have cut herself again." Another voice called out as the sound of a score of feet went clacking down the linoleum corridor to the kitchen. Something very, very bad had happened. One quick-thinking employee swung open the wall-mounted first aid kit and grabbed tape, gauze, and a fistful of bandages. Indeed, when staff and a few children arrived at the kitchen, there was blood and the stink of death. At first, no one saw Consuelo. A rapid scan of the room found her sitting on the floor, crouched in a near-fetal position. "Sweet Jesus, who would do this to our boots?" Consuelo looked up at those who had arrived to her aid. She held the black and white body of Boots, the cat that Marilyn McCutcheon had found in the parking lot 7 or 8 years before. It was a black and white cat, named very unoriginally for its white paws. To be fair, the name could have been Mittens just as easily, but Marilyn had loved Nancy Sinatra so much that she named the cat Boots and frequently found time to whisper sing, "These boots are made for walking." "What happened?" Marilyn said, rushing to the lifeless body of her beloved cat. "I don't know." Consuelo was in tears then. "Where did you find her?" Marilyn gently took the cat from the head cook's arms. A bloody Rorschach blot was smeared on her light blue blouse. The form looked a bit like a snow angel. The bloody fur had smeared in such a way that it looked like the cat had left the imprint of wings. One of the kids started to cry, and soon others joined in. "She was in the mixer. It must have turned on somehow. She liked to curl up and sleep in tight spaces, you know." Marilyn didn't cry, but the look on her face indicated a meltdown was coming. Children and staff who knew her only hoped that she'd take out her anger on someone other than them. "There's no way Boots turned it on," she said, looking around at the horrified faces. She was right, of course, but there was no way anyone was going to say so. On the other side of the facility, Michael Barton stepped from the shower and got dressed. He'd put his bloody pajamas into a plastic bag he'd stolen from the supply room and wrapped that in a cocoon of paper towels in case someone looked through the trash. He also stole clean pajamas from the laundry room and hid them under his clothes. He'd prepared. The cat hadn't really put up much of a fight. He didn't get a single scratch. It had taken a quick turn of the animal's head, a snap, and then he could do anything he wanted to with it. It was a furry bag of dead. A broken neck was quick and decisive. It got the job done. But ultimately it was no fun. How to make it fun? A knife was the answer. It beckoned from the counter next to the sink. In a second, in a flash that was too fast for him to really grasp, he made it fun. Michael gingerly gutted Boots with a small paring knife, splashing the smelly fluids, mostly blood, over the front of his pajamas. His heart rate remained normal. It was odd, and he'd ruminate over that later in life. Though he was excited by what he was doing, he wasn't scared. He set the cat's corpse with his entrails oozing into the institutional-sized mixing bowl and turned it on the setting called Pulse. Funny, she doesn't have a pulse, he thought in appreciation of the irony of what he'd just done. He knew how much Marilyn McCutcheon loved that cat. It might have been the only thing she ever loved. He'd see her from across the TV lounge, holding the cat in her lap, talking to it in a kind of sickening baby talk. "Who's the prettiest kitty in the whole wide world?" Marilyn asked, scratching the cat under the dollop of white fur under its chin. "You are, that's who." The cat didn't know Marilyn was a terror to everyone else. Marilyn had scooped her up from the cold outside and given her a cozy existence. If it hadn't been for the annoying children at the group home, it might have been perfect. "How's my precious little fluff ball?" she'd ask. How was it that a cat was worthy of love when a little girl or young boy was only the focus of derision and scorn? Later that day, when the excitement of the horror of what happened to the cat had died down, Michael and Sarah played together in the corner of the TV lounge that had been set aside for reading. It wasn't really a library, of course, just as the place wasn't really a home, though it had branded itself as one. Marilyn came through on her rounds and looked over at the pair. Michael looked up. No expression, nothing at all. Then he returned his gaze back to the book he was reading to Sarah, The Cat in the Hat. Chapter 42, Garden Grove. Michael Barton cried when the ultrasound technician turned to him as she moved the jellied wand over his wife's abdomen, looked at the monitor and said, "You're going to have a son." Olivia tilted her head up from the table to get a better look herself. The image was a little grainy, but to a mother-to-be it was a portrait done by American Impressionist Mary Cassatt. A tear ran down Michael's handsome face and stopped on his nose. He almost breathed in his tear before reaching for a medical wipe from a large cardboard box on the tray table. He stayed silent for a second and tried to smile. He had hoped so much that the baby Olivia was carrying would be a girl. He'd read the statistics, of course, and he knew that those who are abused are likely to become abusers themselves. "Honey, I feel the same way," Olivia said, looking at her husband's silent tear. "I'm so excited and scared at the same time." Scared, he thought. Olivia doesn't know fear, he did. Michael was a facile liar by then, and he knew it. He thanked God for the practiced skill. Being able to skirt past the truth without batting a lash was an ability that had served him well. It allowed for survival. "Having a son has been a dream of mine," he said, his voice very soft. "I want to give him the boyhood that I never had." "I know, me too," she said, lifting her head, this time toward her husband so that he would kiss her. He bent down and pressed his lips against hers. As the technician started to mop the gooey globe that was on Olivia's swelling abdomen, she grinned and shook her head slightly. There was so much joy in seeing people's dreams come true. The tech pumped the foot pedal and dropped the used wipes into the stainless drum garbage can. "You're going to make a beautiful family," she said, exiting the examining room. Olivia got dressed, euphoric with the news. She wanted nothing more than to get on the phone and call her mother. A boy. It would be the first boy in her family in years. She gave Michael another kiss and dialed her mom with the news. "I'm going to go to the bathroom," he said, leaving Olivia to her call. The bathroom was one of those family-oriented configurations, with a changing table and a toilet. Best of all, it had a lock on the door. He clicked the lock, turned on the water, and splashed it all over his face. He looked into the mirror. What am I, a man or a monster? Michael wasn't sure. All he knew was that all the things that happened to him that made him who he was, whatever it was, were seated long ago. It started with the idea that if he stopped drinking a glass of water before bedtime, he wouldn't wet the bed. Soon it was if he'd stopped drinking anything after lunchtime that surely would stem the nighttime occurrence that brought him such overpowering shame. Sometimes, he woke up in the middle of the night and put his hand to his crotch, hoping against hope that the wetness that he'd felt had only been the result of seminal discharge, and not the flood of urine that taunted him over and over. It was like a pelvic waterboarding hitting him over and over, telling him that he was useless, a loser, a freak. Every now and then he woke up in time to strip the bed silently and bundle the sheets into a pillowcase so he could hide them from the staff. Those were the best mornings. Those were the mornings without the taunts from the others. Michael the flood. Michael the flood. Michael forgot to row the boat ashore. When he was 14, he created a contraption from a plastic Coke bottle and a pair of Ace bandages. He fashioned the bottle into a kind of homemade bedpan, which he held in place with the bandages strapped around his waist and thighs. He became adept at his stealthy subterfuge. He still didn't drink past noon. He still hated the smell of his body, only more so because of the urine. If he'd have believed in God or anything good, holy, or kind, he would have held hope that whatever was wrong with him would pass, that he'd never want to hurt anyone again. But now and then, throughout his teenage years, he couldn't stop himself from looking for ways to kill someone and not get caught. It was merely a thought, and never put into practice. Maybe he'd found a way to cure himself. Michael had only one piece of paper that seemed to give concrete proof that he'd ever had a life outside of foster care or a state institution. It was the small news clipping about when he and Sarah were found at Disneyland. He'd used it to call the police department to see if there was a case file, but the cop who'd been mentioned had transferred to another jurisdiction. The idea that his mother could dump her children like garbage made the bile rise in his throat like a choking acid. The Ogilvy Home for Children had a 2-bit computer lab of obsolete PCS and printers that didn't work. It had no internet access, or he'd have tried to find her. He smuggled a disk from the rickety lab and occasionally kept notes, stories, and thoughts. He wrote of a staff member who had looked at him with the evil eye when he was walking to the cafeteria after morning classes. "He's a fat pig. He even has a pig nose. I'd like to take a knife, slit him up the middle and spill his smelly guts all over the chemistry lab. I'd do it slowly. I'd do it in front of everyone so that when he cried out, I'd tell everyone to shut up or I'd do it to them." Another time, after she was gone, he wrote tenderly of his sister. "Sarah deserves better, and I know she's found it. She's in a sunny place. She's eating fruit that isn't soft and mushy from a can. She doesn't have that weird metal taste in her mouth, and she shouldn't. She didn't deserve any of this shit that Mom dumped on her." He never included himself in those rants. He never fixated on why he wasn't worthy of a decent home, the love of the family. He was smart enough to know why. He'd wetted the bed. He was filled with hate for just about everyone. He figured that the rest of the world didn't care about someone like him, not until he did something to hurt them. Then they'd get it, too late, but they'd get it nevertheless. Almost everything with a heartbeat seemed to provoke him. He tried to interest the other boys in the institution in doing what he called frog stomping. Whenever the sprinklers ran long into the night during the summer, The cement courtyard would be dotted with the small jumping creatures. He saw no difference in turning them into splat than adults who'd crushed a bug. "You're a sicko," said one of the other kids, a Mexican who considered himself a badass, but who didn't like the frog-stomping game. "You're a faggot," Michael shot back, using the word that he loathed more than anything. It was the word Mr. Hanson had called him a time or two. "You're a good boy," he'd said as he pleasured himself against Michael's pale young skin. "Maybe too good a boy. Maybe you're a faggot and you really like this." Michael killed cats and dogs and found that he enjoyed it. Other kinds of animal murder merely brought him a smile. One time he poisoned the fish in the dentist's office. When the receptionist turned her back, he emptied a baggie filled with ammonia. By the time he'd left the dentist's chair, he was beaming. No cavities and an aquarium full of floaters. Who could ask for more? Chapter 43. The morning light filtered through the cafe curtains that Olivia Barton had made as her first sewing project with the machine Michael and the kids had given her that Christmas. She hadn't liked the frilly selection at the Linen and Things that commanded most of the real estate in their neighborhood strip mall. She wanted simple and chic, not country saloon. She smiled at her handiwork and waited for Michael to notice them. She vowed she'd wait a week if she had to. Maybe two. The smell of orange juice and frying bacon filled the air of the amber-painted walls of the kitchen. The children were still asleep, which was slightly unusual. Olivia didn't mind. Michael had come in late on Friday and the kids waited up to see their father. Their slumber meant that she'd have time alone with the man she loved, but something seemed wrong. Olivia looked at Michael with her dark brown eyes full of genuine concern as he stared at the screen of the small TV mounted under the white cabinets. "Are you all right?" she asked. He didn't respond. He kept his eyes fixed on the screen. A brunette helmet-headed reporter with a shrill delivery reported on the horrific murder of the girl at Beta Zeta House at the university in Dixon, Tennessee. Michael looked a little flushed. It was more than being tired from the long trip. He just didn't look right. Out of sorts, sick. The crime scene was so grisly that FBI profilers tell me that the killer was driven by rage against the victim. This killing, they say, was personal. "Fine," Michael said. He reached for his world's best daddy coffee cup. "I'm fine." Olivia looked at the photo on the screen. It was a pretty girl, young, full of life. Under her photograph, the Chiron lettering identified the victim, Sheraton Wilkes, dead at 20. "Sad story. Such a waste," Olivia said as she poured some creamer into the cup. Michael looked down at his twin piles of hotel and restaurant receipts and took a swig of his black coffee. "Agreed." He fidgeted with the receipts as though he couldn't find something important. He was really looking for a way out of the conversation, a graceful way out, one that wouldn't cause worry. "I'm not feeling so well, I guess," he said. "Probably food poisoning from that seafood restaurant." Olivia felt his forehead. "You know you should never eat seafood if you can't see the ocean from the dining room." He managed a brief smile. It was as fake as could be, but he hoped she didn't see that. He loved her more than anything. A tear in his facade and just maybe she'd see him for what he was. I know," he said, excusing himself for the downstairs powder room. "Oh, baby," she said, "I'm sorry you don't feel well. It'll pass." With the door shut and locked, he turned on the fan and ran the sink tap at full force. He flushed the toilet. He did whatever he could to give him a second in which he could let out his anger and disappointment. He paced, but there was barely any room in there to move. He felt the walls move in and out, taunting him. From the kitchen, Olivia heard the muffled noise and went in search of antacid. He must be really, really sick, she thought, rifling through the shelf next to the sink that held 10 kinds of children's vitamins, cough medicine, and a few things for the adults of the house. Michael braced his body by grabbing onto the opposite sides of the pedestal sink. He faced the mirror straight on. His eyes were dilated in the dim lighting of the windowless powder room. His mouth was tight, a knothole of anger. He wanted nothing more than to yell out to the world that he was the stupidest man on the planet, a fool, an idiot. All that everyone had told him about himself was true. He had fooled Olivia, but for how long? When would she know what he was, what fueled him, what he'd done to survive, what twisted lengths he'd gone to calm himself? He grabbed a hand towel and shoved it into his mouth, nearly gagging. Sweat poured from his temples. He reached over and flushed the toilet again. The noise of the rushing water filled the small space. At least he hoped so. He wanted to scream, but he let out a muffled yelp. Sheraton Wilkes. Jesus, he was the fool they'd all said he was. The bedwetter. The kid no one wanted. The kid who was dumped off at Disneyland by a mother who surely cared more about herself than her children. Sheraton Wilkes. He'd killed the wrong girl. He'd never even heard of her. What was she doing there at that time? Sheraton Wilkes wasn't on his list. Kenyon was. He splashed water on his face and then let out a couple of phony coughs. Olivia stood outside the door. The knob turned a little, but he'd locked it. "Honey, you okay? Be out in a minute." He flushed the toilet for the third time and stared at his face in the mirror. He looked older than his years. He was tired, angry at the world. "I'm not going to screw up again. I can do this," he said in a soft but angry whisper. "I can do this, honey." "Just a minute, Olivia." He snapped at her and wished he hadn't. She wasn't the problem. She was never the problem. He swung open the door, ready to face the world and plan what he had to do. "Here you go," Olivia said, handing him a fizzing glass of water. She looked worried, not scared. For that, he was grateful. He looked at the glass questioningly. "Alka-Seltzer," she said. "I hate that stuff, you know that." "It's not like it'll kill you." Michael smiled at his wife. If killing were only so easy. Killing, he knew, was sometimes very difficult and frequently very disappointing work. "Let's go wake up the kids," he said. "I need some hugs." Chapter 44. The offices of Human Solutions, Inc. were on the 5th floor of a mirrored glass building in Santa Ana, California, 2 blocks west of the courthouse. It was a nondescript location with a trio of dying date palms and clumps of tiger lilies that the garden service should have divided or yanked 2 seasons ago. A vendor selling sliced melons and churros worked the outer edges of the parking lot. Other than shabby gardening practices, it was as nondescript as any shiny building off any interstate. Inside, the HSI offices were mauve and taupe cubicles with laminate counters and gooseneck lamps. It had a distinct 90s milieu, but that had more to do with the company's frugal nature than the fact that the offices had once been used as the headquarters for a diet center company that went belly up. Michael Barton's office was hard-walled with a door. On one wall he had a framed poster given to him by his coworkers. It depicted 4 men silhouetted against a fading sunset with the words, "Teamwork. Together we achieve more." He found the rah-rah sentiment exceedingly hokey. He didn't think he needed anyone to do anything. Despite all odds, he'd achieved quite a lot, thank you. Despite his compulsions, he had made a life. A picture of Olivia taken on their honeymoon in Hawaii and another of his children sat on his desk. The surface of his desk was in order. All papers were placed perfectly squared up with the edge of the desk. His office phone gleamed from having a daily dusting. His laptop's docking station was as pristine as it was the day it was installed. Everything about the space suggested a man in control. The company's CEO, a pudgy man with black hair that he wove 5D to such a degree it dripped, knew that Michael Barton was among his most brilliant consultants. He'd come up through the ranks, first as a programmer, then an engineer. HSI tapped the kid on the shoulder and made him into what he was by paying for his education at Cal Polytechnic. There were things about him that the office staff both admired and found amusing. On the days that he came into the office, he walked in at 8:30 on the dot. It was uncanny. Never a minute earlier or a second later. One of the temps from Kelly's services found out why. One day, she saw Michael in the parking lot looking at his wristwatch like a swimming coach with a stopwatch. He didn't move until the second hand told him just when. Once he got the go-ahead, he marched right for the front door, black briefcase at his side, can of Diet Coke or cup of coffee, caffeine du jour, he liked to call it, in his hand. No stopping to say hi. No tip of the hat or acknowledgement to a friendly face. Just a beeline through the door and up the staircase. Never ever did he take the elevator. Michael was rigid in other ways, too. He seldom took a lunch break, but instead took a 2-mile run down the boulevard and then back to the basement of the building for a shower. He'd return to his office right at 1 p.m., again on the dot, smelling of Irish Spring soap. Only one time did he deviate from that routine. He came back a half-hour late with a big scratch across his cheek. "I fell down," he said, scooting into his office and shutting the door. He stayed put that day until after everyone else had gone. The next day when he returned to work, the sharp-eyed Kelly temp thought she noticed something strange on his face. "I think Mr. Barton is wearing makeup," she said to an office friend when they were getting Doritos and Diet Cokes. "It looks like he tried to cover up that scratch from yesterday." The other woman nodded. "It did indeed appear that way. At least it isn't eyeliner. That would make me worry." They laughed, fished for their change from the slot of the pop machine, and went back to their desks. Business partners never call a customer, liked Michael Barton for all the reasons that made him dependable. The IT industry had been populated with kids, goofballs, and flakes, and a young man who knew what it meant to be where he was supposed to be, and do what he said he'd do was refreshing. In time, Michael Barton became Human Solutions' most sought-after consultant. His business card read, Senior Consultant. The demand led to freedoms and perks that eluded other troubleshooters in the office. He was able to work at home 1 or 2 days a week. He was able to pick and choose which business partners he wanted to call on. When he told his boss that he was heading to Nashville to assist a restaurant chain that was having problems with their database, no one stopped him. No one knew that the client hadn't called for support, that it was Michael who called them. "I'm going to be in town anyway, and I thought I'd stop by," he said. "Just a friendly see how y'all are doing okay." The business partner saw no harm. His boss saw no need to query him. The South was booming after all. "Have a great trip," he said. "We're making a killing over there, and we have you and your good work to thank for that. Keep it up." Michael grinned. It was just too funny a comment not to flip it back at his oily-headed boss. "Oh, I intend to. I really do." Olivia was in the Bartons' home office printing copies of the flyer she was going to post in the neighborhood when she heard her husband activate the automatic garage door opener and pull his car inside. Michael had been gone overnight to a trade show in Portland. With him home, things could get back to normal. She smiled when she heard the car door close and the garage door rumble back shut. The drama of their missing cat had come to a head. Daddy's home. She called out to Danny and Carla, who were sitting in front of the TV, enthralled by a reality show that they probably were too young to watch. But Olivia hadn't wanted to fight that battle with her husband away on business. The laser printer lurched into action, and after a quick glance, Olivia determined that the toner cartridge would probably hold up for the 10 copies she needed. Lost cat, his name is Simon, and he's very friendly. And very missed by 2 small children. Please call if you see him. She met Michael by the door that led from the kitchen to the interior of the garage. "Hi, baby," she said, setting the sample flyer on the kitchen table. "Hi yourself, beautiful," he said, embracing her, and they kissed. "Missed you tons." "Me too, good trip, not too bad, fixed the problems and upsold some, but you know I always wish I could do better." His eyes lit on the flyer. "I'll get the kids a dog," he said. "We're not giving up on Simon, you know I'm no quitter." "Yeah, I know. But I think a coyote got Simon. Saw one by the garbage can the other day. A dog would have a better shot at survival around here." A second later, Danny and Carla came running into the kitchen. "Daddy's home." Michael scooped up his children one at a time and kissed each on the tops of their heads. "Hey, I think I have a little something for you two in the car." "What is it?" Danny asked. Having his father come home from a business trip all but guaranteed a surprise of some kind. Sometimes it was just a little token picked up at the airport gift shop. Other times it was the item that Santa had forgot to bring. It wouldn't be a surprise, he said, if I told you. While the children squirmed in anticipation and Olivia smiled at their excitement, Michael disappeared into garage. Shit, he thought, looking over at the workbench vise where he'd crushed Simon's head with a final twist. Killing the cat, torturing the cat, had brought a kind of relief. It was like he was a kid who'd gotten the right dosage of Ritalin and was able to focus clearly. It brought a rush, too, but not now. Not when he saw the faces of his wife and children. They missed the cat. They wanted the cat to come back home. They didn't know, and he knew they couldn't understand anyone's compulsion to crush the family pet's skull. Maybe no one could. Maybe there was no one else in the world who could understand him. The only one who might really understand what had made him who he was had been taken away. She was so young, but she was there. She'd seen it happen. She alone understood what had transpired, but she'd been taken away. The day after his 13th birthday, Michael was alone for good. Sarah, almost 5, was selected by a foster couple as a transitional foster daughter and was moved to Riverside, east of Los Angeles. She was in the queue for full-time adoption by another couple. They told me they wouldn't split us up, he thought, remembering. She's my blood. Only one time in their married lives had Olivia seen her husband fall apart in a manner that suggested he might have residual problems from a very difficult childhood. It happened when Danny was just 3. Olivia and Michael were in bed, having drifted off to a sound sleep after passionate lovemaking that had Olivia forgetting that she was anything other than a lover to a wonderful man. No wife, no mother, no chief cook and bottle washer. As she lay next to her husband, she counted her blessings. Moonlight scattered across the walls in crisp slits from the miniblinds that she'd twisted only partially shut. The blissful moment was shattered by the sound of her son's voice. "Mama!" It was Danny's little voice as he entered his parents' bedroom. Olivia awoke and reached for her robe. "What is it?" "I made an accident." Danny started to cry, waking Michael. "What is it?" "He wet the bed. I'll take care of it." Michael sat up like a shot. "What happened?" "He wet the bed. Sleep." "What about his pull-ups?" "I thought we'd try big boy underwear tonight." "He's not ready, and now he's wet the goddamn bed." "Jesus, Olivia, how stupid could you be?" Honey, Michael, still nude, bolted out of bed and chased after his son. His lean body was a contorted mass of muscles and anger. Sweat ran from his temples. Danny's cries turned into screams. "What are you doing?" "I will not," he said. "I will not have a boy that wets the bed. You understand? I don't care if he wears diapers until he's 10. His face was red and his eyes were bulging. Olivia was stunned. His rage was way off the charts. "Every little boy makes a mistake or two." "Calm down," she said. "You're scaring our son." Michael gulped for air. "He doesn't know what fear is." Olivia scooped up Danny and took the crying 3-year-old into the master bedroom. "Find another place to sleep tonight." She shut the door. "I will not have it," Michael said. "I will not." The next morning, Olivia could barely look at her husband. He apologized for what he'd said and done, but no matter what the underlying reason, there was no excuse. He'd only wet the bed. He's just a little boy. Most men hate the idea of changing a diaper. Some consider it woman's work, or just flat out avoid it because they're lazy and don't like the idea of foul-smelling, soiled diapers, or even the perfumed baby wipes that are supposed to make the task more tolerable. But for Michael Barton, avoiding changing Danny's diaper was about self-preservation. He had no idea what, if anything, he'd do when faced with a tiny penis and a helpless child. He worried that whatever had been done to him, even before Mr. Hanson, had happened when he was so small. So helpless, so without the ability to comprehend. "I just can't do it," he told Olivia when they first brought Danny home. "I can feed him, I can burp him, just can't see myself changing him. Don't have the stomach for it, babe, sorry." Olivia seemed to understand. He was hopeful that even if he was soulless and without any hope of redemption, he would never pass on the evil that had cursed his own life. Evil, he knew, was both born and learned. Chapter 45, the last time that Michael Barton had been to Disneyland, was memorable for all of the wrong reasons. It was the place his mom handed his sister and him off to a stranger in front of the Swiss Family Robinson tree house. It was the last time he'd ever see her, and with her vanishing, the last glimpse of his own childhood, before it was stolen by those who did not love him or his sister. Michael thought of a million reasons why he didn't want to go there, suggesting that Knott's Berry Farm was a superior attraction for young families. Knott's is more fun, he said, urging Olivia to reconsider her push for the Magic Kingdom. I also feel like one of their chicken dinners. You like those too, Olivia. Remember, Olivia did, but she also wanted to see Disneyland with Carla and Danny. I know you have some hang-ups about Disney, but Jesus, Michael, get over it. The kids want to see Mickey Mouse, Olivia said. She held her breath, almost wishing that she could reel in her hurtful words, and yet part of her wanted to shake him from whatever it was that haunted him so that her own children could experience all the joys of childhood, all that he had missed. I know they do, Michael said, slipping back to his own memories. He was older than Carla and Danny when he set foot there the terrible week before Christmas when Adriana threw him away. The park was done up in all sorts of Christmas finery, but to an abused boy from Portland, Oregon, the extra lights and plastic snowflakes were merely dollops of unneeded frosting on the most amazing cake in the world. He fell deeper into the memory. First it was foggy, then clear. His mom had been agitated the day before she announced they'd be going to Disneyland. No need to pack, she told him. They'd be there only a day or so and could buy new things if they needed them. I'll get you a Mickey Mouse shirt and hat, she said. What she didn't say was that they'd be driving, a grueling 18-hour drive from their small house in Portland. Mrs. Barton packed up Michael and Sarah early before daylight. It was cold before the sun came up, and Michael complained about it to his mother, but she ignored him. He tugged on Sarah's blanket and swiped it from her somewhere in the mountains between Oregon and California. Later, he would feel bad about many things in his life, things that deserved major regret, but nothing compared with stealing the blanket. Nothing seemed as rotten as taking that little piece of comfort from his baby sister. Adriana Barton took the kids to the Denny's across the street for breakfast because the park wasn't yet open at that early an hour. Outside of ordering pancakes and bacon, she said nothing. Michael had seen his mom sad like that before. He knew that it had something to do with the fact that she and Sarah's father weren't getting along, hadn't gotten along for a long time. "Mommy, don't be sad," he said. The words were practiced. He'd said them over and over whenever his mother cried. "It's okay, baby, you're my big little man," she said. "Always look out for your sister." Her response was equally canned. No feeling, no warmth, just a rote "don't worry." But as much as she appeared to be an automaton as she slid deeper into the booth, blank-eyed, cold, Michael would later remember those simple words as the last words of substance that his mother would ever utter to him. They parked the family's dark blue Subaru in the Tigger parking lot. Michael could remember how cold he felt that day as they waited for the tram to take them to the gates, past the floral portrait of Mickey Mouse. He could feel the push and pull of the moment. His mom was sad, almost broken. His heart told him something was wrong with her, but all he really wanted to do was to get down to the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. He gripped the hem of Adriana's coat as she pushed Sarah in a stroller, and they snaked through the long line, first under the bridge, then inside the funny-smelling mix of children and chlorine that filled the entrance to the ride, and then down, down, down into the magical world of rubber pirates, barking dogs, and gold-painted treasure. "Are you okay, ma'am?" a girl asked, snapping Michael's mother out of a stupor as she sat in the boat at the ride's conclusion. "Fine," she said. As Michael Barton entered the archway that proclaimed Adventureland, it was all coming back to him. He felt his heart work overtime, his breathing accelerated. He gripped his own son's hand and looked over at Olivia and the baby, pushed in a rented stroller. He wondered if it had been the same stroller that had once held his sister so long ago. Across from the kiosks that sold pineapple spears and coconut milk in coconut shells loomed the Swiss family Robinson tree house. It looked more real, at least in its design, than he imagined, but more fake at the same time. It also had a new name. It was now named Tarzan's Tree House for the animated movie. The Robinsons, it seemed, had long since been evicted. Gone. Over. He wished it had been the same for his memories. He thought they'd been vanquished. He remembered how he stood with his sister by that steel and concrete tree, while his mother nervously tapped on the shoulder of a woman waiting for her brood to come down the bamboo staircase of the attraction. "I have an important call," she said. "Will you watch my children here?" She didn't even wait a beat. There was no time for the woman to say yes or no. The crowd was thick, almost impenetrable. But Michael and Sarah's mother found a little fissure among the throng, and in a second she was gone. Gone forever. Before he and Sarah ended up at the Anaheim police station, he remembered hearing someone talking in a low voice over by the pineapple kiosk. "The woman's been behaving strangely since she got here. She looked crazy, depressed." A young man in a safari costume joined a group of colorfully attired Disney workers huddled by the river ride. "God, do we have to drag the damn lagoon? Can't we just drain it? Why do the suicides always come here? Why can't they jump off the log ride at Knott's or something?" He didn't know what drag the lagoon meant, but there wasn't anyone to ask. His mom was gone. How to do it? Why do it at all? The triggers that brought him to the place in which he'd find himself fantasizing about doing evil, doing harm, came at unexpected times, during mundane moments, always uninvited. When working the ketchup dispenser cleanup detail at McDonald's as a teenager, he found himself caught up in a memory of the first cat he'd ever killed. He hit the pump multiple times to empty it, in nearly a manic performance that brought glances from those closest to him in the fast food restaurant. The red of the condiment was blood. "Hey, easy on that, Mike." A pimply-faced crew chief called from the other side of the counter while another worker, a girl, looked on with utter disdain. "The dispenser is stainless steel, not titanium." "Oh, right," he said. Inside his uniform, his heart was a drum roll. He hoped no one could see the excitement that he'd experienced looking at the ketchup. He was thinking of the blood killing the Hanson's cat. He felt an erection grow and hurriedly excused himself. He flipped the restroom being cleaned sign into view and did what he needed to do to relieve the excitement that he hated more than anything. Why, he often wondered, had his brain hardwired unspeakable violence to an animal to his sexual organs? It wasn't all the time. After all, he did have the occasional girlfriend. He wasn't a weirdo in bed. He didn't strangle a girl as he made love to her. He wasn't a killer. And yet the compulsion came to him. One time when he was mowing lawns to make some extra money for college expenses, he flashed on catching a particularly annoying dog. It obviously hated him, sneering and barking whenever he arrived at the house to cut the lawn and weed the garden. He thought of burying it in the center of the lawn, up to its furry little neck, and running over it with a weed whacker. The idea shifted to something even bloodier. The riding mower. It would be decisive, sending a red, bloody spray from the point of impact over the patio, onto the lawn furniture, arcing on the glass doors to the living room. The thought excited him, as always, but he suppressed it. He wished it away. He even prayed it away. Then dormant he'd go. But the cycle was relentless. For a time he thought marriage or fatherhood could abate it completely. And it did. He never acted on the compulsion to harm another human being or an animal. That wasn't to say the thoughts didn't come to him. He thought of killing the loan officer at the bank when he and Olivia were applying for the financing, and things were looking a little dicey. Credit scores out of college were always in the 500s. They jumped through some extra hoops and prayed that late payments on a big screen TV were not as big a deal as the jerk had insisted. Killing him would be good. But he reasoned, what guy didn't fantasize about killing someone who stood in the way of his future happiness? The loan came through, and the man's life was spared. Another time the neighbor's dog barked until all hours. It was the kind of barking that came only when he was desperate for sleep. If he hadn't been so mad, he'd have laughed at the irony that the dog that barked incessantly didn't seem to keep his owners awake. He could have pumped a couple of slugs in the mongrel's head and they'd probably not even stir. But he didn't do that. He simply opened the gate on the chain-link kennel and the dog ran out, chasing whatever it was that he had to chase. Problem solved. Compulsion to kill and torture gone. He'd done some reading about his own psychological makeup, but he never really saw himself in the label of antisocial personality disorder. He wasn't so messed up that he was a narcissistic person. In fact, he was too good for that. Michael Barton never wanted to eat anyone, so he wasn't Jeffrey Dahmer. He didn't capture and torture girls like Joel Rifkin. He didn't stalk young women, a la Ted Bundy. Yes, he wet the bed into his teenage years. Yes, he tortured a few animals, but they were only animals, and he knew it was wrong. Yes, there was a slight sexual charge that came with the rush of what he was doing, but he could function normally too. Michael had his problems. He knew every one of them and how they matched up to evil, but he wasn't like any of those guys. What he didn't know was that he'd never been pushed. And that was about to change. Chapter 46. Before Olivia, every move Michael Barton made was meant to hurt someone. She changed all of that. She was forgiving and beautiful, and most important of all, she soothed him. She might have thought that she understood him, but of course she could not. He'd let her inside his messed-up world more than anyone he'd ever known, but he could never tell her specifically what he'd done when he was younger. My background's not so good, he had told her. State institutions, a few run-ins with the cops. Let's just leave it at that, okay? But I want to know you, babe. Let me in. You're in. You're in as far as I can allow you. Maybe later, maybe down the road, I can tell you more. His words were a lie. He knew that if she'd known all the things he'd done, she'd leave him too. She was his hope. She was his chance not to be a monster anymore. How could he tell her that when he was serving food in the cafeteria at the Ogilvy home, he spat on the food, poured salt in the milk, and emptied Visine into the counselor's iced tea because it made them sick and that made him feel good? When the boys found a cache of balloons that had been brought into the institution for a water balloon fight, he filled them with urine. He also filled the balloons with water and froze them so that when he hurled them, the strike would almost break a bone. Only then did he feel a kind of joy. Holding those frozen balloons, red, yellow, blue, and throwing them at the kids he hated most, the weaker ones. He broke one fat boy's nose with a well-aimed shot, and though he felt a flutter of satisfaction, he also felt a bit of remorse. He wished he'd broken something more vital, like the fat boy's neck. There was always cover there for that kind of an act. No boy, no matter how tough he thought he was, would ever tell on Michael Barton for what he did to them. When he offered up a new kid to service one of the security guards, he didn't choose the weakest. He chose a kid from a well-off family in Los Angeles. "You'll suck his dick and you'll shut up about it," he said. "I will not," said the LA kid, a redhead with freckles and blue eyes that were unable to hide the fear that swelled through his bloodstream. "You will, or I'll cut off your head." Michael stepped closer to the boy as they stood in the hallway outside the institution's library. The librarian smiled uneasily through the glass, and Michael just smiled a phony smile, a practiced one. He put his arm around the boy and leaned forward. "I've done it before." His voice was a whisper, cold and flat. "And I really want to do it again. Welcome to Ogilvy." The security guard thanked him the next day and gave him a $5 bill. Michael could care less about the money. He was glad there was someone else to take his spot on his knees in front of a man with a lowered zipper. Nothing, he knew, would ever get back the years he'd lost in the system. Nothing could erase what his mother had done to him. He was just a little speck of human life, floating around a world in which there seemed to be no place to land. There was nothing to love, and without love, there could be no other emotion but hate. Michael knew that there were things about him that were so dark, so out of the boundaries of acceptable behavior, that what he'd done was deviant, aberrant. He looked for understanding in the stacks of the Madison Library. The psychology books talked about how sociopaths had no ability to empathize with others, how they had no connection to another human being. Isolation from emotion was a term one of the books used. Sociopaths were like pod people who just existed in a world designed for their own empty pleasure. One writer said they could only mimic the feelings of others, unsure how to act or react. They were completely detached, but that wasn't him. He knew that he did have an attachment. His sister Sarah was out there. He loved her. He wanted her to be free, to be happy. Sometimes he wept for her, thinking that his loss was so great. And at the same time he hoped that she felt at least a little like he did. He wrote several letters that he never sent because he didn't know where she was. "Dear Sarah, I think it's your birthday this week. I'm not sure of the exact day. Maybe the 5th. I wish I knew. I wish I'd paid more attention to things like that. I'm imagining you in a pretty white house with one of those big chocolate cakes with curls of chocolate stuck to the sides. I'd bet you'd like pink candles, too. I remember how much you liked pink when you were a baby." He stopped and thought how silly that note sounded. Sarah wore pink when she was a baby because their mother bought her pink clothes and blankets. She might have loved lavender or yellow. He crumpled the paper into a tight ball. He missed her. One day, he told himself, they'd be together again. While Danny and Carla played amid the array of toys scattered like a cyclone had hit the basement, Olivia continued to rack her brain about their missing cat, Simon. Simon had been a house cat who never ventured outside because he hated the feeling of morning dew on his paws. "He ran out when I opened the door," Michael had said. "I think the coyote got him." Olivia asked the neighbors about the coyote that her husband had insisted had been the likely culprit. "Good news on that one," said Angela Martinez, the retired schoolteacher next door, when Olivia ran into her one afternoon shopping at Vaughn's. "Animal control trapped the miserable animal 3 weeks ago. Your cat surely wasn't a coyote snack." The information surprised her. "My husband said he saw the coyote last week." Mrs. Martinez dropped a couple packages of white and pink Hostess snowballs into her shopping cart. "Grandkids are coming Friday." "Lucky me," she said, with a kind of tone to indicate she was annoyed with the prospect of a visit by her daughter's band of grade school hellions. "Anyway, I'm sure of it. Talked to the officer myself. Coyote problem solved. Now if I could just find a way to make it through the weekend." Olivia smiled. "Call me if you need reinforcements." As she pushed her cart toward the checkout aisle, Michael's words echoed in her thoughts. "I saw the coyote by the garbage can. I never should have let Simon out." Chapter 47. Cheristone. Camille Hazelton seldom stopped by the sheriff's office. She left that, rightly so, to her assistants who wanted to burn off carbs or see how the order tent pole of law and order lived. But today she'd called ahead and Emily was waiting for her in her office. Camille snapped the door shut. The warmth on her face was absent. She was granite. This isn't a social call. I figured. We've got a problem with Tricia Wilson." "Is she all right?" "Far from it. One of ours noticed a couple of inconsistencies in her depose and did a little more digging. Sent the kid down to Portland. Good thing I did." Emily could feel the blood drain from her face. "I'm not going to like this one bit, am I?" Camille shook her head. "About as much as a kick to the stomach, that's how I felt." "Go ahead, Camille, start kicking." Camille allowed a wary smile across her face. She wasn't there to beat up Emily. Emily had done her job and the DA's office had done its job. The two worked together with the single purpose of making a case that would convince a jury. She and Mitch divorced, all right, but not because he beat her up. At least not that we can tell. Patty or Tricia or whatever she called herself back then had more than likely bilked the Portland dealership out of $200,000. She was the pretty wife and the sticky-fingered head of accounting. Charged? Nope. It never got that far. Mitch's father must have wanted to kill the girl, but instead they kept it out of the papers and kicked her to the curb, oh so quietly. What about the abuse? The photos? The threats? Made it up as far as I can tell. One of her old coworkers, you know the type, the woman who worked alongside the nitwit boss's wife and wanted him for herself, said the photos were fabricated. She used Max Factor and a Polaroid. I guess when it became clear that she was caught, she wanted a little insurance that she didn't go down in flames. Hence the photos. Right, my guess is she never got over the fact that she'd been caught and didn't get to extort the Crawfords for all they were worth. Emily sighed. So coming forward must have been about payback. That's my take. She had those photos, saw the Mandy story on TV and went for it. Wonder why the defense didn't bring this up. Why wouldn't Mitch go to the media and blast one of his chief accusers? Good question. I would have. But my guess is that Carey was looking for his Perry Mason moment. All lawyers do. So what do you want me to do? My assistant had no luck with her, but for some reason she said she'd talk to you. She's working for a telemarketing company east of Seattle. Here's the address. She handed Emily a slip of paper. Chapter 48. It was 9 p.m. when Chris Collier showed up on Emily's doorstep. She'd called him earlier in the day to share her worry that despite Mitch Crawford's arrest, something didn't feel right. "How on earth did you get here so fast?" she asked, letting him in and embracing him in the foyer. "I'm going over to Seattle tomorrow. Timing is everything," he said, a broad smile on his face. "Caught a flight from Spokane and voila, here I am." He set the rental car keys on the console by the door next to her purse. Chris followed Emily into the dining room where she had placed a box of case file folders. He took a chair and noticed the wine on the table. "Are you buying that by the case to boost the local economy?" Emily smiled at his mention of the local vintner. "Maybe. I don't know. I like it. Help yourself." Chris poured a glass and topped off Emily's. "I thought wine made you sleepy," she said. "Are you kidding? I drank about a gallon of coffee between the plane and drive up here. I'll be wired until tomorrow." She smiled. "Good, because we have a lot to do. All right, let's go over what you've got. We have a pregnant woman murdered and dumped outside of town. Cause of death, strangled. Hands, ligature. We think hands. The body was in pretty good shape, but enough decomp around the fleshy parts of the neck to make it impossible to tell for sure. There were some marks, but Dr. Wilhelm thinks they were fingerprints." He sipped his wine. "Okay. That's the signature of a killer who likely knew his victim. It's very, very hard to strangle someone. It takes some real effort, and unless you're coming from behind with a cord or something, you're facing the victim until their lights go out." "Exactly. Must be a cold son of a bitch to do that." Chris nodded. "That's right, especially to a pregnant woman. So taking that into consideration, we're in agreement that the victim was likely known by her killer." "Yes. And the perp is probably a male, or if not, the strongest woman in Cheristone. That would be you." Chris smiled at Emily and asked for a sheet of paper and wrote down what they'd agreed upon. "I have all that in the Crawford murder book," she said. "Let me get it." He watched as she opened the big black binder. "No offense to you and Camille Hazelton, but your murder book is part of the problem. We're not looking at the evidence, but at what we think about it. You know, we have to look at each piece of evidence anew." "Okay." Emily didn't like the idea and her face showed it. There were reams of documents to go through and the hour was getting late. "Okay," she said, "no shortcuts. But I want to remind you that we have to give the defense notice about Tricia Wilson's perjured deposition by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Camille is doing us, I mean me, a favor. Then we better get going. What's next? The DNA." Emily pulled up the lab work sent over by Dr. Wilhelm on the DNA swabbed from Mitch Crawford, and the victims, Mandy and Chrissy. The me had attached a note written in his own handwriting, oddly legible for a doctor. There is absolutely no chance that this full-term female fetus was fathered by Mitch Crawford, not a snowball's chance in hell. I love his medical terminology, Chris said. Emily set down the file. He's a legend for about 1,000,000 reasons. Chris wrote down on the paper, the baby's father is the key. Look at it this way. Either Mitch killed Mandy because he caught her cheating, which I'd say is the best bet, or the baby's father killed her for what reason I don't know. Emily could see the plausibility in either scenario. We figured that the big problem for us is that we've never been able to find out who fathered the baby. Who was she seeing? No one knows. Friends, what about her girlfriends? I've mined that field, Chris. No one seems to know anything. No one noticed anything strange. What about coworkers? Sometimes a woman will share with those outside of her inner circle. Emily set down her wineglass and stared at Chris. Wait a second. Her friend Samantha Phillips had a strange encounter with Mandy not long before her disappearance. Okay, Em, what did she say? She told me two things that were interesting. One, that Mandy had told her the sex of the baby but not her husband. What do you mean? It was something about how Mitch had wanted a son so much, but that it was a girl she was carrying. Chris wrote down, baby not a boy. Did Mitch kill her because Mandy was having a girl? That's a bit far-fetched, she said, even for around here. Happens in China every day and probably 1,000 times on Sunday. Emily looked upward and shook her head. Okay, fine, but I highly doubt it. You never know anything more. Let me see, she said, looking through her notes from the first interview with Samantha Phillips. She used a pen to guide her tired eyes across the paper. Here it is. She had an encounter with Mandy around Halloween. Nothing much here. Says that Mandy was acting evasive about something and gave her the bum's rush at the door. Emily set down her notes. What is it? I don't know. I got the distinct impression that Samantha was holding out on me. Like she'd suspected something was going on with Mandy when she went to her house. Like what? They were best friends. Samantha stopped by to check on Mandy and she didn't invite her inside. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? She wasn't alone, was she? Chris wrote down, talk to Samantha Phillips. What does she know? Next up was the Darla Montague file. It was a thin folder with only 2 sheets of paper inside. This is the girl who had an affair with Crawford, Emily said. Jesus, Emily, what kind of a town is Cheristone anyway? Emily knew what Chris was getting at, but she brushed it off. Like every other town, I guess. They talked about Darla and how she'd had 1 or 2, well, 2, sexual encounters with Mitch Crawford at the office. She's a nice girl, Emily said. Mixed up and stupid, but nice. She's not a part of this. Just a bystander in the way of a man who takes what he wants no matter who gets hurt. Okay, I'll accept your assessment on that. Let's leave her alone tomorrow. It left one key witness, Trisha Wilson. I've got Trisha handled. I called in a favor to a buddy at one of the financial institutions. If I gave you the initials, you'd have to kill me, Emily. He smiled and she returned the gesture. I guess it's good to have friends who can help out now and then. Like you're helping me, she looked into his eyes. Thank you, Chris. I really want to nail this bastard. We'll get him tomorrow, but we can't do it unless we get some shut-eye. Emily looked at the clock. It was almost 1:00 a.m. Shit, I'll look like hell tomorrow, she said. Chris completely disagreed. You'll always look beautiful, he said. With that, they turned out the dining room chandelier and padded down the hallway to bed. Too tired to make love, they snuggled together under the covers. As they drifted off to sleep, Emily found herself enjoying the closeness of the man she loved in a tender and gentle way. She breathed him in. The next morning he returned to Seattle on the plane and she drove across the mountain pass. She needed time to think. About Trisha, about Mandy, about Jenna, and even a little bit about herself. 10 employees of Evergreen Marketing were huddled under a blue tarp on the west end of the company's parking lot. Recent state law had shoved smokers far from the doorways and picnic tables by the dumpsters where they'd once congregated. The tarp kept them dry as they smoked and chatted about how much they hated their jobs, their kids, their spouses. None ever seemed to say a word about their smoking shanty and the constant push to make their lives more miserable. Emily parked her car and glanced over. But no one in the smoking mass was Trisha Wilson. Evergreen Marketing commanded a single floor of a 5-story building in Renton, a city known for a Boeing plant and pretty views of Lake Washington. She presented her card to the receptionist. She smiled and buzzed for Trisha to come to the front desk. "You have a visitor. Please come at once." Patty emerged from a cipher-locked door. When her eyes met Emily's, it was with more a look of resignation than of concern. Her blonde hair had been highlighted since Emily had last seen her. She also wore an exceptionally nice pair of camel slacks and a wheat-colored twinset, likely cashmere. "Hello, Sheriff Kenyon. After that decreep tried to trash me, I sort of expected you'd come to see me." "I'm here, Trisha. Is there someplace we can talk?" "Sure." She turned to the receptionist. "Fatima, we're going to use the Rainier conference room." "Very good," Fatima said, logging a note into her PC. "She's here for training," Trisha said softly as they walked toward the conference room. "She's a VP with a company we're working with. My guess is that we have about 6 months. Then poof, our jobs are gone." "I'm sorry," Emily said as Trisha flipped on the lights. "I'm grateful that no one has found a way to outsource the legal system." Patty smiled. "Just wait, I'm sure someone will find a way." They sat down in the windowless conference room with a massive mosaic of Mount Rainier, Washington's tallest peak, covering an entire wall. "I'm in trouble, aren't I?" "I'm not sure, that depends." "On the truth, right?" "Yes, the truth." Trisha swiveled in her chair and put her hands on the table. "Okay, well, what I told you wasn't completely a lie. Mitch was an asshole. He treated me like dirt and he did push me around a few times." Emily locked her eyes on Trisha's. "Did he beat you?" Looked down at the table. "Yes, he did abuse me, but not really, not physically." Emily pushed a little harder. She knew a crack in a story when she saw one. She needed to force the issue. "Does the name Maggie Emery ring a bell?" she asked, again her eyes fixed on Trisha's. Trisha's face tightened at the mention of the name of her coworker from the dealership. Her blue eyes flashed. "You talked to that bitch." "I didn't, but one of Prosecutor Hazelton's assistants did." "I can imagine what she told you." "She hated me. She wanted Mitch for herself. I should have let her have him. That would have been sweeter revenge." "Has this been about revenge, Trisha?" "Revenge would be too simple. What about the photographs? Were those doctored?" Trisha Wilson was trapped and she knew it. "Okay, I did doctor my makeup and hair for those pictures, but I want you to know that he really did abuse me." Emily wanted to abuse the woman herself just then. She could barely keep her cool. "How, Trisha, how did he abuse you?" Trisha swiveled in her chair again. "He was cheap. He never let me have a dime. He was, I swear to God, the biggest control freak this world has ever known. Everything had to be done his way. I just wanted to buy myself some new furniture. We had the money, but he said no, no, no. So you started to bleed the dealership. I saw a lawyer, so I know that the statute of limitations has run out on that, so yes. Yes, I did. I'm not sorry about it either." Emily pushed herself back from the conference table and stood. "Don't you know what you've done?" Her voice was loud and she didn't care. "Mandy Crawford was murdered. Mitch Crawford was arrested in part because of your fabricated statements. You've not only embarrassed me, but you've shamed yourself in the name of women who have been abused. He was a jerk. So get a divorce. A husband who doesn't let you have new furniture is a lout, not an abuser. You try living with a control freak." Emily let the words "been there, done that" play only in her mind. Her ex-husband had been a jerk, but she'd never give Trisha Wilson the satisfaction of knowing that they shared something in common. "I'm done with you. Go back to your phones and think of Mandy Crawford and her baby, and how you've single-handedly screwed up a double murder investigation." With that, Emily departed for the lobby and made her way past the smoker's tarp for her car. Fatima pressed the mute button on the Rainier conference room to the off position. She looked down at the Cheristone sheriff's business card. and scooted it under her telephone console. Chapter 49. No matter what the other parts of the country were going through in terms of economic growth and recession, the Puget Sound region seemed bulletproof. Expensive developments with chichai names popped up in places that 10 years before had been the modest homes of factory workers. Underperforming strip malls were dozed in favor of restaurants, movie theaters, and big-box electronic stores. Emily, still fuming over the stupidity of a woman like Tricia Wilson, drove north on 405 toward Interstate 90, then across the floating bridge to Mercer Island. As she drove, she fumbled in her purse for the MapQuest directions she'd printed out before she left Cherrystone. It was for 4545 Lakeview Terrace, which was David's address. She felt silly for doing a drive-by to her ex-husband's new digs, but curiosity had gotten the best of her. Jenna told her mother that the house on the water wasn't all that great, but something in her daughter's voice indicated a white lie. It wasn't that Emily was jealous of David's success or his new life with Danny and their child. It just seemed that after he'd left her, he simply went on to a new life. She didn't. She stayed where she was, mentally, emotionally, and romantically. She'd dated a few times. She hated revisiting that time of her life. She'd found love with Christopher Collier, or at least she allowed herself to entertain the thought, but not a new life. Jenna had graduated from college and was working toward her own future, but not Emily. For some reason, Emily didn't seem to know how to move herself forward. She made a sharp left, then a right, and followed the road that looped around the island. At least his view isn't of Seattle, but of Bellevue, she thought, as she tried to rack up whatever consolation she could. Lakeview Terrace met the main road and dropped down an incline to the water. "Dad says to add $1 million to each house the closer you get to the shore," Jenna had said when she was first describing the new house. "I'd rather have a house with horses and a view of the mountain than that silly lake. Too cold to swim in anyway." Emily drove down toward the water. The last house, 4545, was gated. She pulled up to the gate. The house was a monster. It had to be 5,000 square feet. It was all arches and porticos, as though every Italian architectural gewgaw had been thrown into a blender and poured onto the foundation. A deep purple 700 Series BMW was parked out front on the smallish circular drive. Smallish, Emily figured, because the house had taken up most of the lot. She squinted her eyes to make out the license plate. The plate read, "Hot Doc 330 David," she thought. "What has Danny done to you? I thought I saw you on the video cam." It was David emerging from the front door. Emily wanted to die just then. "So now you're a stalker, huh, Em?" She'd been caught. There was no way out of it, no way out of her stupidity for driving by. She wondered if she'd been like one of those criminals who wanted to get caught for some repressed reason. "I just wanted to see where our daughter's education fund ended up," she said, feeling bitterness take over embarrassment. "I see." David's eyes were cold, unfeeling. He stood on the other side of the wrought iron gate with his arms folded. "Maybe you'd like to come inside and see what you're missing." The things she hated about him started flooding back. "I'm not missing anything." "Really? Then why'd you come?" "Curiosity. I wanted to see what misplaced values and too much money gets these days." "Maybe you should just move on, Emily." "Oh, I have, David. I have." She got into her car, pressed the accelerator, and drove off to see Chris at his condo in Seattle. She'd called him earlier in the day to say she might come by, but she didn't know when. After playing stalker on her exam, having her case crumble, she could use the love of the man she adored. Chris swung open the door to his 20th floor unit and, without missing a beat, put his arms around Emily. The look on his face was surprise. "Why didn't you buzz me?" he asked. Emily managed a smile, though not a convincing one. "A woman downstairs let me in. I must look like I live here." Chris hugged her again. "You look upset. What is it?" "What isn't it? My case is imploding. My life is a mess." He led her to the living room where the windows framed a magnificent view of a ferry pulling into the pier. "Maybe I can help with both." "Maybe," she said, stopping herself as her gaze landed on the coffee table. Fanned out on the table were 5 business cards from various real estate agents. He followed her eyes to the business cards. "Yup, I've listed the place. I see that. I had some brokers come over, give me the song and dance about how much dough they can bring in versus the other guy. I just did the listing agreement about an hour ago. I don't know what to say or what it means for us, Chris. There's time to figure that out. The market's slow." He laughed and stretched out his long legs. He wore dark-washed blue jeans and a light gray sweater. Emily put her hand on his knee and looked into his blue eyes. "All right." They curled up on the couch for an hour discussing the case. How Tricia Wilson had lied about her abuse and about the ramifications the disclosure might have on the case. "You still have the computer evidence. You still have his aberrant behavior, right? His affair with his office girl." Emily nodded. "Right. We still have all that, but I'm not sure it's enough. There's not a single bit of physical evidence to tie him to the crime." "I get that," he said. "Let's dig a little deeper over dinner." "Can't do it," she said. "And I want to. I have to get back to Cheristone." "Please call me," was the message that Fatima Hussein left on Emily's voicemail. The woman's tone was polite but with an unmistakable sense of urgency. Emily pulled over to the side of the road. Listening to voicemail while driving was one thing, but making a call and focusing on a conversation involved too much distraction on a snowy highway. The call must have come when she was going over the mountain pass, a location where she never seemed to get cellular reception. Emily searched her memory. She didn't know anyone by that name. "Is this Fatima Hussein? This is Sheriff Kenyon returning your call." "Yes. Thank you very kindly for answering my call I made to you. Please hold for one moment while I forward my other calls." By the time Fatima came back on the phone, Emily had made the connection. "You're with Evergreen Marketing, aren't you?" "Yes, we met in the lobby. I was doing phone training, practicing my American accent with people as they call in." "I remember you," Emily said as cars whizzed by one after another, kicking slushy snow in her direction. "How can I help you?" "I am U.S. citizen. I wanted you to know that." "Okay, that's wonderful," Emily said, unsure how to respond. "That's why I am phone calling you. It is about our civic duty." "What do you have to tell me, Fatima? Is it about Tricia Wilson?" "Yes, you are correct. I want you to know that something has been going on with her. We all have noticed it here. I don't see how I can help you with a work performance issue." "Know that. It is about her new car and her clothes." "What do you mean, Fatima?" "Bought a new Lexus and she's wearing new garments every day. She is not even close to a top performer. We don't understand how she could afford all of that." Emily remembered how impeccably coiffed and attired Tricia had been when she came to Cheristone, and again at the offices of Evergreen Marketing. She was the very picture of success, one of those women in magazine ads or on TV. "I thought she was an executive there," Emily said. "She just seemed so in charge, so professional." "Oh, not at all. She's one of our phoners." "Phoners?" The term puzzled her. "She does outreach calls, surveys, things of that kind of nature." "I see. I thought that you should know. I do not want to be involved, but it was my duty to tell you." Emily thanked the woman. Civic duty was one thing, of course, but the call smacked a little of getting even, or maybe even house cleaning. "Tricia Wilson, you've just been outsourced," Emily thought, pulling back onto the highway. Part 3, Jenna Chapter 50. Cheristone. Camille Hazelton didn't like what she was hearing one bit. She leaned close to Emily Kenyon and jabbed a finger at her. Tricia Wilson was a liar. Close, but it didn't touch. They met in Hazelton's office, and associates and clerks who probably already knew the score scuttled by, hoping for a glimpse of some fireworks between Cheristone's most powerful women. "This is a huge mess, damn it, Emily. You don't have to tell me. And you don't have to poke me to get me to listen. I get it. I'm sorry, but these walls are cheaper than justice these days, and I don't want to raise my voice. But this probably means we have to drop the charges. You know that, don't you? Can't you give me a little time?" "For what? To dredge up another winner like Tricia Wilson? We should have vetted her from the onset." Camille caught herself. She'd used the word we. She knew that the error in judgment was shared. Carrie McConnell is going to have a field day with this. She was sworn in. She's perjured herself in that depot. I'm going to make sure she goes to jail for that. It's the least I can do. Honestly, paybacks are hell, and I intend to make sure Miss Patty or Tricia or whatever her name is understands that. Look, Camille, I think I can do something here. Something's not right, and I'd like a chance to repair it. Oh my God, Emily, are you looking for redemption? Hasn't the meter on that one run out by now? It was a cheap shot at things long since past. It was meant to sting, and Camille Hazelton hated herself for saying it. She liked Emily very much, but she'd been pressed to her wits' end. She could read the headlines the next day. The thought of them made her blood boil. Car dealer released from trumped-up charges. Camille sat down at her desk, and Emily slumped in the chair across from her. I'm sorry, she said, doing her best to cool off. I didn't mean that. I know, Emily said, wondering if the thought of the little girl who had died because of a mistake she had made so many years ago as a Seattle cop was always on the back of everyone's minds. The wound that would never heal. Did they see her at the mall and think to themselves, oh yeah, that's the woman who let Christy Cooper die in that underground dungeon? Did the woman who always chatted so amiably when she had her hair cut say to the other women when she left the room, oh, that's her? That's the one I've been telling you about, the one who let that kid starve to death. Really, I am. It's just this case. I know you do good work. We're going to be crucified by McConnell and Crawford. You know how much I'd hate to be tarred and feathered. From a woman with some experience there, let me tell you it's no picnic. Emily managed a smile, a gesture that meant a call for a truce. We're on the same side, Camille. Give me 24 hours before we go to McConnell and the judge. Camille looked at her watch, an expensive Cartier that she surely didn't buy at Rondo's fine jewelry in town. I'll time you. Thanks, I think. I was kidding. Let's see what you can come up with by the end of the day. Go bust some heads, shake some trees, do whatever it is that you gun-toting sheriffs do. Are you asking me to shoot Carrie McConnell? A look of horror came over Camille Hazelton. God, no, Emily, no such thing. Just kidding, she said. It was a gotcha that felt only a little bit good. She still had no plan, no hope for one. She thought of the one person she could call. Chris Collier was eating a can of tortilla soup that he'd microwaved in a measuring cup because all the other vessels that could hold soup were dirty. He wasn't a slob, he was just the kind of guy that liked to run a full load of dishes. And that meant about once a week. Cooking for Emily was one thing, cooking for himself, a chore. When the phone rang, he set down his spoon and answered. Hi, baby, he said, seeing it was from her, his mood light. Miss me already? You know I do, but it's more than missing you right now. I need you, Chris. The Crawford case is crumbling. Can you come over to Cherrystone? He didn't ask why. There was no need to. Of course, I'll leave in 15 minutes. I have to put some food out for the cat. You have a cat, sure. A kind of mischievous look came to his face. And you thought you knew everything there was about me. I guess I did. Actually, I'm feeding the neighbors. That was more like it. She hung up feeling a sense of relief. Not because the man liked Catselways, a good sign in her book, but because whenever she needed him, Chris Collier had always been there for her. He never ever wavered. Emily pulled all the Crawford files and carried them to her car. Need some help, Sheriff? It was Jason. No, I can manage. I heard about Ms. Wilson, he said. If Jason had heard, it wasn't from her. The word was getting around fast. Too fast. The minute Carrie McConnell got wind of it, he'd be in front of the judge in the same breath. Let's keep a lid on it, please, Jason. Her tone was more scolding than she meant it to be. Jason looked hurt. I'm not stupid, Sheriff, he said, turning on his heels and leaving her to deal with the big box of files. Emily called out after him, but he either pretended not to hear or the sound of traffic drowned out her call. She felt about 2 inches tall and ashamed that she'd treated him with such a dressing down. It was uncalled for. With all that was happening in her life, in Jenna's life, upsetting Jason Howard was the last thing she needed. As Jenna would say whenever something had gone awry with the sorority job, My life sucks royally right now. Like daughter, like mother. She put the car in gear and went home, thinking that nothing else could happen to make the day any worse. Chapter 51, Kenyon couldn't sleep. Something is so wrong about this Crawford case. It was more than Trisha Wilson, too. She was dog-tired, but rest eluded her. She'd tried, of course, but her thoughts kept returning to the blue sleeping bag, Mindy's down-filled body bag. She got dressed, clipped her hair back, and took a Diet Coke from the refrigerator. She cleared a space and sat down at the kitchen island and reread Jason's reports. Nothing remarkable. She pored over the photos taken by the forensic team when it had been examined at the lab in Spokane. She reread Jason's reports. Her eyes landed once more on the 5-inch square hole in the fabric. She wished right then that her eyesight was better, that the hour wasn't so late, or that she had a photographer's loupe. Something was percolating in her mind, but she couldn't quite grasp it. She looked at the kitchen clock and sighed. It was after 4:00 a.m. that time of day when it was too late to go to bed and too early to go to work. Emily decided to go take another look at the sleeping bag. Photographs and a report, no matter how finely detailed, weren't working. The evidence vault for all of the sheriff's cases was the size of a walk-in closet and, quite frankly, didn't need to be much larger. Cheristone, thankfully, was that kind of place. Emily pulled the clipboard from behind the counter and signed her name and Crawford's case number. She searched her key ring. She seldom needed the vault's key, because there was always someone on duty even with a tightening budget. Evidence was serious business, of course. She flipped on the light. Inside, 6 black metal gorilla racks purchased at the Spokane Costco held the bits and pieces of criminal cases still in work. When cases were adjudicated, key materials were dispatched to a secure storage vault in an undisclosed location managed by the state of Washington. The sleeping bag was cataloged with a code, but there was no reason for Emily to locate it by an accession number. Among the file boxes, it stood out because it was kept in a clear plastic bag. It looked like a puffy blue pillow. Emily put on a fresh pair of latex gloves and initialed the tag on the plastic bag. When she opened it, it released a musty odor that reminded her of a wet dog, or maybe a men's locker room. Not overwhelming, but a heavy presence, nonetheless. That was at the first whiff, but by the second or third she'd wished she'd dipped her nose into Vicks, as the smell of Mandy's corpse filled the room. Emily brushed it off and unfurled the bag on a table in the center of the small room. Next, she pulled on the reflective metal shade of a gooseneck lamp clipped to the edge of the table. The deep blue sleeping bag lay there, doused in the light, like a moonlit ocean. Now, she said to herself, let's see what that hole is really telling us. She pointed the light onto a spot near the top of the bag. The 5-inch square void winked at her. She bent down closer. The edge of the fabric was fringed from the stress of being in the water, being moved and jostled as Mandy's body began to bloat when the icy depths of the pond began to warm. She noticed that the fringe of the unraveling nylon fabric was slightly uneven in several places. She looked up as if to speak to someone, though no one was there. The fabric hadn't been torn. It had been cut, most likely with scissors, maybe the blade of a razor. Emily looked at the top edge of the bag and followed the lines of the machine stitching. It was clear that there was a start and stop to the seam. It wasn't one continuous line of thread. She dialed Chris's number and he answered. "Early for you, isn't it?" after hearing her voice. "Chris, I know it's early," she said, knowing he wouldn't mind as he went running along the Seattle waterfront at 6 a.m. every morning anyway. "I've been down here looking at the Crawford evidence. Either you've got insomnia or you're overly dedicated. Somewhere between the two, if you must label me. Anyway, I'm not sure what it means, but I was looking at the sleeping bag. Remember the tear on the bag? Sure, I guess so. It isn't a tear. It's a cut. Someone cut out a window of fabric. I guess I'm not following him. When you rip nylon, it is a clean tear between the threads. There's some jaggedness here. It's subtle but unmistakable. Okay, so what you're saying is someone cut that hole in the sleeping bag and they did it on purpose. Right, she said. I'll bet the killer cut the hole to remove something that pointed to him as the owner of the bag. Okay, so the person had their name written on the bag. I doubt that, she said. This fabric's too dark for someone to ink a name and address. Even the fattest Sharpie would get lost on it. And really, why would you put your name there anyway? When the bag is rolled up, you couldn't see the name and address. Again, I'm not following you. Sorry, babe, Emily exhaled. No worries, you haven't seen what I've just seen and you've never sewed a stitch in your life. I have. I made most of Jenna's Halloween costumes. The mention of it brought a warm smile to her face. Anyway, she said, returning her thoughts back to Mandy and the sleeping bag, it looks to me like the top edge was resewn. What does that mean? Not sure, she said. You driving or flying over? I'll be there for dinner, I'm driving. They exchanged their I love yous and Emily snapped her phone shut and signed out of the evidence room. Despite the lack of sleep, she felt energized. Why re-sew the top end of the bag? Gloria Bergstrom was fixing coffee in the break room when Emily emerged from the basement. The best little dispatcher in Cheristone, as she called herself, was wearing a pretty black and white wool dress with a toffee-colored cardigan. You look lovely. Something special about today, Emily said. Gloria filled the coffee carafe with water and poured it into the coffee maker. Not at all. Every now and then I dress up just to prove that I still can. She smiled and Emily returned the favor. Hey, you're in mighty early today. What's up with that? Couldn't sleep. Personal or professional? Gloria had a knack of cutting to the chase. She knew that Emily and Chris had gone through their ups and downs. Although Emily tried to keep a reasonably tight lid on her personal life, privacy was hard to come by in a small place like Cheristone. Besides, during those ups and downs, Emily's mood sometimes betrayed her need to stay professionally detached from those who worked for her. Working day in and day out, Gloria, however, had become family. Professional, thankfully, Emily said. Crawford, of course. I've lost sleep over that one, too. Emily rinsed out a mug and watched the brown stream of fresh coffee fill the carafe. She explained how she'd gone into the evidence vault and how she'd seen the irregularities of the tearing on the nylon sleeping bag. Interesting, Gloria said, trying to mull it over but coming up empty. But what does it mean? Emily poured her coffee and looked for a package of equal. The only explanation I can find is that the square of fabric that's missing once held a monogram. Gloria, once more, looked mystified. A monogram? Who monograms their sleeping bags? Emily gave up on the equal and poured some sugar into her black coffee. Someone with a big ego and too much money, that's who. Recognition clicked behind Gloria's eyes. Mitch Crawford. Seems like the type to me. I'll dig into that some more. See what Jason can turn up with embroidery shops around here. Gloria smiled and let out a laugh. Oh boy, he'll love that one. Emily laughed too. Jason had expected a lot more out of police work than running around sporting goods stores and embroidery businesses. This is the kind of excitement that never makes TV, she said, disappearing down the hallway. Chapter 52, Garden Grove. The invitation to be heard was almost too much. Michael Barton looked at the comment feature on Jenna Kenyon's blog. He read what some of the other readers had to say. Jenna. You rock. You are the most awesome consultant in the whole world. I don't know what we would do without you and your advice. /Sherry BZ Biloxi. Hey, if you ever come back to Huntsville, we have to hook up. You are smart, funny, and a blast to hang out with. Don't forget your BZ sis Megan. /Megan BZ, Huntsville. I have some more ideas to brainstorm with you. I'll send you a PowerPoint with the particulars. You know me, I love bullet points. Donatella BZ Bowling Green. Michael clicked the pencil icon that indicated he could leave a comment. A window popped open. The blank space stared at him. Yeah, he wanted to leave a comment, but what he had to say wasn't going to be so upbeat. What he wanted to say could be traced back through his internet provider or IP address. He started to type. Hi, bitch. You think that you're something pretty special, don't you? You think that you're so smart, talented, pretty. You're a piece of garbage, that's what you are. I'd like to use a dull knife and take my time hacking off your head from your bony ass body. I'd like to take dynamite and stuff it in every orifice and light the goddamn fuse. You're nothing. You and your sisters think that you rule the world, but you don't. I won't let you. You're indifferent to anyone who doesn't fit into your predetermined plan. Bitch, do you even remember Sarah? Do you ever think about her? Pretty soon you will. Believe me, it will be the last thing you ever think about. He heard his wife stirring. Olivia was coming down the stairs. He minimized the window and opened another file. He looked up and smiled. Hi, baby, she said. It's late. I want you to come to bed. Her beautiful dark skin glistened from a bath. She smelled of the faintest hint of lavender. As she put her hand on his shoulder and tugged, her nipple protruded from the slit of her robe. Michael looked in her eyes. Hold that thought, he said. Be right up. You better, I'm a lonely girl. I'll power down now. Olivia disappeared up the stairs and he went back to Jenna Kenyon's blog. He waved the cursor over the box that said post. It was so tempting. He wanted so much for that girl to know that her fate was something to fear. Her future belonged to him. He closed out the blog without saving it. No need to warn her, of course. No need to get caught. Chapter 53. Something was wrong and Olivia Barton could feel it in her bones. The first indicators were trivial, silly almost. She smelled cigarette smoke on Michael's clothes and asked him about it. He said someone at work smoked in the conference room. She knew that was a lie. Human Solutions, like all California employers, offered a totally smoke-free environment. She figured he'd been stressed out and started smoking again. It pained her. He'd quit before Danny was born. I want to live a long life to take care of my boy, he said. Why are you smoking now? What's going on with you? As the uncharacteristic behaviors escalated, she began to worry. Worry turned into action. She knew that some wives pick their husbands' pockets hoping to find something that will indicate a love affair. Olivia knew something was awry with Michael, but an intimate physical betrayal was simply not at the top of her list. She sought more clues as to the changes in his behavior that she worried indicated a possible breakdown. Something was wrong. She wondered if there had been some trigger that had brought back problems long since buried. She'd seen an episode on Dr. Phil about repressed memory syndrome and how childhood trauma is frequently revisited in adulthood. Sometimes a woman or man relives the incidents of the past that they've never quite resolved. They become stuck in dramas that quietly play in their heads. No one knows it. No one but the victim. Shame is a silencer. The things that told Olivia that a problem was percolating were small but powerful. She remembered how she'd noticed on at least 2 occasions that Michael had stripped the bed of its sheets and laundered them. One time he said he'd spilled coffee. Another time, when she detected the smell of urine, he said that Simon, the cat, had peed on the bed. It was possible, of course, but Simon never did it again. He went missing shortly after that. All of that would have been believable if not for the obvious lie. She looked at the online report from the state of California that indicated how much money was drawn from their bank account for the Fast Pass, an electronic transponder that allowed access to carpool lanes and expressways for a fee. What's with all the trips on the Fast Pass down to San Diego? You don't have that region, she said, referring to his service territory for Human Solutions. He looked at her, then down at the printout. Nope. Must be an error. I've heard about a bunch of transponders that have sent screwed-up signals to the reader. Remember that article in the Times? She looked at him with blank eyes. We talked about it, Olivia. She searched her memory, but she knew that there had been no discussion. His insistence alarmed her. I guess so, she said, finally. I'll call them tomorrow and straighten it out. Don't bother. I'll do it. I hate paying for something we didn't use, and I'll let them know that we won't stand for it. Stupid government computing systems. Geesh, I'd like to consult for them and see if we couldn't save the taxpayers some dough. His little rant satisfied Olivia until she caught him in what had to be a lie. It was a crumpled cash receipt for coffee from a San Diego Hardee's restaurant. The date was the same day as the date on the Fast Pass report. He had, in fact, been there. He had to have been. But why? Why did he lie? There was something else that ate at her. When he arrived home from Dixon, he came with only one bag. He'd left for Tennessee with two. The larger of the two was a garment bag that held 3 pressed long-sleeved shirts and a pair of suits, though, depending on the client, he usually only wore a suit the first day. The second was a smaller bag with wheels that held his socks, underwear, and shaving supplies. "What happened with your bag?" she had asked, eager to get him unpacked and the suitcases put away so they didn't hog the space of their small master bedroom. "I must have left the other in the car." She knew that was wrong. "No, I just looked in the car. Empty." "Damn that airline." Michael's face started its slow turn to red. "They probably lost the other piece." Olivia wanted to ask how it was that he didn't notice that he'd come home with only half of what he brought, but she held her tongue. Something wasn't right. Why invent a story? When concern morphs into fear, a woman revisits the things that bothered her only a little. When he was sleeping, she snuggled up next to him, spooning his back. She flicked the hair at the nape of his neck and looked closely at the row of small circular scars. There were 5. They were in perfectly spaced sequence. Dear God, what did they do to you? Michael felt his wife's touch and the warmth of her body and breath on his back. He rolled over and kissed her. "I love you," he said. She whispered back the same words. He rolled over and pressed his body against her, nuzzling her. He smelled, as always, of mint toothpaste and Irish Spring. He explored her body with his hands, whispering all the while how much he adored her. But as he did so, Olivia's own interior monologue was at odds with the moment. "What happened to you, baby? What did they do to you? Why are you slipping away? Where are you going?" In the dim light of their bedroom, she could see his handsome face as he made love to her, his eyes intense, his body taut and hard where hers was soft and smooth. "I love you, Olivia," he said. "I love you more than you know. I love you too." Again the monologue that she had running in her head. Tell me, something's wrong. What, baby? What do I need to know to make it better?" Later, when Michael fell asleep, Olivia went downstairs to the office and logged on to his laptop. She knew the password because he'd called her from the road one time when his laptop had failed and he needed to retrieve some client data from his backup computer, a Sony desktop. "Sorry, honey," he said, "but I'm in a bind. Do you mind?" "Of course not." They chit-chatted for a moment about his trip as the computer warmed up and she asked for his password when the log-on prompt came up on the screen. "Olivia, my love," he said. She typed it in, smiling as she went. "Nice password. I thought you might have used the cat's name like everyone else. I've used this password or a variation thereof from nearly the day that I met you. It was a sweet memory." But as she sat waiting for the screen to light up, she wasn't sure how far she was willing to go to find out what it was that was troubling the man that she loved so much. Maybe some secrets, she thought, are best hidden. Her heart rate accelerated a little when she heard the creak of the stairs, but it was a false alarm. No one was coming. With the light of the computer screen as the room's only source of illumination, it took 3 times to get the password correct. She'd almost given up, thinking that he might have changed it. The desktop picture was a familiar image, taken by a Japanese tourist at the Santa Monica Pier as the sun started its dip toward the Pacific. The family stood in front of the carousel, their features washed with the golden light of the hour. It was captioned, "The Bartons get the runaround." The image brought a quick smile, but it was rueful rather than joyful. Their perfect family was at stake. Olivia dug into his email first, but found nothing of interest, though some sexually related emails from spammers gave her brief pause. She pulled down his list of favorite websites. Amid the stock report sites, the news sites, a half-dozen tech sites, and even a gardening web page, one caught her eye. It was a blog written by a young woman from Washington State. It was out of the ordinary for sure. Olivia couldn't readily see why her husband would favorite something so far removed from any interest. For a second, she wondered if it was a porn site. The national office sent out an advisory that I'm sure you have already read. I'm going to put it up on my blog anyway. It really bears special attention. Okay, click here and read the message. Olivia moved her cursor and clicked. A pop-up window opened up with the following message. The brutal murder of our Beta Zeta sister Sheraton Wilkes has devastated our chapter at Dixon University. Dixon, 10. Along with the heartache of a life taken from us too soon, we must also implore each of you to maintain a watchful eye over each other. We have 4 tips that we urge you to take to heart. Your continued safety will be a tribute to Sheraton Wilkes. Always travel in pairs. Always make sure that several people know where you are going and when you will return. Always heed the midnight curfew. Never be afraid to call campus security or 911 when you feel threatened in any way. There was an explanation for her husband being on Jenna's website, of course. Olivia remembered how the murder of the sorority girl had been on the news when he returned from Tennessee. She and Michael had discussed it. He seemed somewhat interested because he'd been there. It was the same connection she felt when she learned that a jetliner had crashed in the mountains of the Cascades not far from where she'd grown up. Sometimes you want to know everything when evil or tragedy comes so close. Olivia looked at the time. Once again, the internet had sucked away another hour. It was almost 2:00 a.m. She powered down and went back upstairs. Whatever she was looking to find wasn't there. He could feel the covers move and the mattress give way as Olivia crawled back into bed. He looked at the clock. She'd been downstairs for more than an hour. He pretended to sleep as she settled herself back down. What had she been doing? Chapter 54. It felt like a small betrayal, but Olivia Barton had good reason for it. As the highway to Acton unrolled in front of her in a seemingly endless belt of blacktop and skid marks, she told herself that Michael would see that she loved him if he ever found out what she had done. She planned to be careful, of course, so that they'd never have that conversation. She couldn't come up with any other way to ferret out her troubled husband's past. State records for juveniles were sealed. She tried the "I'm a family member desperate to find my brother" ploy on a records clerk who snapped gum and told her that they're sealed for a reason, and the reason is they don't want anyone in those records. She tried talking to Michael about his past, but he was evasive. Sometimes even dismissive, as if there was nothing there to really tell. He told her time and again that he'd moved on. She knew that to find out about his past, the time to do so was when they were first together. Only in the beginning of a relationship, she thought, can a woman make a stand and rummage around, gently of course, in the past of the man she loves. When you marry him, you unwittingly shut the book and you accept him for all that he is, all that comes with him, his past, his family. 2 days before the drive from Garden Grove, she found Gwen Trexler's phone number on an online phone directory. She took a deep breath and made the call. "Ms. Trexler." "Yes, who's calling?" "Did you used to be a reporter for the Sea Breeze?" There was a short silence. Olivia could hear Etta James wailing at last in the background. "Yes, I was. I'm calling about my husband, Michael Barton." "Come again, Barton. The name doesn't ring a bell. I haven't been down in Orange County for years." Finally wised up and got into PR. "He was the little boy you wrote about. They found him at Disneyland with his sister." Another short silence came from Gwen Trexler's side of the line, but this one had more to do with instant recognition of the sad story of the 2 little kids dumped by their mother. "I've thought of those children forever. I wish I could have done more for them. Especially the boy, he was so messed up. I wish I could have helped more." Olivia wondered what the former reporter meant by that, but she let it slide. Over the phone wasn't the venue for what she was after. "I don't suppose you'd be willing to talk to me?" Olivia asked. "You might be able to help now. I think he's having problems. It might be related to what happened to him back then." "All right, I'm up in Acton. Got a pencil? I'll give you an address." Olivia looked at the computer screen. You still on Antelope Way? Yes, I am. Nice work. You should be a reporter. That is if you want to give up your life for meetings, breathe in everyone's smoke, have no money, get no respect. Don't I sound bitter? Olivia laughed. It was a break in the tension of making the call that she needed. Just realistic, I guess. Thanks, Ms. Trexler. See you tomorrow afternoon. The conversation played in her head after she dropped off the kids with her mother and headed north. Olivia told her mom she was going to have lunch with friends and spend the day on Melrose, then the Beverly Center. She couldn't explain why her husband wouldn't talk about his past. She loved him so much, but there was a stinging hurt over being with a man who had no connection to anyone from a past longer than a couple of years. If there had been an easier way, one that hadn't required deception, she would have gladly gone that route. But the Sea Breeze had been purchased by a major newspaper chain in the late 1980s. The archives were summarily dumped by the new owners. So much for history. The only saving grace was that Gwen Trexler was still alive and very much willing to help. Now almost 70, Gwen Trexler was living in a duplex in Acton, her PR firm having given up the ghost. It was a spotless place, with a manicured flower bed that in a month or so would be the envy of any garden magazine. The duplex was painted a bronze tone with orange trim that, while strange, somehow worked. It was clear coming up to the front door that Mrs. Trexler likely lived alone. Everything was in perfect order. Next door was another matter. A swing set and a debris field of toys indicated that a family with kids had taken up residence on the other side. It was order versus chaos. Family versus alone. Gwen Trexler was a tall woman at almost 6 feet, with a slim and muscular build. Her features were angular, almost cubist. She wore a cotton blouse and a denim skirt that almost touched the floor. Her eyes matched the jade on the pendant that swung around her neck. She opened the screen door and ushered Olivia inside. "I made some mango smoothies," she said. "No sugar. I use honey and whey powder to give me a little pick-me-up in the afternoons." Olivia thought it sounded awful, but her mother taught her to take a sip and pretend to enjoy because that makes the host happy. It was a rule she lived by. "Sounds delicious," she said, taking a glass. The living room was surprisingly large, facing out to a valley view that held several hundred head of cattle. There were so many that it was hard to see where one animal ended and another began. "Seems like a stockyard, I know," Gwen said, regarding the sea of black and brown undulating less than a mile away. "The wind's in my favor today, thank God." She set down a pale yellow smoothie complete with a straw. "Delicious," Olivia said, only half lying. She'd tasted worse. "I know you want to know more about your husband, so why don't you just ask him?" Olivia sipped on the drink, buying time and trying not to feel embarrassed because she'd been shut out of Michael's life. "He won't talk to me. It really is that simple, Ms. Trexler. He has nothing to say." She brushed away several strands of white hair from her eyes. "Have you ever heard of letting sleeping dogs lie?" Olivia had. Her own mother was a major purveyor of homespun advice like that. "Believe me, I've thought of that. Maybe there's something so deep, so dark that he just can't go there and get it. I understand that, but there's something that's propelled you here today." Gwen Trexler glanced out the window, noticing Olivia's car. "I see from the fingerprints on your windows that you have kids. Is that it? A boy and a girl. And no, that's not it. He's just been so distant lately, and he's lied a couple of times about small things." "Like what?" "Where he was nothing big." "This isn't about an affair." Olivia shook her head emphatically. The idea of an affair was ludicrous. "No, not at all. Just lately he's been crying in his sleep." Gwen narrowed her gaze at the pretty young woman. An affair had been a stupid suggestion. "I see," she said. "I just have a feeling that he's trying to deal with all that happened to him, and if I knew, I'd be able to help." Gwen looked over at the file. She tapped her opalescent nails on a yellowed folder she retrieved from a side table. "What little I have is right here." "Do you keep copies of all the stories you write?" Olivia asked. "Heavens, no. Gwen swished the spoon in her drink to loosen the frozen concoction. "Only what interests me." There was something foreboding in the former reporter's tone, and Olivia let it pass. Gwen opened the file and spread out the clippings on the coffee table. The one on top was the one that Michael had kept. "I wasn't sure there would be more than the one I'd already seen," Olivia said. "May I?" Gwen watched as Olivia reached over to pick up the brittle stack of clippings, preserved like pressed flowers from a young girl's high school prom. "Help yourself. I won an award for it. Best Spot News reporting for a paper in the lowest circulation category for a daily newspaper." She laughed. "Back then, I was young enough to think that you could actually get somewhere in the newspaper business by being good. What a joke." There were 3 stories, including the original with the photo. The headline on the second clipping almost made her gasp. "Disney Kid's Mother Found." The article detailed how the body of a woman had been found in a bed at the Igloo Motel on Katella Avenue, across from Disneyland 3 days after Michael and Sarah Barton had been found. "I don't understand," Olivia said, looking up. "What happened to her?" A gray tabby cat jumped up into Gwen's lap and she inattentively started to rub its ears. "Good question. We really don't know. There were no signs of a struggle. There were no obvious injuries. Mrs. Barton checked into the motel the same day that her children spent in the park. She paid for 3 days in advance. It was all she had," she added. "I thought the headline was irresponsible. We didn't have any connection to those kids." "What do you mean?" "All we had was a dead woman, no drugs, no signs of violence, nothing." "Who was she?" "Who knows? Coroner said she'd given birth to at least 1 child, maybe more. We never made an id, no one could. She paid cash, no purse, nothing. They even showed a ghoulishly retouched photo of her to the boy, but he couldn't id her." Olivia looked back down at the clipping. "Then how did she die?" "The coroner thought she died, possibly of asphyxiation. But I think that a mom who would dump her kids like that maybe died of a broken heart." Olivia could scarcely think of any reason a mother would leave her children. She would die before she allowed anything to happen to her own. She knew most mothers were that way. But not, it seemed, Michael's mother. "What has your husband told you about his family?" Gwen asked. Olivia felt a flush of defensiveness take over and it bothered her. It was as if the reporter was challenging her on the closeness of her marriage to Michael. She wanted to tell her that she knew everything, but it would be an obvious lie. The reason she'd come up to Acton was for a little piece of the puzzle, a piece that would bring her closer to the man that she loved. "I don't mean to be too nosy," Gwen asked. "Would you mind answering some questions?" "That seems a little formal. You're not writing about it, are you?" "Of course not. Like I said, I've often wondered about your husband and his sister." "Well, all right, what?" "The articles don't mention it, but your husband had been severely abused by someone." "What do you mean abused?" "Physically abused." Gwen searched the younger woman's eyes. "Does he still have the scars on his neck, the little round scars?" Olivia remembered seeing them for the first time. She was helping him put on a tie for one of those awful company events he had to attend. It was an almost perfect row of small circular scars faded by time, hidden by the hair that brushed against his collar. "What's this?" she asked, looking at his face in the bathroom mirror. "What?" "These little scars, Michael, what are they?" His eyes narrowed and he shrugged off her inquiry. "Oh, those, bad acne. I scarred up pretty bad on my shoulders and neck." "Scars from acne, he told me," Olivia said. Gwen set her cat on the floor. She touched her fingertips to her lips and shook her head. "That wasn't from acne. When we found Michael and Sarah, the back of his neck was still scabbed over from the burns. On his hand, too. Some, it seemed, had been quite recent." Olivia felt her stomach turn. Burns. What she was hearing was beyond anything she could have imagined. "Who burns the neck of a child?" "You mean burned flesh?" The horror of the scenario welled up in the younger woman's pretty dark eyes. "Yes," Gwen said softly, taking her questioning tone down a notch. "It appeared to us at the time that he'd been tortured with a cigarette." Olivia couldn't help herself. She started to cry. She had come there for answers, not tears. "Look, I know this is hard." Gwen got up and looked for a tissue, finally producing one from a crocheted dispenser on the top of her upright piano. "I'd never seen a kid more abused than Michael. He could barely speak to us. He was a wreck. His sister, being younger, I always felt had a fighting chance. But Michael—" Her voice trailed off as she handed the tissue box to Olivia. "Well, you brought me a bit of a miracle today." Olivia dabbed at her eyes and looked up. "What? How? He has you. He has 2 children. That poor little boy has survived and made a life out of what was handed to him. I thought for sure he'd end up in the system somewhere, giving back to the world what his mother and father had given to him." As she got up to leave, she offered to take the empty glass into the kitchen, but Gwen waved her away. "Ms. Trexler," Olivia said, her voice slightly tentative, "one thing I don't understand." The older woman put her hand on Olivia's shoulder, a gesture meant to comfort. It did. "What is it?" she asked. "How come you thought the woman was Michael and Sarah's mother? Did she look like them?" Gwen looked out the window. "It wasn't that. I mean, there was a resemblance, of course. It was something else." "What?" She returned her gaze to Olivia. Her face was full of regret and worry. Been burned on the nape of her neck, too. She had a row of scars that matched what he had. Olivia felt sick. It was more than the smoothie, and she knew it. "Sarah?" she asked. "None there. Her neck was flawless." "Was the body ever claimed?" "Number buried in the potter's field behind the old Westward Ho Motel and Casino." "Thank you," she said, tears running down her face. Olivia turned on her heels and headed for the door. "I wish I could have been more helpful. I'm glad to know your husband's a survivor." "The girl, too." "We don't know," Olivia said without looking back. "They've lost touch." As Olivia drove, the Etta James song that had been playing in the background when she called Gwen Trexler kicked back into her consciousness. Yes, at last. When Olivia and the children arrived home around 7 p.m., the house was still. She found Michael in the bedroom dressing to go running. He sat on the edge of the bed. "How was your mom?" he asked, lacing his shoes and not looking up. "Oh, you know my mam, a little good, a little bad." "I guess so. You can always count on that with her. Thought you'd be home earlier," he said. "Traffic was worse than usual. I don't even know if there is a usual anymore." "You 3 had a good time." "Yeah, nothing exciting. I managed to break away for about an hour. I got you a shirt from the Gap, on sale." She smiled. He looked up and returned the smile. "Great. I'll try it on when I get back from my run." "All right, baby. See you in a bit." Michael took off and Olivia went into the kitchen. The message machine had already been played, but there was a new message on it, so she hit the button. Her mother's voice came on the line. "Hi, Michael. The kids want me to take them for ice cream to their favorite place. For the life of me, I can't remember what that place is called. Neither can they. Oh dear. I know you're working at home today, but Olivia's cell must be off and she's not expected back for the rest of the day." Olivia felt a chill run down her spine. She had no real way of knowing what her husband had thought of the message and her obvious lie. He might have thought the very worst, that she'd been cheating on him or something crazy. All she had been doing was seeking the truth. She felt the truth would set him free from his torment. That was about to change. "Olivia, stop. Olivia, please." Michael Barton, running around the Rancho Alamedo's high school track, used the speed and repetition of doing laps to focus his thoughts. Why was it that she seemed to think that her digging into his life was something that would benefit him? He'd loved her so much. He thought that she and the children had been the cure for the disease that ravaged him since he was a little boy. Her big brown eyes looked at him with nothing but love when they were first together. Now, all he saw was the reflection of her suspicion. "Olivia, stop. Don't make me stop you." He saw a young woman doing stretches by the long jump pit and he looked around. The parking lot was empty, save for his car and a blue Mazda which he assumed was the woman's. She wore green sweats with a big gold and green V on the back of her jacket, a nod to the vaquero, the school mascot, a student. He ran past her, his heart pumping blood and adrenaline like a fire hose. "Olivia, I want to love you. I want to know what it is to be normal. Stop. Stop. Don't make me do this. He moved closer to the girl as he turned toward the stretch in front of the bleachers. She reminded him of his wife, a little small-framed with dark hair that she held out of the way in a loose clip. Her brown eyes held his for a second. She turned away as he ran past. His running shoes pounded the spongy black track and he fought the urge. She's not on the list. Got to stop. Can't keep doing this. Number Olivia, please don't make me angry. Chapter 55, Lily Ann Denton. There was a kind of familiarity with the name. Olivia hadn't given it a lot of thought, but as she sat in the kitchen with the TV going and the coffee pot brewing, the name came up on the morning news. It triggered something. She wasn't sure what. The news report indicated that Lily Ann had been found murdered off a highway near San Diego. According to the reporter standing in front of the coroner's office in a crisp blue shirt and wine-red tie, the girl was 22. The case was now considered cold, and the family had put up a $50,000 reward for any information leading to the arrest and conviction of their daughter's killer. Lily Ann was many things to her family and friends: a creative interior designer, a loyal sorority sister, and a loving daughter. But right now, the family wants to put all of that aside, the earnest reporter said. The next cut showed a man and woman, well-heeled, sitting on a leather couch with an ocean view behind them. It was likely their home, despite the somewhat dated furnishings, but they were clearly loaded. The woman had ice cube-sized diamonds on each stretched earlobe. Our daughter was our life. She was our only child. We want to find out who did this to her. Mrs. Denton's voice trailed off and her husband reached for the mic to take over. We want to catch the sob who killed Lily Ann. Please help us. Olivia poured some coffee, but it smelled burned and made her sick. Her stomach was in knots. Something about the name seemed to call to her, but she wasn't sure. She didn't know Lily Ann Denton. She didn't really have that many friends down in San Diego. It niggled at her brain throughout the day. He thought of Lily Ann and how he killed her. He'd done some reading on serial killers and knew enough that he wanted to mix up his technique to throw off the investigators who would want to stop him before his work was done. Animals had taken care of his first victim, Tiffany. The investigators knew she'd been murdered, but they didn't know that he'd wrapped an electrical cord around her neck. He'd taken a washcloth soaked in chloroform and covered her lip-glossed mouth until she fell limp. He'd shoved her in the back of his trunk and gone for a snack. She was alive when he took her to the rest stop and opened the trunk. "Please don't do this," she said, crying so hard that she could barely spit out her words. "You shouldn't have done what you did." "I don't know what you're talking." He pulled her out of the trunk in the middle of her sentence. Shut up, or I'll kill you." He loved the lie, the promise of false hope that his words gave. It was dark and the sound of the freeway rolled like an ocean. Save for a lone trucker sleeping with his refrigerated truck idling, the place was empty. "Are you going to rape me?" she said. The thought of raping her made him recoil. He'd never rape anyone. He'd known firsthand what that was like. "I won't tell anyone," she said, pleading with terror-filled eyes. Everyone's last words. He pulled out battery-powered hair clippers. The buzz almost roared in her ears as he held her still. He tightened his grip. All she did was cry as her beauty fell to the dirt. He was mute as he reached for the knife in his jacket and drove it through her chest. Lily Ann Denton barely gasped as the life drained from her blue eyes. She slumped to the ground and he sliced her flesh like the belly of a fish. Her organs, shiny in the glow from the parking lot lights, spilled onto the dirt. "This is messier than last time." It bothered him that she'd thought he was going to rape her. He would never do that. The last thing he did was snap the golden chain from her neck, careful not to let the 2 special letters fall into the clump of ice plant pooled with her already coagulating blood. Now he had 2 such souvenirs. A very good start. Almost done. Chapter 56. Dixon. Sometimes when investigators review the evidence in criminal matters, they miss the most obvious clues and connections. Sometimes it takes a sharp young woman with a love of Google to find the answer that eludes the most seasoned investigator seven, her own mother. Jenna Kenyon had mourned the deaths of her sorority sisters Tiffany Jacobs and Sheraton Wilkes. She only knew Sheraton for a few hours, but she'd worked with Tiffany during recruitment for a new batch of pledges the season before. Although Beta Zeta House had been cleared for the girls to return after 7 p.m., none did. Sororities across the Dixon campus opened their doors to the BZ sisters. 10 of the young women were too traumatized even for that kind of accommodation. They went home to their parents. The national office authorized a hotel room for Jenna, and she checked herself into a Ramada Inn in downtown Dixon. She got out her laptop and looked at the BZ message boards. Several sisters had offered virtual flowers in Sheraton's memory. Benita Rayburn of Tucson, Arizona, posted a message that chilled Jenna to the depths of her bones. "These are hard times for our BZ sisters. So much tragedy. First Lily Ann Denton, Tiffany Jacobs, and now Sheraton Wilkes. My heart goes out to their families." Jenna stared at the laptop monitor. Lily Ann Denton. She knew Lily Ann. She and Tiffany Jacobs had worked with her for BZ recruitment at Cascade University. She put Lily Ann Denton into the search field and clicked. One article came up. SD woman's body identified. The body of a young woman found behind a rest stop near the San Diego County line was identified as Lily Ann Denton, 22, San Diego, the medical examiner announced today. "I'm classifying this as a homicide," Dr. Ken Jensen said, "but there are some irregularities that we'll need to review." Dr. Jensen refused to deny or confirm police reports that Denton was murdered as a part of a black market human organ scheme out of Tijuana. "I'm not going to go there," he said. Jenna looked at her phone for the time and figured her mom would be home and probably getting ready for bed. She pushed speed dial number 1. It rang and rang. "Pick up. Pick up." Finally it clicked and Emily answered. "Hi honey, you caught me just as I was sliding under the covers. A nice way to end the day," she said. "Mom, I'm so glad you're there. Something weird I wanted to tell you about." Emily could detect the concern in her daughter's voice. Her words were tight, constricted. She'd had that kind of affect since she was a little girl. Jenna was tough, but when she was scared, her feelings could not be masked. "Are you all right, Jenna? You've been on my mind all day." Emily turned to look at Chris, who'd rolled over onto his side and snuggled next to her. He could feel her shift from romance to worry. Jenna felt her heart start to race as the fear welled up inside. She'd been unnerved a moment before, but the sound of her mother's voice let her fear build. She let herself go, only in the way that a child can do for a mother she knows will always be there for her. She fought tears. "Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Only my mom will understand." She didn't want to cry. "I'm fine. But Mom, I was online looking at the message boards and someone mentioned that another girl, Lily Ann Denton, had died. Murdered, Mom. Tiffany was murdered. Sheraton was murdered." Her words came machine gun rapid, firing across the country, cell tower to tower. "Slow down," Emily said, now sitting up in her bed. "Lily Ann Denton. Yes, I'm reading about her online. Mom, that's too much of a coincidence, don't you think?" A couple of BZ sisters walked past and Jenna turned. She didn't want them to see her cry. Emily was on her feet then, reaching for her robe. She wanted Jenna to get out of Dixon as soon as possible. "I'll call the Dixon police and tell them what you've told me. Get the first flight out in the morning." Emily could feel her hands tremble as she held the cell phone to her ear. "Nationals doesn't open offices until 10 and I can't get a reservation." "You still have your dad's Visa card. You know, the one for emergencies only." Jenna looked over at her purse. "Yes, I think so," she said. "Fine, this is an emergency." Emily set down her phone and looked over at Chris under the covers in bed, but no longer in either a sleepy or romantic mood. "What was that all about?" he asked, sitting up. "I told you about the Jacobs girl, the bones the Idaho police found." Jenna knew her. "Yes, you told me. There's another girl, another BZ sister who's been killed." Chris wasn't really getting it, and the puzzled look on his face made it clear he needed more information to connect the dots that Emily was firing at him. "You mean Sheraton Wilkes, right?" Emily shook her head. "No, Jenna just found out that there's been another of her sisters killed. This time a girl in San Diego," she told herself to be calm. Jenna's fears had become her own. "Well, it's got to be nothing more than a tragic coincidence," Chris said. Emily shivered. "I hope so. But Chris, I have a bad feeling about this. You see, Jenna knew two of the three girls, Tiffany and Sheraton, right?" Emily's eyes suddenly widened in fear. Sheraton was the only dead girl she didn't know well. She knew the San Diego girl. That night, Jenna Kenyon packed her bags. She wanted to get out of Dixon as soon as first light. She was going to a place she felt safe home. The sorority killer, as the perpetrator was first dubbed by a Dixon Chronicle desk editor, was immediate fodder for discussion by talk radio hosts and psychologists with a lust for the red light of a TV camera. All agreed that the killer had sought a type of girl, young, pretty, privileged. "Look," one of the experts told Nancy Grace on her true crime talk show, "I have no doubt a serial killer is at work, stalking young women all over the country. If I were a father or mother of a young pretty girl, I'd arm them with pepper spray and tell them to keep an eye out." The host batted her eyes and shook her head, asking the guest, a criminal profiler with a dubious curriculum vitae, what exactly they should be looking for. "White male, very strong, probably in his 20s. I'm sure of it." That very thin description, of course, was the problem. The police knew just about as much. That description could fit half the men on college campuses across the country. Dixon Police Detective Kelly Jasper had the case with the greatest hope for resolution. The Jacobs girl was nothing but bones, and the Denton girl found near San Diego had likely been killed somewhere other than the rest stop. But the crime scene at the BZ house was Tupperware fresh. The detective was hopeful there would be some DNA or fibers found at the house. The big problem was there was so much of it. The FBI combed through the scene of Sheraton's murder and carted out a mountain of evidence. With more than 50 girls, not to mention all of their friends, family members, and support staff, it was apparent that it would take months to go through the evidence to decide who left what. It was easy to exclude the girls living there, but not every person that came and went and left prints, hair, and fibers. "It's almost one of those cases that once we know the killer, we can dig into this stuff and build a case against him," she thought. That, of course, only worked if the perp was known. But as far as anyone could tell, the only connection the women had with each other was the sorority. Lily Ann and Tiffany knew each other from Cascade University. That was well documented. But while Sheraton Wilkes was a BZ girl, she didn't know either one. At first, it was thought they'd been to the same Panhellenic Conference in Washington, D.C., but it turned out that Lily Ann had boyfriend problems and had stayed home. Was it a coincidence that Jenna Kenyon knew well two of the three dead girls and just happened to be at the scene of the third girl's murder? Kelly Jasper didn't think so. She got Jenna, now home, on the phone in Cheristone. "There has to be something here with you and Sheraton. Think. I've told you we just met." Kelly pushed harder. "She had to, there was nothing else. But she's in your sorority. You must have met her. You must have been connected. There are 3,000 girls nationwide who have pledged BZ. Think, please, we need to catch this guy before he kills again." Jenna could feel her blood pressure rise. "You think I haven't thought of this, Detective Jasper? This is all I think about." "Fair enough, I'm sorry, but I'm counting on you." After the call ended, Jenna found her mother in the kitchen. She was making a chicken dish with olives and diced dried tropical fruits. "It smells really good in here, Mom." There was a flatness to Jenna's voice. Emily picked up on it, and her smile faded when she looked up to see her daughter's worried expression. "What is it?" Jenna let out a long sigh, one she meant to help her relax and lessen the stress of the call. "The detective from Dixon called again," she said. "She thinks that I must know something about Lily Ann, Tiffany, and Sheraton. There really isn't anything to know, Mom. I don't know what connects the three of them beyond their pledge to Beta Zeta. Emily set down her spoon and put the lid over the chicken sautéing on the gas range. She lowered the heat, bending down to check the level of the blue flame. "There's a link," she said. "Let's talk some more at dinner." Chapter 57. Cheristone. Chris Collier had always been partial to the task of following the money in a criminal case. It was the surest way to catch a killer when insurance, payoffs, and, of course, murder for hire were the suspected motives, even though this time, neither he nor Emily suspected any of those scenarios. He'd done it more than a time or two as detective for the Seattle PD. His most famous follow the money collar was made when he proved that the wife of a Seattle city councilman had hired a hitman to kill her husband. The scheme was as simple as it was dumb. She asked her brother to do the job, nothing like keeping stupid in the family. Chris told Emily over coffee the morning the case broke, promising a small down payment and a fat insurance check later. Chris worked the finance angle, sorting out the multiple accounts, and discovered 10 checks of $500 all made out to her brother. She was convicted and given a life sentence for murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Now she was an inmate at Washington Correction Center for Women in Purdy, where she taught accounting classes to other inmates. Tricia Wilson's recent influx of cash, as related by Fatima, was likely related to the lie she told about her ex-husband. The question was just how, and more important, who had given her the dough. Chris drove his rental PT Cruiser on the highway to Spokane. As he looked out across the orchards and ranchland and drank his coffee from Java the Hutt, he grinned. It wasn't the wet side of the state. It was green only where irrigation ditches and enormous sprinklers deigned it to be. He was ready for a change. He hoped Emily was, too. When he arrived in the parking lot at the bank in Spokane, Chris knew that without a warrant, getting any information at all would rest on who he selected to ask. He was tired from the night of wine and files, so charm would have to be forced. Not always a good mode in which to win over a potential witness. As he entered the bank, he noticed a circular counter with a young woman named Britannia Scott smiling from the center of her lucite and brushed steel domain. She was the bank's personal greeter. Her wide eyes and warm smile, as much as her name-tagged role, made her the best shot for the first approach. The first approach without a badge to back him up. "Good morning. Welcome to your personal banking center." Chris immediately returned her smile. "This girl is overdrive friendly." "Good. That's what I need." "Hi, Britannia," he said. "I see you have coffee there. Could sure use a cup. What have you got today?" "Viennese roast. Let me pour it for you," she said, walking to the other side of her circle and pumping the cinnamon-scented coffee from a black carafe. "A real cup," he said as she handed over a blue ceramic mug with the bank's name in silver. "This is better than Starbucks. We try a ton harder than anyone. What can we do for you today? We have new rates on equity loans and free checking specials." "I'm actually here for some other kind of help." "What's that?" Her tone was suddenly wary. Chris slid a photo of Mitch Crawford toward Britannia. She looked at it and it was clear she recognized the man. "Are you a police officer? My manager can help you. I'm not authorized to do anything like that." "Well, I am a cop, but I'm not here as a cop. I'm here helping another jurisdiction with an investigation." "I can't help you," she said. "All I need to know is whether or not this man is a customer of your bank." Britannia pushed a button on the console under the counter. For a second, it flashed in Chris Collier's mind that she was activating a silent alarm, and in 3 minutes he'd be on his stomach with a Spokane police officer's gun bearing down on him. Instead, a small woman with dark bird-like eyes, a sharp, pointy nose, and close-cropped hair that made her look like a boya bird boyclacked over from her desk across the room. She looked completely irritated. "What is it now, Britannia?" The woman was impatient before she even knew the problem. "I told you the helium tank is empty. A replacement is on its way from the Valley branch and you'll have to make do." Britannia shrank with embarrassment and Collier felt sorry for her. It isn't that, Miss Davis. This man is seeking some information. He's working on that case from Cherrystone. Chris hadn't said where he was from, and he knew that meant Britannia had ID'd the photo. "Where's your subpoena?" she asked, virtually spitting out her words. "I don't have one. Look, I just want to know if this fellow is a customer of the bank. What would that really hurt?" "Either open an account or leave," Ms. Davis said. "We might be the friendliest bank in town, but we follow every rule. And really, would you want a bank with an institution that didn't? She calls this friendly. I'd like to see her when she's not so congenial." Ms. Davis spun around and called over her bony shoulder, "Britannia, review the employee handbook. See the section on information requests. It starts on page 32. Chris Collier returned to his car. He'd come so close. He knew that the young woman in the circle knew something. She'd mentioned Cherrystone. She had the unmistakable look of recognition on her face when she saw the photo. It was something, not as much as he hoped, but better than a complete zero. As he started to back out, Britannia Scott's lacquered nails rapped on the passenger's window. He struggled to find the window release. "Damn rental car. I'm quitting this job Friday, so I don't care if Ms. Davis fires me today. I've been here 6 months and that's half a year too long." "No kidding about the photo. You recognized the man, didn't you?" "Yes, I think so. I've followed the case from the beginning. I've seen Mitch Crawford on TV. That's him in the photo, right?" Chris pointed at the photo. "Is he a customer here?" Britannia looked back at the bank's front doors. "Like I said, I don't really care if I get fired, but no, he's not a customer here. I see everyone who comes in. I'm in the customer circle. I'd know. Maybe under another name, banking under a company name." She let out a sigh and shook her head in an exaggerated manner that was meant to drive the point of her exasperation to the moon. "That's all I can tell you. I have 50 balloons to blow up. God, I hate this job." He thanked the young woman and she disappeared inside the bank. He could see Ms. Davis descending on the younger woman and giving her the what for going outside to speak to him. Britannia's eyes met Chris's as she stood in the circle, being read the riot act by her boss. For a second, Chris caught a slight smile on her face. Chapter 58. Garden Grove. The desire to kill can gestate like an evil spawn. Michael Barton could feel his rage and hate grow darker and deeper the summer before the sorority girl killing started. The summer he found his sister. The summer he lost her. For those who kill for sport, it was easy to see why prostitutes are such an easy target. They're always lurking in the shadows as if just waiting to be killed. Like shooting fish in a barrel, a 1960s serial killer once famously said of strangling hookers. Michael Barton could see it. Hookers put themselves at risk every time they hopped into a guy's car and slid over to complete the transaction that brought the customer relief and the hustler the dough. Unless they have a pimp that keeps them on an electronic monitor, as some of the more tech-savvy had started to do in South Florida. They do what they want, when they want, who they want. There's no one to worry about them, no one to mourn them when they vanish. Just an angry pimp with a slot to fill. Michael thought of killing prostitutes when rage fueled the desire to kill, when he'd outgrown mowing a kitten or stabbing a tortoise with a screwdriver. One time when he was cut off by a snot-nosed debutante in a midnight blue BMW on Sunset in L.A., he saw a young girl in a too-short skirt, her white thighs sticking together in the heat of a summer's day. She's Midwestern, corn-fed, a cow. I could kill her and grill her bones on a hibachi, he thought, if I was that type. If I was like the others with the compulsion. But I'm not. I am most emphatically not. He was proud of his ability to contain the compulsion. He knew that by containing it, part of who he was inside was dying, but that was fine. He was a father, a husband, but he could tell no one what else he was, what else he'd been. By holding back, by not killing a hooker who caught his eye or a waiter who gave him lousy service, Michael felt he was doing his family a favor. Nothing, he knew, was more important than his family. That meant Olivia and the kids, and his sister. He had to find Sarah. Despite the fact that he knew his way around complex computer systems, how to find back doors that programmers sometimes left just for the sheer fun of it, and how to dig so deeply in a system yet remain undetected, he failed at every turn. The state's records were in deep encryption because a teenage boy had hacked into the California Department of Social and Health Services to find his birth mother. He did. The story might have ended up happy enough, the boy meeting his long-lost mother, but not this one. Trevor Wilson was pissed off. He found his mom all right. He also set fire to the house she shared with her husband and 3 children in Tarzana. 2 of the children died. The husband was burned on more than 60% of his body. It was not a happy reunion. Michael figured he'd have nothing to lose by going the conventional route. He placed an ad on the Finder Relative. Com site, missing a sib brother looking for sister. My name is Michael. Your name is Sarah. We were abandoned by our mom at Disneyland when you were little. We were in foster care before you were adopted out. I love you. Write to me in care of this site. A few private investigators contacted him within days of the posting, reminding him of the days after he and Olivia went to a wedding expo in Anaheim and stupidly entered a drawing for a discount honeymoon. Never, he said to Olivia, give your address or email or phone number to anyone whose sole purpose is to reach into your wallet. Olivia urged her husband to continue his search. She prayed on it whenever they went to church. She knew that Michael had been hurt deeply by what his mother had done. She wasn't sure that he'd been abused, but she knew some terrible things had happened to him when he was so very young. A piece of his heart is missing, she told herself. Maybe Sarah can help put him back together. It was after 8, and Olivia had just put Carla to bed for the 3rd time when the landline phone in their spotless kitchen chimed its too loud ring. She and Michael always let the phone go to voicemail, because the only people who seemed to use the old house number and not their respective cell phones were charities and election organizers. As the announcement played, she ran the tap into the tea kettle. It was Michael's voice. We're not in right now. If you're selling something, we're not interested. If you're telling us who to vote for, we've already made up our minds and we don't need any suggestions. If you must leave a message, please do so. At the tone. Michael, the voice said, a woman's voice, tentative and soft. I hope I have the right number. I'm Sarah, your sister. Olivia bolted for the phone and sprung it from its cradle as fast as she could. Sarah, this is Michael's wife, Olivia. Is this his sister? Is it really you? The young woman on the other end of the line gulped. Yeah, she said, it's me. Oh, how I've prayed for Thisha. We've prayed for this. Me too. Sarah's voice was soft, tentative. Olivia felt a surge of adrenaline. He's not here. He's away on business. He'll be back tomorrow night. Do you want his cell number? Or wait, let me get your number and I'll have him call you. I'll call back. My folks don't know that I'm trying to find my brother. I see. Okay, no problem. Olivia's heart was aflutter. Her husband, whom she loved more than anything, had found his missing piece. He'd be able to be whole. Sarah had called. Thank God, whatever connection he needed from his past was there. You have no idea how much this will mean to him, Olivia said, a tear rolling down her cheek as the kettle, now hot, finally whistled. Tell him I love him. Tell him that I'm doing okay. Olivia looked down at the caller ID panel on the phone. It said, Private caller. Where are you living? Olivia asked. I'm in Seattle. Things are great. Gotta go. Tell him we'll talk tomorrow. They both said goodbye, and Olivia leaned into the counter facing the window. Moths had gathered around the patio lights, creating a beautiful halo of movement and light. She felt like breaking down and letting her emotions pour from her. In all her life, she'd never been so happy. Michael had found his sister. She was so sure that Michael would now find himself. She reached for her cell and dialed her husband. It was late in Chicago, where he was away on business, but not so late that he wouldn't want to hear from her. Not when the news was as welcome as this would be. She retraced each word of the conversation in her head. Sarah hadn't asked her not to tell him that she had called. There was no dibs on who was going to break the news to Michael. She didn't allow herself to think for one second that the call was a hoax. No one would do that to a man so lost as a brother in search of a sister. She got his voicemail. "Michael, where are you?" Chapter 59. Olivia Barton considered that previous summer the happiest of her life with Michael. He was a new man. A happy man. The sometimes sullen expression that came over him for no apparent reason had been eclipsed by the joy of finding the one positive connection to his life before Olivia. His sister, Sarah. The exchanges between the two were tentative and emotional phone calls, then emails took over. "Hi Mikey, it was fun talking to you last night. I was scared that maybe you wouldn't want anything to do with me. You know, old, bad memories. You have a lot of those, don't you?" "I really don't have any memories of Portland, so I'll have to trust yours. I guess I really don't want to know, so if I ask, promise me you won't tell me, okay? It is so strange to be talking to you again. Should I call you Mikey? We're all grown up, but I still think of you as my big brother, but not that big. Not even a teenager. Love always, Sarah, dear Sarah, you can call me Mikey. No one else can. You are my only sister, so I guess you can get away with anything. I think it is a good idea not to talk about Portland too much. It was bad for both of us. I want you to know that when they took you away, they told me that it was the best thing for me not to contact you. I fought them on it. I didn't want you to think that I abandoned you like Mom abandoned us at Disney. Mikey, the weird thing is, I never thought that. I just sort of imagined that you and I were on different airplanes or something, going to different airports. One day, we'd meet up at the same place. Do you know what I mean? Like we were supposed to be apart because it was part of the plan. Tell me about your wife and kids, and I'll tell you about my college plans. Love, dear Sarah, Olivia and the kids really are my greatest blessing. I know that I don't appreciate them as much as I should. Given the kind of upbringing I've had, it is really hard to stay positive about anything or anyone. I wonder if you've ever felt that way. You know, like people were disposable. Anyway, I don't feel that way about Olivia or the kids. They are the only things that have kept me sane. Tell me more about your family. Love, your big bro Mikey. My adoptive family is great. I've been so lucky. Dad is an aerospace engineer, subcontracted to Boeing. He's not the most exciting person. He sometimes talks in a strange, emotionless code. Whatever you've heard about engineers is true. Mom is an art teacher for the junior high school a mile from our house. She's fun, pretty, and helps make Dad a whole person instead of a walking encyclopedia. They couldn't have kids of their own, and, lucky me, they picked me. Michael remembered the day he'd heard that Sarah had been selected. He'd moved on for a short stint at the Madison Home for Boys in Chino, when the state of California sent him a letter saying that his sister had been adopted and that she'd be moving away to another state. He brought the letter to his counselor, a man with gray eyes, gray hair, and a protruding belly who thought he was the hippest man in the facility. "Kid, you just gotta let go of this," he told Michael. "Let her be free. Let her start over somewhere while she can." "But she's my blood," Michael said. "Blood doesn't matter anymore," the counselor said. "Didn't your mom prove that?" Michael glared at him. The remark was beyond cruel. He wanted to grab the pair of scissors off the man's desk, open them, and stab out both of his eyes, which, it flashed through his mind, was exactly what he'd once done to a Jack Russell Terrier. "You think you know about all of us here," he said, "but you don't know shit about anything. All you can do is talk about stuff. You've never lived any of this." "I don't have to live it to help you," the counselor said, his tone clearly defensive. He looked at his wristwatch. It was a dismissive gesture if Michael Barton had ever seen one, and as much as he hated to admit it, it hurt. "Look," the man said, "we're about out of time for today. We never got to the occupational education brochure." He handed Michael a brochure that detailed the kinds of jobs that the counselor felt most suitable for him. Restaurant work, dishwasher, newspaper industry pressman, retail clerking, and so on. Most of the training would have him working on the lowest rung, the ricketiest rung of any corporate ladder. "I'm interested in computer science," he said. "You mean data entry?" "No, I mean programming or network engineering." Michael had turned his anger into defiance just then, and for a second he felt his rage melt away. He was smart enough to do something more than the Madison counselor could ever envision. "I'm afraid that's not in our program here," the man said stiffly. "You might be better served by taking the TV repair training." Michael imagined himself coming into the counselor's living room in his crummy Chino apartment. The man bending over to point to the TV connection or something that wasn't working properly. Michael pulling out a screwdriver from his tool kit and slamming it right into the man's neck. Sweet Jesus! Blood spurting like one of those chocolate fountains at a chicha wedding in Beverly Hills. Twisting the handle of the screwdriver, feeling the man's vertebrae snap as he slumped to the beige-carpeted floor. "You listening to me?" the counselor said. Michael snapped back. The fantasy of violence had been rudely interrupted. "Yeah, and I'm leaving now." He walked out of the counselor's office and searched for a bathroom, on the hunt for a place of relief. If her husband had always seemed a little melancholy, even in the midst of the happiest days of life, Olivia Barton always put it off to his dark history. She knew that he was the sum of everything that happened to him. She also knew that where her life with her impoverished family was bathed in love and light, his own was fraught with abandonment and terror. After he made contact with Sarah, some of that cloud seemed to lift. He seemed to enjoy his children more, her more. He even seemed to think that her cooking was borderline gourmet, even though he had once sheepishly urged her to take one of those cooking classes at a kitchenware store in the mall. "When are we going to meet her?" Olivia asked while Michael gathered his things for work. "Soon, I hope." "What's the delay? I thought one of you would be on the first plane you could book." "Me too," he said, still very upbeat. "She's got some issues with her folks. I understand. They adopted her. They've tried to protect her from her past." "But not from you." "Oh no, not from me. She's just going through some things, that's all. I've waited for a long, long time. I can wait until she's ready. She'll still be my sister." It was after dinner, that quiet time when the children were settling down and the sun was low in the sky, peaceful, hopeful. Olivia looked over her husband's shoulder when he opened the MSN chat window to see if Sarah was online. She was. Since the first contact from the adopted siblings website, there had been numerous emails and online chats. Phone calls had been more infrequent because of Sarah's family situation. "Michael Tech, hi sis, Olivia and I here." "Sarah, hi Mikey." "Hi Olivia." "Michael Tech, you know you're the only one that calls me that." Olivia says hi back. "Sarah, I'm special, huh Michael Tech?" "Yup, you are. What's going on this week?" "Sarah, nothing." "Michael Tech, nothing." "Sarah, okay. Something pretty big." "Michael Tech, out with it." "Sarah, I got the scholarship. 4 years, Michael Tech, are you serious?" "Wow, Sarah, my parents are so proud of me. We're going to Cascade to tour the campus next week." "Michael Tech, awesome. I knew you could do it." "Sarah, thanks, that's my news. What's yours?" "Olivia, okay. The kids." "Michael Tech, everything's good. Everyone wants you to come down here or we can come up." "Sarah, still haven't told my folks yet, but I will." Michael Tech, understood. Michael seemed elated by the exchange, but Olivia felt less so. She wondered why it was taking so long for Sarah to tell her folks that her long-lost brother had been found. "I wish she would tell them," she said. Michael closed the chat window. "She will. This is a hard one for her. She doesn't want to hurt them." They had had the discussion once before, so there was no need to state the obvious. "It isn't like you are her birth father or something. You're her brother." Chapter 60. Cheristone. Jason Howard entered Emily's office with a file folder and that kind of cat that killed the canary look that Emily knew all too well. She knew immediately he had something to go on. "Didn't Samantha Phillips say that she and Amanda stopped talking?" Emily nodded. "Yes, not by her choice, I gathered." "She lied, Sheriff." He pulled out the phone records addressed to Mitchell Crawford, 21 Larkspur, Cheristone. "What have you got?" 10 calls. 10. Yeah, between Halloween and the date of her disappearance. Good work, Jason. Anything else? A bunch of calls to and from different dealerships, his lawyer's office, and calls to Mandy's folks in Spokane. Not much else. Emily looked the list over. Jason had highlighted the calls to Samantha. When someone lies, she said, we just need to find out why now, don't we? That we do. A call to the Phillips Grand residence was answered by a housekeeper named Anna, who sweetly informed Emily that Samantha, the lady of the house, was volunteering at her children's school for the day. Lady of the house. Emily thought, why can't I be the lady of the house? Why can't I have a housekeeper? Oh yeah, I'm a top elected official and I make $53,000 a year, that's why. Emily grabbed her coat and keys for the drive to Crestview Elementary School. She knew the school well, of course. Jenna had attended there just as she had. She parked by a maple tree that she could remember being a sapling when it was planted to commemorate an Earth Day celebration. In winter, it was an enormous skeleton, with 4 birds' nests still clinging in the frozen air. She parked and made her way into the office. "Hi, Sheriff Kenyon," said the woman behind the counter. Her glossy dark hair was held tight to her head, and her eyes were magnified behind the thick lenses of her glasses. Her name tag read Ms. Jonas, but Emily didn't know her. "Good morning," she said. "Everything all right? Mr. Gray is out at a conference in Boise. I'm Heather Jonas, his assistant principal." "Nice to meet you," Emily said, extending her hand. "No problems here. I just need to speak to one of your parent volunteers. Can you tell me how to find Samantha Phillips?" Heather set down her clipboard. "I'll ring her right now. She's in computer lab helping Ms. Brennan's class." She retreated to the telephone intercom console one desk over and made the call. "She's on her way. Would you like to talk somewhere privately? You could use Mr. Gray's office. He has a nice visitor's table. Maybe I can find some refreshments in the staff room. I have a key to the fridge." "That would be wonderful," Emily said, thinking that the very idea of refreshments seemed out of place when she wanted to dig in and see what Mandy Crawford's best friend was holding back. 5 minutes later, Samantha's mask of charm failed her as she took a seat in the principal's office at Crestview Elementary to face Emily Kenyon. She looked irritated and in a hurry. She carried her purse and coat as if she planned on leaving the building after she was done talking with Emily. The housekeeper had told her that Samantha volunteered for the entire day at the school. "I've told you everything I know already," she said. Emily ignored the chilly reception. "Good morning, Samantha." Samantha caught herself and tried to find her good manners. "I'm sorry. Good morning, Sheriff Kenyon. I am sorry to bother you, but you might be our only hope in Mandy's case." Samantha fidgeted with the big Chanel clasp of her purse. Emily smiled inwardly. "Figures, it's real. She has a housekeeper, too. What help do you need? You've got her husband locked up already." "Yes, I know. He still has to be tried and convicted." "Look, I've told you all that I can, all that I know." Emily fastened her eyes on Samantha's. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure. Do I need a lawyer or something?" The answer was a bizarre non sequitur and it jarred Emily. "Why on earth would you need a lawyer?" Samantha continued to open and close the clasp, over and over. "I feel like everyone's pushing me, pressuring me." "Everyone? What do you mean?" "I just want to be left out of it, okay?" "You know something, don't you?" Samantha shook her head. "No, I don't." "Samantha, why is it that I don't believe you? Is it about Mandy's affair?" "You are harassing me. I don't know why. Leave this alone. I don't know what you're talking about." "You do. You saw something when you visited her that day, didn't you?" "You don't understand, Sheriff. I can't tell you anything more." "Why can't you? She was your friend. Don't you want to make sure that her husband gets what's coming to him?" Samantha looked away. A row of bright yellow school buses had converged out front. The morning kindergartners were going to line up soon to be taken home. "I loved Mandy, but this isn't about her anymore, okay? Please just leave me alone. Please, I'm begging you, Sheriff Kenyon." "What do you mean isn't about Mandy? Are you all right?" Heather Jonas opened the door with 2 cans of Diet Coke, but before she could say a word, Samantha stood up and started for the door. I've said more than I should say. Please, let it go. Is everything all right? Ms. Jonas asked, stepping out of Samantha Phillips's way. Neither Emily nor Samantha responded as they trailed out the door. No response was needed. Things were clearly far from all right. Emily stopped Samantha as she opened the driver's door of her Volvo wagon. Samantha looked up. Tears were streaming down her face. "Look," she said, "I got a call right after Mandy disappeared. The person told me if I didn't keep my mouth shut about what I knew, my kids would die." "Oh, Samantha, who was it? And what is it that you know?" Samantha got into the driver's side and reached in her purse for a tissue. She was sobbing and her tears made it hard for her to see anything in the car's dark leather interior. "I really don't know who it was. I don't know anything. Mandy was having an affair, but I don't know who it was. She wouldn't tell me." "Was it Mitch who threatened you?" "No, no, it wasn't him at all." "Are you sure?" She dabbed at her ruined eye makeup. "I'm sure, Sheriff. The caller was a woman." "Turn the ignition." "Please," she said, "I'm begging you, keep me out of this. If I knew something I'd tell you, I promise. I'd like to kill the bastard and the bitch who have made me feel like Cheristone is no better than LA or Chicago." Emily drove back to the office, nearly out of breath from the shock of Samantha's disclosure. Who was it? Was it Tricia Wilson? Who and why would anyone threaten Samantha with the death of her two little children? Were all roads leading to Tricia Wilson? Her cell rang. "Hi, babe." It was Chris on the phone, calling from the drive back to the airport for a flight to Seattle after checking things out at the bank in Spokane. "Tried you earlier. How's your day going so far?" "Hang on." Emily searched for a spot to pull over. Frozen snow crunched under her tires as she pulled into a parking place in the Mayfair market lot. "You tell me how the bank went first," she said. "Is this like, show me yours, I'll show you mine? We've already done that." Emily ordinarily would have laughed and teased him back, but she was still reeling. "I'm processing my talk with Samantha." Chris didn't catch the anxiety in her voice. Emily could hold it inside, and she chose to do so just then. "Okay," he said. "Bottom line here is that Mitch Crawford has never been a customer of the branch that sent the cash to Tricia Wilson. Absolutely not. I got it from the woman who works the Circle." "The Circle?" "Yeah, the customer circle. It's a bank thing. Don't ask." "So if the money came from there, someone else paid off Tricia, right?" "Yeah, we just don't know who." "What about Samantha?" "All right, I don't think she's a liar. She says she was threatened. She's a mother. Once she told me of the threat, she's not going to protect some creep." Chris understood, at least he said so. "All right, I'll talk to you tonight when I'm back in Seattle." "I love you," she said, "back at you." Before pulling away, Emily hit the speed dial for Camille's private line. "Camille, it's me." "Yes." "Do you have something so soon?" Emily could feel the lift in Camille's voice. "Number, hold on, I have until 5. Here's what I know. Bank employees confirm that whoever made the transaction, and remember this, is without a warrant. Thank you, it was not Mitch Crawford. We need a warrant, of course. Kerry McConnell will be all over this. He smells blood like a shark." "Don't I know that?" Emily said. "Based on what we know, Mitch didn't pay off Tricia. Who else would do that? Who else would tamper with a witness?" Emily was surprised at the prosecutor's question, but she answered it anyway. "The only person I can think of is someone with a whole lot to lose, someone with more to lose than Mitch." The line was silent for a second. "Who?" "I don't know. I wish I did. I also talked to Samantha Phillips. This thing is bigger than just Tricia Wilson's bank account." Camille paused. "How do you mean? You think Samantha's involved?" "No, no, she's frightened. Someone threatened her after Mandy's disappearance." "Threatened her? Why, how?" "Her kids, killing her kids if she talked." In her mind's eye, Emily could see Camille's face just then. Anger turned her face a shade of pink. A vein on her temple had likely risen to the surface of her otherwise flawless skin. "That goddamn Mitch Crawford's a complete snake." "Cammy, it wasn't Mitch. Sam said it was a woman." "What kind of woman would threaten another's children for that monster?" "Darla." Emily liked Darla and saw her as a young woman who'd already figured out that she'd made too many mistakes. "I don't think so. She's not the type." "Tricia." "Could be. Or someone else." Chapter 61 Garden Grove. Michael Barton's meeting with his long-lost Sarah never took place. It had been planned. It had been dreamed about, at least by him, since the day they'd been separated. But 2 days before Michael and Olivia were going to catch a flight to Seattle, a call came from a woman whose voice Michael did not know. "Mr. Barton." "Yes. This is a hard call to make, one that I don't want to make." The woman was on the verge of tears. Her words were held tightly in her throat before each emerged, one at a time in a staccato sequence. "You were my daughter Sarah's biological brother." The word "were" caught him off guard. He knew something was wrong. He spun around his office and stared at the window. "Is Sarah all right? She's dead." It was such a cold and thoroughly devastating way of relaying such horrific news. No preamble. No "I regret to inform you" or something along those lines, just a quick cold "she's dead." Michael could feel the air escape his lungs. "What are you talking about?" A beat of silence, an audible gulp of air. Then the words, "Sarah took her own life." Michael stood and steadied himself, his free hand against the glass of the kitchen window. He looked out. Danny and Carla were playing on the swing set. An orange tree's waxy green leaves fluttered in the wind. "What do you mean, what happened?" The woman on the other end of the line was doing her utmost best to convey the most difficult news. Her voice splintered as she spoke. "She hanged herself in her bedroom closet here at home. I thought you would want to know. She's my little sister." If the woman were telling him in person, he'd lunge at her just then. He'd grab her by the bony neck and snap it like a peppermint stick. "But why?" he asked. "Why did she do this?" "We aren't sure. The police found some things on her computer. She was distraught. She'd been rejected by some sorority at Cascade last year." "Why would she care about that?" "You probably don't know this, but Sarah had a way of hurting herself. When she was 11, she set fire to her playhouse and was seriously burned on her face. She had many surgeries, but the doctors could never make her exactly as she was. She had severe scar tissue on the right side of her face." Michael, of course, had no idea. She'd sent photos, but they'd all been flawless. "She never told me," he said, his own words choked with emotion. "She wanted you to be proud of her. She was so pleased, I want you to know, so very pleased that you'd come back into her life. She was going to change her major to information technology at Cascade because of you." He noticed his grip on the phone was so tight, he needed to tell his brain to lessen his grip. "She told me. She seemed so happy." She was, until those girls at Beta Zeta got through with her. "What happened?" "She was my only sister. She was also his only link to his past." The woman stopped, catching her breath, maybe drying her tears. "The police found some emails from the Rush committee at the sorority. They made some cruel remarks about our daughter. They said she wasn't pretty enough. She wasn't BZM. The code puzzled him. "I don't understand. Come again." "Beta Zeta material." Michael was reeling just then. He wondered if he was screaming at the woman or if their voices were low and quiet, appropriate for the office. "This is so stupid, so senseless." "I know. But Mr. Barton, these are the times we're living in. There are no happy endings anymore. Not even for a little girl left with her brother at Disneyland." From his reflection in the window, Michael Barton observed something he'd seldom seen on his own face. A slight shimmering stream ran from each eye. What was that? Michael's affect was oddly flat when he told Olivia that Sarah had committed suicide. He sat at the breakfast table, swirling the orange pulp in the bottom of his glass. He was casual, unconcerned. "You and the kids are the only family I need," he said. She put her arms around his shoulders. He was stiff. "I'm so sorry, baby," Olivia said. "I know how much you wanted to have her in your life." "That's okay," he said. "I'm pretty busy, you know. Don't really have time to get everything done that I need to do anyway. I'm making a list." Olivia kissed him on the forehead. She didn't know that the list he was making had the names of 3 young women. 3 young women that he was going to make sure paid the price for the wheels they set in motion. For taking his sister away forever. Chapter 62. Everyone has a quirk. For some, the habits are hidden. undetected for a lifetime. The fat woman who eats like a bird throughout the day, but at night sneaks into the freezer for a carton of ice cream. Or the dentist who waits for his patients and staff to go home so he can take a hit off the nitrous tank. Or the mom who sips a passable California Chablis in the afternoons as her toddler sucks on the plastic straw of a juice box. Some are less apparent. Almost all have a root cause of pain they seek to diminish, or memories they seek to cloud. The pantry in the Barton house always smelled like the laundry detergent aisle in the supermarket. No matter how much Irish Spring soap Olivia carted home, Michael always seemed to ask for more. It was, she thought, the only obsessive behavior that he engaged in, and she figured it was harmless enough. After all, it was soap. When they first got together, like all young couples, they couldn't get enough of each other. Showering together in the morning after sex or just plain having sex any time of day fueled their desire for each other. It was during that first shower together in his apartment before they married that she noticed that the scent of her lover was the green and white striated bars of soap. She made a joke of it by aping the Irish lilt of the old slogan from the TV commercials of her youth. Ah, Irish Spring. Ladies like it too. I guess I really, really like it, Michael said as he lathered her up, the water splashing through the shower curtain as the two of them huddled near the hot water to keep warm. What he didn't tell her, what he couldn't tell her, was why he liked it so much. The green soap was his salvation. He sometimes used a bar of Irish Spring every 2 days. He'd let it soften in a deep soap dish that he'd rendered useless by most accounts, plugged the drainage holes with plumber's putty so it would hold water. By doing so, it became almost a jelly on the underside of the bar. That allowed him to rub the soapy paste over his body, particularly on his chest, armpits, and genitals. He knew he was compulsive about it, and that nothing else seemed to meet his needs. Just that soap. Irish Spring had been the only soap that masked the smell of his own male body. Michael had been teased in junior high and high school about not participating in a team sport. He couldn't. The sweaty smell of a locker room, the musky smell of another male body made him nearly convulse in spasms of nausea. He took up running, then swimming. Then he gave up on all sports. He refused to disrobe and shower with the other teens in gym class. It wasn't that he didn't want to play sports, be with the guys. It was just that whiff of maleness that made him ill. Irish Spring was the only thing that erased it. His mind had been imprinted with the smell of Mr. Hansen's body as he unzipped his fly and slid his pants to his ankles in the Corvette. "Get down on me. Be a good boy," he'd said. "I want you to drink it all gone this time." It was a musky scent of cotton boxers, sweaty body parts, and after his work was done, semen. He could barely breathe as he did what the man told him in a voice that seemed to know absolutely no gentleness whatsoever. "Just do it. Satisfy me, cowboy, get it done. I've got things to do now." When the phrase "comfortable in his own skin" became common in the late 1990s, Michael Barton almost wanted to laugh at the very concept of it. He couldn't stand the smell of his own skin. Before he was able to rein in some of his compulsion, he used to scrub his skin so hard that he left track marks on his thighs and stomach. A couple of times he even bled. This is stupid, he thought. What happened to me in that garage with that freak doesn't define me. He learned to bathe with a gentler hand. He learned ways in which he could get even. It doesn't own me. Deep down, he knew it did. The morning Michael's impulses could no longer be subdued by logic flashed through his mind. The morning had been cloaked in a veneer of ordinariness that easily masked his rage, his intentions. And yet, he knew it was the point of no return. He was getting ready for the flight out of town. Olivia poked her head into the shower and was nearly overcome by the scent of Irish Spring. She caught a soapy glimpse of her husband's muscled torso, creamy clouds of soap rolling down in the hot spray. "God, honey," she said, "you think you could switch to Dial or something sometime." It was a joke, of course. Olivia knew that her husband had his hygiene quirks. She knew that he'd have that scent on him when he was lowered into the ground. We all have our quirks, she thought. At least my man is a clean one, a decent one, who could ask for anything more. I wish you didn't have to go, she said, handing him a towel. That makes two of us. He wrapped the towel around his waist and faced the mirror to shave. I'll only be gone a couple of days, just long enough to get in and get out. I know, but you just got home. Olivia stood behind Michael and looped her arms around him. He bent down and kissed her quickly. Gotta make a living. He ran the shaving gel over his face. I'll be gone only as long as it takes to get the job done. He meant that, every word of it. He'd booked a flight to Seattle, then on to Spokane, Washington, where he'd rent a car for the drive to Cascade University. The girls, the stupid, evil girls, had made it easy, blogging about their lives, hopes, and dreams. He'd kill them one by one. First on his list was Tiffany Jacobs. Next, he'd go after Lily Ann Denton down in San Diego. The last would be the chapter president. Her name was Jenna Kenyon. He'd kill her last. Chapter 63, Seattle. Irvin Watkins, a retired Seattle cop, was watching the TV, actually reveling in the majesty of his TV, was more like it. Just 63, with a thatch of snow-white hair and lively blue eyes, Irv sat in the dark and drank some beer and took it all in. Life was so good. He just upgraded to high-definition TV and felt like everything he'd been seeing on the screen now dazzled. Sporting events were now so crystal clear that he could almost smell the sloshed beer on the bleachers. The local newscasters looked like they'd aged 20 years, as every wrinkle and pore seemed to be diamond cut. As he was watching the Seattle news, a blonde newscaster who'd been on the air for decades updated viewers on the Mandy Crawford case across the state in Cherrystone. It caught his interest for two reasons. One, he knew of Emily Kenyon mostly by reputation from her days in Seattle. But he also knew that she'd been dating his old partner, Chris Collier. The husband of the missing woman Michelle Crawford has been unable to make bail and awaits trial in a cell at the Cherrystone jail. Wait a second, he said aloud, though no one was there to hear him. He lived alone, had been alone since his wife died in August. Irvin set down his tumbler of Pinot Noir. He didn't need his glasses as he studied the man's face on the TV. The HD made sure of it. The guy on the screen was eerily familiar. He reached for his old worn-out phone book, old school all the way, and dialed. The call didn't go through, and the operator's recorded voice indicated that he should check the listing and dial again. He did, to the same results, it seemed. Chris's number was dead. He must have gone to a cell phone, he said again to himself. The whole world had. He dialed a buddy at the downtown precinct where he'd worked before retiring. Within 2 minutes he had Chris Collier's cell number. He dialed again, this time getting voicemail. Hey Chris, Irv Watkins here. I think I've got something you might find of interest. Call me. Or better yet, come by and see me. It was stone cold that night, and despite the man lying next to her, Donna Rayburn couldn't get warm. She cuddled up next to her lover, but his cool body offered no comfort at all. She got up, grabbed a robe, and went in search of an extra blanket. She used a flashlight to guide her way down an unfamiliar hallway to a linen closet. The contents of the closet were as ordered as the linen section of Saks. Nothing was out of place. All colors were coordinated. On the edge of each towel on the shelf just below her eye level, she noticed they were monogrammed with the initials of her host. She waved her light up another row, looking for a blanket. Those, too, were monogrammed. Donna gave her head a shake and pulled one from the top, exposing a blanket with another set of initials. Who was ML? A wife she'd never heard of. She thought it was creepy that he didn't get rid of those towels. The guy wasn't cheap. He had to have kept them because he wanted, rather than needed them. She took a blanket and went back to bed. She made herself a mental note to ask about the unfamiliar monogram in the morning. Donna didn't know that her question would be the last she'd ever ask. Chapter 64, Cherrystone. The Cheristone jail was in the basement of the county city building next to the sheriff's office. Jeffrey Kirkpatrick had been the jailer for at least 20 years, though he professed not to have a real fix on the exact number of years. He figured whenever anyone wanted to know how long he was there, it was either to push him to retirement or celebrate an employee anniversary. He didn't want either. He was reading a Newsweek article on eco-vacations and thinking that a sunny day in Costa Rica might be in order. Whenever it is that I damn well decide to retire, that is. Jason Howard signed in the visitor's log requesting to see inmate 43,992, Mitch Crawford. He noticed on the sign-in sheet that visitation outside of his lawyer had been sparse. Didn't know you were a friend of Crawford's. You're about the first one. His dad never knew a stranger, but this little jerk doesn't seem to have much in the way of any loyalty reserves. That's what I think anyway. Jeffrey the jailer disappeared down the corridor, leaving Jason in the processing area with its library table for Micah, and oddly, a collection of framed Winslow Homer prints. Jason knew what he was doing was at best out of the ordinary. At worst, grounds for some kind of disciplinary action. He didn't care. He'd grown weary of having Emily treat him as if he was the coffee fetcher. She seemed to go to Chris Collier for everything. Discussions should have been between the sheriff and me. He could do more than look over phone records. He didn't want Emily's job, just the kind of respect from her that indicated she knew he wasn't a pimply-faced kid anymore. Jeffrey the jailer came lumbering into view. Says he'll see you. Trial coming up. Maybe you're here to wish him luck. If Jeffrey was fishing for information, Jason didn't offer any. Something like that, he said. Even if he hadn't been a deputy, there was no search required. The Cheristone jail was old school, with visitation carrels separated by 1-inch thick safety glass. Chris took a seat in an orange molded plastic chair and looked toward the door. At the end of the row of carrels, a woman was talking animatedly through the glass. He could only see the back of her head, and it was moving back and forth like a slingshot. "Damn you, Louis, I'm not doing this again," she said. "I'm done with you." Louis Guzman was the only other man in the jail. That must be Mrs. Guzman, he thought, recalling a name he had seen above his on the sign-up sheet. "Give him hell, honey." Mitch Crawford approached from the other side of the room. He no longer looked like the self-absorbed prig that most said he was. His clothes were far from designer. He wore light blue pants with a drawstring waist and a t-shirt that hung loosely over his frame. His skin looked somewhat ashen and sweat beaded along his upper, unshaven lip. He slid into the chair and picked up the phone. "What do you want?" "I just want to talk to you." "Are you stupid or something? Without my lawyer, I'm not saying a word. You people have had it in for me from the minute Mandy went missing." Jason did feel stupid just then. The visit could get real ugly when he'd only come to try to get a better handle on the Tricia Wilson deposition. "I'm here about your wife," he said, pausing. "Your ex-wife, Patty." "You mean Tricia, that lying bitch?" Mitch's eyes flashed hate. "So you say, but can you prove it?" Jason held his tongue. He wanted to end the sentence with a snarky dude. He could see in 2 minutes why everyone hated Mitch Crawford. "Can you?" "No, my word against hers. The jury will probably believe her. They always take the word of a woman. They can turn it on, you know." "Seems she might have come into some money," Jason said. "You wouldn't happen to know how she could have got her hands on 50 grand. That lowlife bitch. She'd have to blow a lot of guys to make that kind of money, so no, I don't know where she could have come up with it. You tell me." "Hey, I'm fact-finding here. Let's go over a few more things. Your computer. Anyone have access to it? Housekeeper, other family members?" Mitch shook his head. "No, we run a tight ship at home. I tried to keep Mandy from pissing away our money." "You know, tried to keep her on a short leash. I'll bet you did." "Okay, I know that you've said you don't think Mandy was having an affair with anyone, but of course we know otherwise. So who do you think it was? Who was she cheating with?" Mitch Crawford's face went scarlet, his lips white. "You don't think I've tried to figure that out? I've thought of everyone that bitch came in contact with. Maybe she was boning the mailman, her doctor, Someone at work. I have no goddamn idea. If I did, I'll tell you one thing, I wouldn't be here under false murder charges. They'd have me here for the real thing. I'd kill the guy who screwed my wife and screwed my life. This isn't about pride. This is about finding out what happened the day Mandy disappeared. You know, the day your wife and unborn baby were murdered. Don't you want to know, even if just to save yourself? A smile came over the inmate's face. Of course. I want to clear my name. I don't want people thinking that I was some pussy who got cheated on by his no-good wife. All right, question. What? Who had access to your home computer? Think. Mitch stared through the glass panel. I told you no one. We lived alone. We didn't have cleaning staff. I did keep extra house keys at the dealership, if that makes a difference. I like to take new cars home, so it was always easier to have some spares around. Jason brightened a little. Now we're getting somewhere. Who had access to your house keys? No one except Darla, of course. The girl you were banging. Jason hated the term, but as Mitch Crawford thought of himself as some tough ladies' man, he just went for it. Yeah, her. I'm not proud of it. Did she have anything against Mandy? Mitch shrugged. Just mad that she got everything she wanted. She had me, you know. An hour later, Emily found Jason in the front office talking with Gloria. He barely glanced at her. She could feel a chill in the air and knew it had nothing to do with the weather outside. I need to talk with you, she said. In my office, if that's okay. Emily looked at Gloria, then back at Jason. All right, this sounds serious. They faced each other across her desk. Jason, I understand you went to the jail to see Mitch Crawford. What in the world were you thinking? Were you spying on me or something? God, number Carrie McConnell called. He says that his client called. This isn't how we run a case. You know that. Jason's eyes were downcast. You've been treating me like some kind of lackey around here, Sheriff. I don't know what you're talking about. You do. You go to Chris for everything. He doesn't work here. I do. Emily knew Jason was right, and she felt so foolish for not considering his feelings, and even more so for not recognizing that his ability was far beyond coordinating witness statements and helping Gloria with the monthly case reports. Jason, we're a team. You and I, treat me like a member of your team. Fair enough. Did you find out anything when you saw Mitch? Jason told her about the house keys being under Darla's control, and Emily wondered if perhaps she'd been wrong about Darla. Maybe she had been the one threatening Samantha Phillips. Want me to go over there and check it out? Jason asked. Yes, please. She waited a beat. Jason, you are my deputy. Chris offered to assist. Yeah, but I heard you deputized him. Only so he could help. He's not here to replace you, okay? Jason looked down at the floor. I'm glad to hear that, Sheriff, because I thought you and I worked well together. I'm not so green anymore, you know. I have more to contribute. I know, she said, now feeling a twinge of shame for keeping him outside an investigation that he had every right to be part of. That's why you need to see Darla. Find out about the security of the keys, all right? Yes, will do. Chapter 65. Steffi Johansson turned off the TV. Her heart had almost stopped beating. Spokane Afternoons had just aired a segment on the Mandy Crawford murder case. She had watched with keen interest, having been down at the Cheristone jail looking at the lineup of potential suspects. She had wanted so much to help. There was something very unnerving about the handsome stranger who'd come into the coffee shop after supposedly traipsing around the woods in search of a Christmas tree. The local TV show had done a nice job, showing Mandy's mother and pictures of a little girl who would grow up only to be lost before she reached her fullest potential. All my daughter ever really wanted was to be a mom, Hillary Layton had told the host. She said she wished that someday she'd be as good of a mother as I was to her. She felt her knees go weak as she went toward her purse and the telephone. Oh my God, she thought, I really did see that woman's killer that night. I can identify him. She looked for Emily Kenyon's business card in her wallet. Where was it? Credit cards, receipts, and a punch card from a sandwich shop that she forgot she had. When she found it, Steffi started to dial. The Crawford car dealership had undergone the kind of change in vibe that was usually reserved for a new model introduction that actually brought in prospects and rang up sales. The smell of hot dogs rotating on a little wheel in the front window still excited or turned the stomach, depending, of course, on how one viewed hot dogs. The abundance of helium balloons and strands of crepe paper still signaled that the dealership was a cool and fun place for the entire family. Jason Howard noticed that everyone working there seemed to be in good spirits. Maybe having a boss arrested for murder is a real boost to morale. Jason asked himself as he came upon Darla, who was shuttling coffee and files from Stan Sawyer's office. Sawyer was the acting manager, filling in until Mitch came back. Jesus, she's even whistling. "Hi, Darla," Jason said. "Hi, Deputy," she answered, a warm smile on her face. "You want some Starbucks? That's what Stan's offering to customers these days. Says he wants our customers to wake up and smell the coffee." "Isn't that cute?" "Pretty cute," he said. "But I'm not here for coffee. I'm here for information. The sheriff sent me." The smile fell from Darla's face. "I'm not going to have to testify now, am I? Not about you-know-what." "Oh gosh, I don't think so. Anyway, that's not why I'm here. I'm here about some, odds and ends." "What kind of odds and ends?" "We're just crossing the T's and dotting the I's before trial." "Okay, how can I help?" "Well, what we need to know about is the key situation with Mr. Crawford. He says that he had several sets of house keys at the office." "That's right. He took a different car home 2 or 3 times a week. You know how when you buy a new car and there's like 16 miles on it, that's from a dealer like Mitch driving it. Important to have product familiarity. Cool. I didn't think of that. Not many people know what happens behind the scenes in a car dealership. It's kind of like what happens behind the scenes at McDonald's." Darla paused. "You just don't want to know." Jason had worked at McDonald's in high school. He knew what she meant and he smiled. "Yeah, so about his keys. Could anyone get them or were they kept in a secure place?" "I kept them with all the dealership's master keys. In the vault, so yes, they were always secure. I log all vault entries." "I was hoping you did. Can you do a favor for me and look up who came and got keys on November 24th or 25th? "You mean when Mandy disappeared?" Darla was young, a little reckless considering her affair with her boss, but she was sharp. Her immediate recollection of the date surprised him. "Yeah, can you?" "Sure." She walked across the showroom and retrieved a logbook in a metal case next to the vault. "Only one thing jumps out at me." Jason drew closer. "What's that?" "Kerry McConnell. I remember how he came over to get some keys to help out when all this started with Mandy." "Okay, anyone else?" "Just me. And trust me, I really did learn from my mistakes." As Jason went for the door, he got a whiff of bleach coming from Crawford's office. The smell triggered a memory. Bleach had been smelled at the Crawfords' place when he'd first been questioned. At the time, it had been an odoriferous alarm that Mitch might have done something to his wife and used bleach to obliterate the evidence of his crime. "What's with the bleach?" he asked. "It's Friday." Jason looked puzzled. "Every Friday we do a wipe down of all surfaces in Mitch's office, even when he isn't here." "Why bleach? Why not Fantastic or something else? This stuff smells." Darla looked around to make sure no one was in earshot. "OCD," she said, lowering her voice. "Doesn't want anyone to know, but Mitch is a little crazy when it comes to germs. I used to have to do his house too. Finally, someone convinced him that it wasn't my job to clean his house." Jason could relate. Emily sometimes had him photocopy things that Gloria could have done just as well. He carried a badge, after all, not a degree from a clerical college. Having her call go to Sheriff Kenyon's voicemail was exceedingly frustrating, given what Steffi Johansson had to say. She tried 3 times to dial the number, but in her haste and fear, her fingers felt fat and kept hitting the wrong keys on her touch pad. Finally, after getting the voicemail a second time, she hung up. She dialed the alternate number, which went to Gloria at the dispatcher's desk. "I need to talk to Sheriff Kenyon right away." She's not in right now. Is this an emergency? Yes, I guess it is. What is it? Look, she told me to call her if I had something to say. This is Steffi Johansson. I was at that Crawford lineup a while back. Yes, Steffi, can I help you? No, I really need to talk to Sheriff Kenyon. She's out. How about Deputy Howard? I can patch you through. I guess so. The line went quiet and then beeped. Steffi knew that the spaced intervals of beeping were an indicator that her voice was being recorded. She'd worked as a telemarketer for a camping company before coming to the cafe. Deputy Howard speaking. Hi, Deputy. I'm Steffi Johansson. How can I help you? There was silence for a second as she found her courage. I know who killed Mandy Crawford, she said. When he asked her who and she answered, he felt a rush go through his body like the shock wave he once felt while fixing his uncle's electric cattle fence wearing soaked leather shoes. If he was standing when she said the name of the man, he surely would have stumbled to the floor. It was that jarring. Are you sure you saw him? Yeah, she said, her voice catching with a little emotion. 100%. Jason Howard tried Emily's cell phone 3 times. It went to voicemail. Finally, on the second try, he decided to leave a message. Emily, Steffi Johansson's coming down here. She can id the man she saw that night at her coffee place. Get over here, okay? Chapter 66. Seattle. His condo now in escrow. Chris knew that Emily would have to marry him or he'd have to find a new place to live. He knew she'd never leave Cherrystone. He'd tell her that they'd reached their moment of truth. Either you love me or you don't. I know that you do. Let's spend our lives together. He swung by Irv Watkins's house in Normandy Park, a fur-canopied enclave south of Seattle. The house was a 2-story contemporary with sweeping views of Puget Sound and Vashon Island to the west. Chris pulled alongside a cobalt blue Miata next to the garage, with a for sale sign taped inside the passenger window and parked. Irv Watkins poked his head out the front door and shook off the chill of the northwest winter gloom. He wore a purple and gold University of Washington sweatshirt and faded brown corduroy trousers. You're a hell of a guy to reach, he called out. I had to call downtown to get your cell number. He waved for Chris to get up the steps. I guess I like it like that, but it's always good to hear your voice. Irv, how's it going? No complaints, considering. Chris winced at the thoughtlessness of his own words. Randy, Irv's wife of 40 years, had been gone such a short time. The Miata had been hers. He stepped inside the Danish modern furnished home and Irv shut the front door. A cat scampered past. Irv motioned for Chris to follow him to the living room. The place was familiar. Chris had been there years ago for a party. The exact occasion escaped him just then. I'm sure it's been hard. I'm doing better, miss her every day, you know. I'm sorry, I'm glad you're hanging in there. Coffee, beer, soda. Chris passed with a smile and Irv went on, clearly glad to have company. Hey, you still seeing Emily Kenyon? He asked. Every chance I get. He took a drink. That's what I heard. Who I saw a clip of the case she's working on over there, on TV last night. Mandy Crawford, that's the one. It reminded me of the Harriman case. Irv had Chris's interest. Belinda Harriman. Yeah, you remember that one? Chris pondered the name. Of course he did. Everyone did. Belinda Harriman was a law student at the time of her disappearance. Anyone who lived in the Seattle area at the time could easily remember the photographs and handbills that were plastered all over the region. The mantra from her friends and family members was loud and decisive in their aim to bring her home. Leave no telephone pole without a handbill, all the way from Tacoma to Everett. As the memories came back, Chris took a seat in the brown leather recliner that matched the one Irv commanded. Belinda, a tall, slender redhead with ice-blue eyes and a freckle-splashed nose, was last seen playing pool at Sun Villa, a bowling alley with 10 lanes and 6 pool tables in suburban Bellevue, east of Seattle. She'd been there with a group of friends from the law school. She rode home with her boyfriend, who dropped her off in front of her University of Washington district apartment building around midnight. Belinda told friends at the bowling alley that she had a big test the next week and needed to study. She waved good bye and disappeared. The police, both Seattle and Bellevue, investigated. Every inch of her apartment and the bowling alley was examined for evidence, but nothing turned up. Belinda's parents packed up her belongings after Christmas, knowing in the way that parents often do that their child is dead. In late February the following year, a girl on the hunt for evidence of early spring for a science project found a patch of long red hair on the frozen edge of Phantom Lake, a small body of water more akin to a large pond than a real lake, a few miles north of the bowling alley. Her eyes followed the red hair to a tangle of dead cattails. Arms akimbo, face up, was Belinda Harriman, entombed in a sodden sleeping bag. But Belinda Harriman's killer was apprehended, convicted, right? Chris asked, not really seeing the parallels that seemed so apparent to Irv. He was. Rick Deacon was his named boyfriend, remember? Chris scratched his head. Sorry, Irv, guess I'm getting a little rusty. I don't see the connection with Mandy. Was it the body dump site that caught your attention? The fact that it was a young woman killed in winter? Irv retrieved another beer from the mini fridge next to his chair, his TV command central, and Chris motioned no thanks with an outstretched palm. Gotta drive, he said, heading over the pass to see M. Irv swallowed a couple of big gulps of his beer. Sure, a frozen pond and a strangled young girl are ringers, but for crying out loud, that's hardly enough to get you over here. Then what is it? Chris wasn't losing his patience. He liked Irv. He simply remembered that Irv was the kind of guy who could turn a minute into an hour. He could drag a thought out until the damn thing had nothing left anymore. Like I said, I saw the TV interview last night regarding the Crawford murder case. So you said. Irv poured some more beer down his throat. Jesus, is this guy another retired cop with a booze problem? Chris asked himself, though he knew the answer. When I was watching the show, it sort of hit me. Hard. I recognized someone and it got me to thinking. Rick Deacon's still in prison, Irv. He couldn't have done it. Irv got up from his recliner, set down his empty green bottle and strode over the coffee table in front of a matching leather sofa. Oh, it wasn't him. I know that. He picked up the remote control and punched the button to play back the DVR. Isn't this cool how I can do this? What's that, Irv? You know, record without a tape. I record the news in case if I'm busy or something. I can keep up. Irv fast-forwarded past the commercials, the story about a Seattle bus accident, layoffs from a Redmond software company, before stopping on the anchorwoman with a graphic of a yellow-chalked outline of dead body with the words Cheristone murder behind her. The story continued with various townspeople talking about Mitch Crawford and what he might have done to his wife. That guy, Irv said, freezing the image. Right there. Chris was on his feet, staring at the screen. He looked back at Irv, unsure of what or who he was supposed to be seeing. I think that's Rick Deacon's best friend. In fact, I'm positive it is. I remember my buddy working the case said that Rick's buddy had just as many good reasons to lie about the night that Belinda disappeared as Rick did. In fact, he once told me that if James had come to the police first, they might have been able to pin the murder on his pal. Irv pulled out a videotape and stuck it into a player with cords that snaked from the new flat screen. Randy was a big fan of Evening Magazine. She made me tape it for the Washington Getaway segments that featured places to go. But on this one, there's an update on the Harriman case, and our guy's in the shot putting up a poster. Chris extended his finger and aimed at the image on screen. Be careful, don't touch the TV. Ruins it. Chris pulled back his hand but stepped closer. He could feel the blood drain from his face as the pixels grew larger and brighter. He wanted Irv to be wrong. What do you think? Irv asked. You think it's him? Chris looked at Irv. The quality's not so good. There's a resemblance, of course. Not the TV's fault, picture's good. I didn't say it was, Irv. I know you love your TV, but it's a lot of years ago, man. Irv took the final foamy gulp of his beer. I think there's something there. Could be a coincidence, but I kind of got that little chill on the back of my neck when I saw him. Chris didn't say so, but he felt that little chill, too. It was like an icy finger tapping lightly at the tiny hairs on the nape of his neck. Pay attention, pay attention. I need to leave now, he said. Long drive. Can't you stay for a beer? I feel like cracking open another. Chris dismissed the offer out of hand but gave the impression to his old colleague that he mulled it over. Later. Okay. Thanks, Irv. Don't you want this? Irv held out a couple of white pages. I still have a friend or two downtown, you know. Chris looked down at the first paper. It was a state driver's license photo of the man on the TV taken at the time of the event, obviously from the case file, and on the second sheet was his image as it appeared on his current license. Jesus Christ, Chris thought, that really could be him. Chris wondered if he'd taken his blood pressure medicine that morning. He needed this to be one of the days he didn't skip because he had something else on his mind. He dialed Emily's number, but no answer. He got Gloria on the phone, and she said Emily had been out on the case and she was up to her neck in alligators. 4 bookings in the last hour, 3 drunks and a peeper. Don't know when the sheriff will be back in, Chris. Keep trying her cell. Stop by when you can. Things are just strange around here lately. She has no idea, Chris thought as he hung up the phone and left for the airport. There was no time to drive to Cherrystone. Good thing a plane left for Spokane every hour. The text message on Emily's phone came earlier that afternoon from Donna Rayburn, the associate from Carrie McConnell's law office. If you get this, meet me where you found him. I'm out of range. So can't call. I'll be there at 4. Come alone. Do not tell Carrie. Doctor, for the first time, Emily noticed that Donna had made several attempts earlier in the day to reach her, but no calls lasted long enough to leave a message. Cell reception was spotty at best in some parts around Cherrystone. No carrier could really claim total coverage. For a moment, Emily considered calling Camille to get her take on talking with a lawyer from the other side of the Crawford case, but she thought better of it. Her need to meet likely had nothing to do with the case. If Donna had something to say to her, she might as well hear it. Maybe she had wised up about Carrie and wanted an experienced and sympathetic shoulder to cry on. Chris Collier stood in the security line at SeaTac while a young, blonde-haired and dreadlocked SA agent with a neck tattoo covered by a Band-Aid waved an electronic wand between his legs and down his back. Just checking, sir. No problem. Chris wanted to laugh a little because as he heard the young man's words, he impulsively edited them to, just checking, dude. He could hear his cell phone ringing from the plastic caddy that held his shoes, belt, coat, and wallet. It was probably Emily calling him back. Damn. He put on his shoes, grabbed the paperwork he'd passed through the X-ray machine, and found his way to the departure gate. A baby's piercing cry filled the gate area, but Chris merely offered a smile in the direction of the young mother. His own kids were grown, but he never forgot what it was like to have little ones on an airplane. It's only an hour flight, he thought. He dialed Emily back, but no answer. This time when it went a voicemail, he left a message. I'm on my way to see you. Something could be breaking on the Crawford case. I'll explain when I get there. He hung up. He chose to be somewhat cryptic, saying more would be too explosive. The young man's voice was matter-of-fact, though given in a slight whisper. Hey sir, this is me, Devin Little of the DMV. We got a request yesterday on your license photo and information. Seattle PD. The requester came from Seattle PD. Wanted your photo from today and your pic from back when you were my age. Pretty funny haircut. Don't forget to send me the money right away. I'm going on vacation next week. The man shut his phone. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He knew the day was coming. He just didn't think it would be so soon. He looked across the room at the woman fussing with the makings of a salad. It looked good. Too bad she wouldn't be having any of it. Chapter 67, Cherrystone. It was her late workday, so Gloria Bergstrom was at the desk answering the 1 or 2 calls that would come in until 9:30 when Renata Klug would come in to relieve her. She looked up when Emily came in. "I just tried you," she said. "Jason called. Steffi's coming into the office. She needs to amend her statement. Jason says she can id the man who was at her shop that night." Gloria looked at the door, then back to Emily. "He should be here in 5 minutes. When I get her, says this is big." Emily checked her office phone and locked up a second time for the night. Just as she returned, Jason and Steffi came inside the office. Jason looked like he was going to burst. Steffi looked as if she was about to cry. "You have to hear this, Sheriff," he said. "Hi, Steffi, are you all right?" "I'm scared," she said. "Don't worry. I'll help you. Let's go to the conference room." Gloria sighed. It was clear she hated being left out. When the three of them sat down, Steffi started to shake. She put her palms flat on the tabletop to steady herself. "I was watching TV, about Mandy." "On the Spokane show," Jason added as though the detail was helpful. "Did it trigger a memory or something?" "More than that." Tears started to fall. "Tell me, take your time." "The man who came into our cafe, the one I told you about." "Yes, the one who was injured." "Yeah," Steffi fidgeted with her hands. "Well, that man was on the TV." "We've already done the lineup," Emily said. "We can't go there again just because you can id Mitch Crawford now." Steffi looked over at Jason, then back at Emily. She'd stopped shaking and seemed to find firmer footing. "It wasn't Mr. Crawford I saw." "Then who was it?" Jason asked. The young woman looked at Jason, then Emily. "It was his lawyer. Carrie McConnell was the man I saw that night." Emily's pulse spiked, but she hid the surge in adrenaline that came with it the best that she could. "You think the man you saw that night was Carrie McConnell?" Steffi shook her head, and the gesture brought Emily a second of relief. "No, I don't think it, Sheriff Kenyon. I'm absolutely certain." Jason leaned toward Emily. "Look, it makes sense," he said in a low voice. "McConnell wasn't there at the lineup, right? He had an associate there, remember?" Emily recalled how disappointed she and Camille had been when Steffi came up empty-handed. She remembered how Carrie had been too busy to come in. He was a man who liked to do battle head-on, but not that day. He had access to the Crawford house. He could have faked that note. Emily could feel herself nearly lose balance. She was grateful that she was sitting in a chair. Carrie McConnell was a sleazebag lawyer and the world's worst boyfriend, but they were suggesting that he was a killer. "That's a pretty big leap," she said. The defensive tone of her remark shocked her own sensibilities. Why in the world would she defend him? Jason knew, and he answered right back. "I know you have some history with McConnell." Jason was right, of course. He could read her well. He could see the shame she felt in her own judgment. He saw how compromised she'd been over this whole thing. She looked at him. She didn't say the words, but she hoped her look was clear enough. "Let's talk about this later." Jason got the point. He looked back at Steffi. "Are you going to be all right?" "Yeah, I guess so. I feel bad about Mr. Crawford." Emily nodded. "If he's innocent, he'll be let out soon enough." She told Steffi that Gloria would take her statement, but that she and her deputy had to leave. "Donna's waiting for me at Miller's Marsh Pond. I'm going there. She texted me an hour ago." Jason stood and put on his coat. "Not without me, you're not." Emily smiled, a forgiving smile. She wished that she'd been a better mentor. Jason Howard was a great deputy and had always deserved her respect. "Of course not, but you'll take your own car and keep a distance away." "Emily, I don't know about this," he said. "I do. I think she's about to tell me what's really going on and I want to hear it." "You're making it sound personal." "It is, but not about me. This is for Mandy and her baby." "You think she's behind the threat to Samantha Phillips, the payoffs to Tricia?" Emily smiled. "You're good." "Those things crossed my mind about 10 minutes ago." "Right behind you," he said. Chapter 68, Miller's Marsh Pond. Outside of Cherrystone, it was early March and the snow had finally gone. Spring had begun to emerge. Cattails were sending up new green spikes, and the willows along the edges of Miller's Marsh Pond, where Dan Fletcher and his kids had discovered Mandy Crawford's body just after Christmas, were popping with green buds. Emily had felt a shudder of horror at the sight of a half-frozen corpse wrapped in a sleeping bag, but the chill had faded now with the realization that she'd been wrong the entire time. Mitch Crawford probably wasn't the killer. She edited her thoughts. Mitch Crawford was innocent. Emily parked the Crown Vic next to Donna Rayburn's BMW. She recalled how Steffi had said the man had a pickup the night he came in for coffee. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Jason's cruiser as he parked 50 yards away. As she walked down the path, the light dipping low behind a grove of alders draped with new catkins, Emily wondered how she could have been so stupid, how she had wanted to believe something about Mitch Crawford so onerous, so unforgiving that she'd trapped herself. Camille had pushed hard, of course, but the blame wasn't hers alone. Emily was the investigator. She had been in pursuit of a killer to avenge a woman's and a baby's deaths. This case went too far too fast. It was like we just wanted it to be Mitch. So neat, so much easier. It wasn't Donna she saw at the water's edge. When she saw him, everything crystallized. Emily remembered the monograms on the guest towels in his mountain cabin in Idaho, at his big house in Cheristone. She remembered how she shopped for a tie tack with the letter M because Carrie hadn't wanted any jewelry unless it was personalized in some way. "Why wear anything if it doesn't say something about you?" he asked her back then when they were dating. All of it was from a time she wished she could sift from her memory. Carrie McConnell was facing the water. He turned around when he heard Emily approach, as her steps echoed softly on a boardwalk weekend fisherman had laid over the sodden path. She kept one hand close to her gun, its cold barrel reminding her of the danger of the moment. "There's nowhere for me to go, Emily," he said. His eyes were red. He might even have been crying before she got there. "You can come clean, Carrie." He turned away from her and looked at the water dotted with ripples of gold. "No, no, I can't." "You can tell me what happened with you and Mandy," he answered with his back still toward her. "It isn't so hard to figure out. You are pretty smart, not smart enough to avoid getting involved with me, though." She chose her words carefully. "That was a while ago. But I was smart," she thought. "I dumped you." "What happened with Mandy?" "It was stupid. She was the wife of my biggest client. She was lonely." "I was lonely. It was wrong, I know that." "This is more than an ethical violation, Carrie. Mandy's dead. What happened?" Carrie looked over the water, now cast in the yellow light of a very late afternoon. "She wanted to tell her husband. She wanted to be with me. Jesus, I didn't want that. I told her to stick with Mitch. Let him think the baby was his. She kept telling me that she didn't love him, that she could make a life with me. Right. Like I could give up my biggest client for her and that baby." It was the first time he mentioned the baby. Emily inched a little closer. She wasn't afraid. "What did you do, Carrie? Tell me what happened." "It was stupid. She made me mad. I don't like to be pushed." She kept pushing. She even started to call Mitch and tell him. I couldn't have that. I put my hand around her neck. She clawed at me, but I had to shut her up. For the first time, Emily noticed the barrel of the gun that Carrie pulled from his coat pocket. She hadn't expected that, and she took a slight step backward. She pulled her own gun. "Drop it," she said. "You don't want to do that. You don't know what I wanted. I wanted you, remember that. I loved you, Emily. If you hadn't broken up with me, none of this would have happened. I'm sorry. I wish things could have been different." It was such a hollow lie that she was sure he could see right through it. But it was the first thing that leapt to her mind. Promise the potential suicide anything. Stall for time. Time might save a life. "You're a good man," she said. Again another lie, one so egregious she nearly choked on her words. The barrel of the gun moved slightly. "I'm garbage. Everyone says so. I couldn't even manage to cover up my own mess." "But you did a good job. You paid off Tricia, didn't you?" A near smile came over his face. "That was pretty good, wasn't it?" "Brilliant. Now please set down the gun." A flock of ducks flew overhead, and for a second Emily moved her eyes from Carrie. In that very instant he pulled his arm from his body and in one rapid move pointed the weapon at his face. "No!" she screamed. A gunshot sounded, and blood spatter sprayed over a stack of firewood someone had assembled like a giant Jenga game. Carrie slumped to the muddy ground. "You shot me," he said. Jason was right behind Emily. A curl of smoke drifted from the nose of his Cheristone Sheriff Department issue. Carrie writhed in agony. His shoulder had been pierced by Jason's bullet. A cleaner shot had never been fired. Emily picked up Carrie's gun, its handle gleaming with engraved lettering, Cam. She put it out of reach. "Where's Donna?" she asked. She was cool, direct. She meant for the son of bitch coward slumped in front of her to give her an answer. "Tell me now." Carrie's eyes were ice. "You think I will tell you?" "Don't mess with me, Carrie. Where is Donna?" Carrie put his left hand on his right shoulder as blood oozed through his wound. He struggled to pull himself together as if he'd just been stung by a bee. "You'll find her when the time is right, like the others," he said. Carrie's words took Emily's breath away. "Like the others? Mandy, Donna, who else?" "Ambulance will be here in 5 minutes," Jason said. Emily looked at Carrie, then at Jason. "Tell them no need to rush. Maybe he'll bleed out." Carrie McConnell just smiled. 2 hours later, after gunfire sounded across the waters of Miller's Marsh Pond, Chris Collier showed up at the sheriff's office in his rental car. He was agitated, sweaty, cursing the airline for its delays, the rental car company for putting him in a car that smelled like an ashtray. That was small stuff, of course. The real reason his blood pressure soared was because he hadn't been where he'd wanted to be, with Emily, to make sure she was safe. He'd picked up most of the information on the shooting from talking to Gloria on the drive from the Spokane airport. Jason picked Carrie off in the shoulder just as he was about to blow his own brains out. "Jason's too good of a shot if you ask me," Gloria said. "Idaho police are up at the cabin, but no sign of Donna." "Emily's okay, isn't she?" "She's been through worse. You know that better than anyone. She's tough. She made me call Jenna and fill her in on everything, of course. She didn't want her to worry in case the news started churning out stories about the shooting up at the pond." Gloria said that Emily was holed up with Camille Hazelton, and the investigators from the state were on their way to make sure that Jason Howard's shooting of the suspect was clean. When Chris arrived at the sheriff's office, Gloria was on the phone. She waved him past her, mouthed, "Media," and rolled her eyes. He poked his head in Jason's office to thank him, but he was gone. When he turned around, Emily was right behind him. Without a word, she melted into Chris's arms. Emily didn't cry, but she could feel his strength, and it soothed her, making her feel that as horrific as the day had been, it would not always be that way. "He said there were others, Chris. I think he killed someone besides Mandy and Donna." "I know," he said, letting her go so he could look into her eyes. "You know. Oh, Emily, I tried to get a hold of you all afternoon. I saw your calls." He told her about Irv Watkins's beloved DVR and how he'd recorded a TV magazine show's segment on Belinda Harriman's murder. Emily's eyes flooded just then. "I remember that case. She was found at Phantom Lake, wasn't she?" "Yeah, in a sleeping bag," Chris said, pausing to let the words sink in. In the background of the video you can clearly see Carrie putting up posters. He was a law student back then. The police questioned him. They just liked the boyfriend better for the crime. They convicted the boyfriend, didn't they? Yes, he's still in prison. Within hours, the media swooped in on Cheristone to cover the story of the crooked lawyer, and the client he'd almost defended right into a date with the gallows. Mitch Crawford had retained a new lawyer by then, threatening all the players in the saga with a lawsuit, the likes of which Cheristone had never seen. Emily tried to stay out of the fray as much as possible. Certainly a killer was captured, but there was nothing to be gleeful about. It wasn't justice at all, just a twisted end to a very sad saga. She felt sickness in the pit of her stomach when the Idaho police investigator said they'd found Carrie's pickup a half a mile from the cabin. She wondered if hidden in the grooves and spaces around the rivets were pieces of Mandy. Her DNA, her hair, her blood, or Donna Rayburn. What about her? She knew that no matter how many times he might have detailed that truck, something would be there that would scream to the world that Mandy had been back there. Heaped like garbage, wrapped in a cocoon, to be hidden away in a frozen pond. "I like hauling stuff around on the weekend," he'd told her. She thought of how Carrie had touched her, how they'd made love, how he told her that she was beautiful, sexy, smart, how he wanted to possess her. A shiver went down her spine. Instincts, Emily, she thought. Trust your instincts. She took a deep breath. She'd be okay. She was strong. Emily didn't know that someone had come to Cheristone with a dark payback plan that could cost her everything. Chapter 69, Garden Grove. Olivia Barton had never been a stupid woman. No one could say so. But as the hours melted, she thought back to the moment of truth, the time when her life's lessons forged brilliance should not have been dimmed by her love for Michael Barton. What happened the morning her husband left for the Pacific Northwest weighed on her. It was an anvil on a chain around her neck, choking her, reminding her that what she had with Michael Barton might have been nothing more than an illusion. It was like a slice of the skin, an opening so wide and bloody that it would never heal. She played it over and over. Late again. The truck from St. Vincent's would be at the Bartons later that morning, after Michael left for the airport. On the corner of the bed sat Michael's suitcase, opened, packed with everything but toiletries. While he showered, Olivia carried a stack of old kids' clothes to some boxes he had set aside for the charity collection in the garage. She'd meant to be more organized and was grateful to get the things out of the house and into the hands of someone who could use them. Olivia had always taken great care with Danny and Carla's hand-me-downs. She'd been through hard times with her own family growing up, and knew how much a little boy or girl would appreciate that what they'd been given was truly a gift, and not someone else's garbage. Her mother told her that a decent person knew the difference between giving something to someone who needed it, and boxing up junk no longer wanted. 4 cardboard boxes were lined up next to the flawlessly organized workbench. Olivia bent down with the stack of baby blankets that she'd ironed into perfect squares and placed into separate gallon-sized plastic Ziploc bags. They were, she knew, as good as new. She imagined Danny and Carla as babies. A bittersweet smile came to her lips. She felt the surge of love that comes with the reminders of how tiny, how precious her children were. Good memories in these blankets. She looked around to see if there was anything else she'd be able to offer up before the St. Vinny's truck lumbered down the street. And there it was, a perfect candidate up on a shelf along with some paint cans, gardening supplies, and a mini graveyard of kitchen countertop appliances. Someone out there could use a pizza cooker more than we did, she thought as she pulled the box from the shelf. It had been a wedding gift, never used. Never really needed by anyone, but it was brand new and might make someone happy. She blew off a very thin layer of dust, and the particles illuminated in the morning sunlight from the garage's east-facing window fell like tiny stars to the cement floor. She looked back up at the space where the pizza cooker had been. Another, smaller box had been behind it. A picture on the side indicated that the box held a Waterford vase. "I don't remember getting that," she said aloud. It was heavy, but not Waterford heavy. She pulled off the top and peered inside. What? Coiled like snakes were a half-dozen dog collars and chains. Olivia pushed her fingertips through the cardboard carton, moving the collars and chains to get a better view. She tilted the box toward the window to catch more light. A silver B and Z glinted from a slender cable chain. She recognized the Greek letters. Michael stood in the doorway, proffering 2 steaming mugs. "Honey, coffee's ready." Her back to him, Olivia slammed the lid shut and set it behind the stack of baby blankets. She wasn't quite sure what she'd seen. She knew, however, that it was not meant to be seen. Her pulse accelerated. She spun around and put on an exaggerated grimace. It was false affectation, and she worried that he'd think so. He could read her so easily. "So much to get rid of," she said, taking a cup from Michael's outstretched hand and willing her heart to stop pounding. She didn't know it, but her husband had been thinking the very same thing. "Isn't that the truth?" he said, his eyes moving across the garage from the box of hand-me-downs to the shelf where the pizza cooker and Waterford box had been. The flight from Lax had been uneventful. Michael Barton changed planes in Seattle and took a midday flight that landed him in Spokane at a little after 3. During his downtime at the airport, he had a cup of coffee and answered some emails from work and an "I miss you already" note to Olivia. They'd talk after he got settled in Spokane. He checked into the Davenport, one of Spokane's grand old hotels, built originally in 1914 as the first hotel with air conditioning, a monumental feat of its day. It had fallen on hard times, but had been restored in recent years to its former luster. Uniformed bell captains and front desk clerks were back in force. The Kmart on Spokane's South Hill had one of those parking lots that covered about 10 acres, though one or two would have sufficed even on the busiest shopping days of the year. On a rainy day, all slick and wet, it was a black sea anchored by a pier of blocky buildings outfitted with a giant red K. Michael Barton parked his rental car farther from the front door than necessary and walked inside. Despite the season, he wore dark glasses. He wore a hooded sweatshirt that made him look like a Unabomber wannabe. He wore the getup so that he wouldn't be noticed, couldn't be identified. Past the Martha Stewart collection, past Jacqueline Smith, and on to the store's well-stocked hunting section. There he picked out a Camelus Buckmaster's blade with a gut hook. The nearly 8-inch blade looked serviceable enough. "Need a whetstone?" the clerk asked, a roly-poly man with a walrus mustache and failed hair plugs. "Is it sharp now?" He twisted the high-carbon stainless steel blade in the flat light of the store. A nice glint deflected light into the clerk's eyes. He looked back down at a little card extolling the virtues of the blade. Precision skinning is guaranteed. Hair-splitting sharp. No meat-souring accidents with this superstar blade at a chorus line price. "You could gut a live deer in 10 secs, the clerk said, pausing for a gruesome punch line, "and she wouldn't even feel it. It works almost like a zipper pull." Michael nodded approvingly. Nice, but no whetstone. What he didn't say was that he didn't need a whetstone because he had no need to use the knife a second time. "Okay, $24.97 with tax. Guns and knives are paid for here, not up front." He put down a 20 and a 5. When the clerk attempted to hand over the 3 pennies, he shook his head and pointed to the share a penny dish on the counter. "Put 'em in there." He looked at his watch. Everything was right on time. Jenna Kenyon's online schedule had her back in Cheristone already. He was going to finish a job that he'd failed once before. The trauma of the McConnell shooting had taken its toll on Jason Howard. He'd never fired his weapon at a person before. He'd been interviewed for hours by men and women from the state who'd never faced danger head-on. Hitting a suspect with a bullet to save his life did not guarantee absolution. One investigator suggested that if Emily's deputy had killed the serial-killing lawyer, there'd be less of an investigation, less concern. No one would be screaming about his rights if he was dead, Chris told Emily as he went out the door for a couple of coffees. He'd stayed over a couple of days just to make sure she'd be all right. "Back in 15 minutes, he said. Emily never wanted him to leave. She knew just how much she loved him. If he asked her again, she told herself that she'd say yes. Shali Patterson's car was in the shop, so she walked from her house over to the Kenyons. She'd had that old VW forever, and knew that it was about time that she'd have to quit fixing it and buck up and buy a new one. For their shopping trip that day, Jenna would have to drive her reliable but boring Honda Civic. A man approached Shali in front of the Kenyons' big white Victorian. "Hi," he said. "Hi yourself," Shali replied, never one to rein in her considerable flirting skills. He was a good-looking man in jeans and a hoodie, older than most of the guys she dated but undeniably handsome with lively brown eyes and wavy black hair. "My car broke down," he said, looking over his shoulder. "My cell's dead and I have to use the bathroom. TMI, right?" Shali smiled. "That sucks. You can use my phone. My friend lives here and I'm sure you can use her bathroom. This isn't the kind of neighborhood where we want guys peeing on the bushes." "I didn't think so," he said, a bright white smile across his face. Thanks. Charlie knocked on the door and Jenna answered, looking quizzically at the man a step behind her best friend. This is, Charlie said, looking back at the man in the hoodie. Michael, he said. Charlie turned her gaze back at Jenna. Michael's car broke down. He needs to call AAA or something. More than that, he needs to use a bathroom. Michael shifted his weight from one foot to another once, then again. It wasn't exactly the gotta-go dance, but a subtle hint that there was a little urgency. He needed the bathroom now. Stupid rental car, he said. I'm here checking out the real estate, thinking about moving here. Your hospitality is amazing. This just might be the perfect town to bring my wife and kids. I'm Jenna Kenyon. You've met Charlie. He smiled, his white teeth perfect on the top, crooked like a busted fence on the bottom. Nice to meet you. Thanks for helping out a stranger. As he stepped into the foyer, Jenna noticed a bloom of water on the fibers of Michael's sweatshirt pocket. Looks like you're springing a leak, she said. He looked down sheepishly at his crotch. Oh, not that, Jenna said as embarrassment took over. Her face went red. Your sweatshirt pocket, he felt the damp bulge. Water bottle, he said, though he didn't pull it out to tighten the cap. I hate when that happens, Charlie said. He grinned. Powder room's down the hall, Jenna said. Chapter 70. Her phone was a sleeping cobra. She didn't want to pick it up. Olivia Barton knew that it was the hardest call she'd ever make. She knew that by dialing the number of the Cheristone Sheriff's Department, she'd be ending the life that she had dreamed of as a child. She was going to snuff out all of its loving husband, the stable environment in which to raise their children, the pretty house with an orange tree in the backyard. There was no one to talk to about what she was thinking. She was alone, looking at that dangerous phone and the damage it would do. She had written down the phone number she found on the internet. She picked it up and dialed. It rang and Gloria Bergstrom answered. Cheristone Sheriff's Office. Is this an emergency? I want to speak with Emily Kenyon, she said, her words constricted in her throat. The sheriff, please. Is this about a criminal matter? Olivia knew that it was, but what she said next wasn't entirely a lie. No, it's personal. I'll patch you through. On. Sheriff Kenyon. Sheriff, my name is Olivia Barton. Her voice faded like an echo. Yes, do I know you? Olivia tried a second time. She knew every word she had to say, and she understood the urgency that came with it. Sheriff, I think my husband might not be well. He might be a dangerous man. She couldn't bring herself to say serial killer, but it ran through her mind. Are you safe right now? Emily asked. Only because he's not here, I think so, but your daughter isn't. Yes, I'm okay. I guess. Can I come to you? Where are you located? No, I'm calling from Garden Grove, California. All right, I must be missing something. Is there a connection to Cheristone? Is your husband from here? No, he's not, but I think he's up there. I think he plans on killing again. Emily opened a notepad and took down Olivia Barton's name, her husband's, and other personal information. Although she could easily detect the genuine angst in the woman's voice, she had serious doubts that anything she was saying was true. For all Emily knew, Olivia was a woman seeking revenge against a philandering husband, or maybe just a crackpot with no real axe to grind. Calls like hers, less some of the drama, came in every single week. All right, she said, tell me what you're worried about. I'm worried that he's come up to Cheristone to kill someone. What makes you think that? Sheriff, I think he's killed before, maybe many times. I think that he might have killed a girl back east. Emily hadn't a clue where this was going. The woman on the line, this supposed killer's wife, wasn't being direct. How do you know this? She asked firmly. Did he tell you? Olivia hesitated. Oh no, he doesn't even know that I know. He's been acting strangely and I've been trying to find out why. She started to cry. Hard. I'm sorry, Mrs. Barton. Please try to tell me what I need to know. He killed that sorority girl back east. Even though the information was conveyed in the vaguest of terms, Emily knew who she was talking about, and it sent a shiver down her spine. Sheraton Wilkes. The line was silent. Mrs. Barton, are you saying Sheraton Wilkes? A loud cry came and a single word. Yes. Emily could feel her muscles tighten a little and her brow moistened. She brushed at the hair that grazed over her forehead. She wished she hadn't blurted out the name. Perhaps she'd given the cue that the woman on the other end of the line needed to continue a false statement. And you know this how? Emily could feel Olivia Barton try to pull herself together. I read some things on his computer, she said, but mostly I've put two and two together. Oh no. One of those women who watch Law and Order reruns by day and fight crime by night. Emily thought of the days of the Green River Killer investigation in Seattle. She hadn't worked it, but as an investigator on the periphery of the case that chased the killer of dozens of Seattle-area prostitutes, she knew of dozens of instances when a woman tried to pin the blame on a boyfriend or a husband. I see. You said there was more than one victim, so you're saying your husband is a serial killer. Again, more tears. Yes, I guess. I mean, he could be. I don't know. Emily didn't want to make the same mistake twice. Do you know who the other victim was? There were two others, Tiffany Jacobs and Lily Ann Denton. They were sorority sisters. Michael's sister killed herself last summer. She'd been trashed by the Beta Zeta girls, and I guess from what he told me and from what I've read on his computer. When Olivia stopped, Emily pushed her to carry on. Go on, please. What about Beta Zeta? My daughter's a BZ. She knew Tiffany, Lily Ann, and Sheraton. I think he wanted to pay those three girls back. I know it sounds crazy, but my husband's had a really bad past. His sister was everything. He feels those three girls caused his sister to kill herself. She felt her office inhale and consume her. The room became small and dark. She knew those girls. She knew the connection they shared with her daughter. Sheriff Kenyon, I'm calling you because my husband made a big mistake. Emily drew a breath. What kind of a mistake? He didn't mean to kill Sheraton Wilkes. No, no, no. Emily set down her pen and looked at the caller ID on her phone, hoping the call was coming from somewhere in Cheristone and not California. The area code was 714. She wasn't sure exactly where it was, but it was a call originating in California. Sheriff, are you there? I'm here. Jenna, your daughter, that's who he meant to kill. I'm so sorry, please. As the room constricted once more, Olivia Barton explained how her husband had been troubled by his sister's death. Blame had somehow spun into rage. Rage became a vendetta of a kind of unimaginable evil. My husband is ill, she said. He was a good man and a good father. I've found out things about him that I never knew. Things that explain maybe why he's as sick as he is. I'm sorry. I just hope I'm not too late. Emily felt a deep shudder of fear. Jenna and Shali were going to a movie later, or were they going shopping? She really hadn't paid any attention. On her trips back to Cheristone, Jenna had tried to get in as much as she could in the way of visiting old friends. Mrs. Barton, Emily said, I'm going to call Garden Grove PD and have them send someone to see you. This will be for your protection. Don't worry about me. I'm so worried about your daughter. Michael has been stalking her online. He's been reading her blog. He knows everywhere she goes. He's supposed to be on a business trip, but his client told his boss he never showed. All right. I'm going to hang up now. Stay where you are. The local police will be there as soon as they can. This might scare your children, so if you have a place to take them, please do. I took them to my mother's this morning. I've driven up and down the freeway trying to figure out what to do. You did the right thing, Emily said. With that, she ended the call. She gave Gloria all of Olivia Barton's information and told her to see if Garden Grove PD would send a car to the Barton residence immediately. She paced, wondering where Chris was with those stupid coffees. Her heart began to race. I'm going after Jenna, she told Gloria. Tell Chris to meet me at the house. Chapter 71. Cheristone. Emily drove her not-so-agile Crown Vic as fast as she could. It was a Kelly green blur. There were no sirens or flashing lights to alert Cheristone pedestrians and drivers to get out of the way. It flashed through her mind that someone would see her run a red light and report her to the sheriff's office. The local paper would have a field day with that one. Sheriff Kenyon breaks. The law was the inevitable play-on-words headline for an editor who could not resist a pun. But she didn't care. She had a daughter in potential danger. She had tried Jenna's cell phone and the landline at the house. No answer. That could mean one of two things. Either Jenna wasn't at home, or she was in trouble and she couldn't get to the phone. There was no way she wouldn't have answered multiple attempts by her mother to reach her. The days of marathons of America's Next Top Model or The Real World putting her into a TV-watching zombie state were long since over. Please let her be safe. She dialed Chris's cell number. "Hi, babe," he said. "The coffee place across the street is closed. Pipes busted." She cut him off. "Chris, this isn't about the coffee." Her voice cracked with concern. "This is very bad. The sorority killer is after Jenna." There was a crack in the reception, and Emily worried that the service failed again. But Chris's voice came back on. "What are you talking about?" His wife called. "His name is Michael Barton, and he's on some kind of revenge trip against the girls of Beta Zeta, Jenna's sorority. She told me that her husband's sister killed herself after she was dumped by the sorority. He blamed Tiffany, Lily Ann, and Jenna." "What about Sheraton Wilkes?" Emily could feel her chest tighten as made a hard right turn on Orchard Ave. An error. He thought that Sheraton was Jenna. "Hang on, I'm coming." "Chris," Emily said, "Olivia Barton says her husband is already here. I'm on my way home now." She passed a car that was unfamiliar to her. She knew every car on Orchard Avenue. Even as she sped by, she could see the car had come from a rental car agency, its familiar yellow decal displayed on a side window. Michael Barton faced the mirror as he had 1,000 times before. His task was now far more complicated with Jenna and her friend being there together. He'd never had to kill more than one person at a time. Part of him, a very small part, liked the challenge of the scenario. The rush he had gotten from his compulsion was better than sex. If so, killing two at once would be a veritable orgy. He'd done everything right. He looked down at his fingertips. They felt hard and crunchy. He'd coated each one with superglue back in the motel. He'd leave no fingerprints in the bathroom of the house that was about to become the bloodiest of murder scenes, a nightmare of his own creation. Controlling two young women would be very difficult. He'd have to make a fast move for one. Plunge the knife into her heart or slash her neck. It would have to be done with horrific and unexpected speed. Otherwise, the one left standing could run. He unzipped his fly and urinated into the bowl. He was careful to hit the center of the reservoir of water to make as much noise as possible. He wanted the girls to hear that he was actually doing what he'd said he needed to do. Instead, he was standing there, sucking up the courage to do what he had to do, for Sarah, for himself. He flushed the toilet and felt for his hunting knife. Razor sharp. He'd used it only on Cito cut the landline that came inside the Kenyons' home before Shali showed up. In a minute, everything would be over. He'd find relief. He'd go back to California. He'd never do this again. He knew he'd promised himself that before, but this time was different. It was the way it had to be. He opened the door to the hallway. Emily pulled into the driveway. Shali's car wasn't there. She hoped that meant that they'd gone off shopping in Spokane as they'd planned. Please be safe. Please be all right, she thought as she turned off the ignition and grabbed her gun. 1,000 miles away, Olivia Barton opened the front door of her dream house in Garden Grove to find 2 police officers. Seeing them was concrete proof that the action that she'd taken to save a young woman in Washington state had truly closed the curtain on everything she held so dear. She knew the wheels were in motion. She let the officers inside. "No matter what he's done," she said, "there are parts of Michael that are so very good. I want you to know that. I love him. Our children love their father. He's only partly a monster." Chapter 72. Michael Barton emerged from the powder room and found the young women waiting in the foyer. Jenna was by the door, which was still slightly cracked open. Cool spring air poured inside. "Thanks for the use of your bathroom," he said. "No worries," Jenna smiled. "That's the kind of place Cheristone is." Shali held out her cell phone. Use mine to make your call. I have unlimited minutes." He reached over to take the phone with his left hand. The flash of a piece of metal knife caught Jenna's eye. She screamed. "What are you doing?" As if in slow motion, Shali turned her head and looked at Jenna, then back at Michael as he plunged the knife into her stomach. A pool of blood the size and color of one of Emily's dark red dahlias formed. Shali gasped and slumped to the floor. "What did you do?" Jenna dropped to her knees. Shali grabbed at her own stomach and started to gag, then coughed up blood. "Jenna, help me," Shali said, gasping. "Drop your phone," he said. "Drop it or I'll cut off Shali's head right now." It was so fast, so frightening. The blood just kept coming. Shali went completely white. Her body slumped backward against the door, slamming it shut. Jenna dropped her phone. It started to ring. She could see it was her mother calling. "Mom, help me, something's happening." "Mom," she said in a loud voice inside her head, a voice that no one could hear. "I'm not going to hurt you," Michael said, surprised that lying was so easy, even in the midst of utter chaos and crisis. He hoped it would somehow disarm her. It was a fantasy, a dream. "Just do as I say and none of this will hurt so bad," he thought. "What do you want?" Jenna asked. "My friend needs a doctor. We have to call an ambulance." "I came for you, Jenna. I'm sorry about her." Jenna was terror-stricken and confused. "Came for me." His eyes were like a reptile's, devoid of compassion for what he'd done as Shali's blood oozed around them. "Yeah, you were the third of the bitches that trashed my sister." Jenna tried to take a step backward, but there was nowhere to go. Her eyes moved rapidly from Shali to the man with the dripping knife. "What are you talking about?" she asked. "I don't know you. I don't know your sister." "Sarah Barton." Jenna's face stayed blank, pinched in horror. Tears ran down her cheeks. "I don't know her." Sarah Cleary was her name. Sarah Barton Cleary. Michael taunted Jenna with the blade. "You said she wasn't good enough to be in your stupid club. You, Lily Ann, Tiffany, the three of you. You told her that she wasn't smart or pretty enough. Do you even have a clue how much you hurt the girls who want into your little club?" Jenna racked her brain, but things were happening so fast she couldn't grab on to any memory of any Sarah Barton. "I don't remember Sarah, I'm sorry. I'm sure she was a nice girl." "You set her up. You told her she was in, and then you took it away from her. You crushed her. You have no damn idea what her life was about, how much she struggled." Jenna continued scanning the room for a way out, a weapon, anything. "I really am sorry, please. We need to get Shali a doctor. She's collateral damage. I came for you. I missed you once at Dixon University, and I'm sorry about Sheraton Wilkes. But you two look alike, and she was wearing your damn coat and she was in your room." Jenna remembered how Sheraton had borrowed her coat that night at the restaurant, how she'd vacated the chapter's guest room for the sleeping porch the night Sheraton was murdered. "You deserve this," he said. Emily Kenyon turned the unlocked knob on the front door and pushed, but something was in the way. She pushed a second time, a little harder. Shali Patterson's unconscious body was blocking the door. Each time she pushed, a smear of blood grew larger across the hardwood floor, but she couldn't see it. "Dear God, what's going on here?" She pushed harder, this time using her shoulder like a battering ram. Chris Collier's rental car pulled up and he ran across the driveway to Emily, who was hunched low by the front door. "Something terrible is going on here," she said, her words hushed and her face awash in worry. "You cover the backyard. Shali's hurt." "Where's Jenna?" he asked. "I don't know. Call for help. We need an ambulance and backup." "Already called. I'll check out the back of the house." "Be careful," she said. Chris Collier rounded the backyard with such haste that he nearly fell over a planter on the patio. He steadied himself, bent down low, and peered into the living room window. "What the?" He could see Jenna walking backward toward the kitchen, a man with what looked like a knife moving toward her. He could see a slice of light come through the front door as Emily pushed and pushed from the outside of the front door. Emily stuck her head inside and screamed. "Jenna!" The man with the knife started to lunge for Jenna, and Chris did what he knew he had to do. "This has to be the cleanest shot I've ever fired," he thought. He aimed his gun and fired at the man in the hoodie. The window shattered and glittery pieces of glass rained down all over. For a second he couldn't see what, if anything, he'd done. "Jenna, Emily," he called out. "I'm all right," Jenna said. Chris rolled his body through the broken window and ran to Jenna just as Emily came inside. Shards of glass clung to his chest and pant legs. "Mom," Jenna said, pulling her mother toward her in a desperate embrace. "We have to help Shali, that freak stabbed her." Emily hugged her daughter as tightly as she could. "The imps are coming, honey, they'll take care of her." Tears rolled down Jenna's face. "Mom, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let him in." She squeezed her daughter with the kind of hug that promised to never let go. "Don't blame yourself." Chris bent over Shali and told her in a gentle voice that she'd be all right. "You're a fighter, Shali Patterson," he said. "Fight this one, hang on." Sirens screamed down the street, growing louder as they came toward the Kenyon house. Jenna was crying and shaking. She was nearly inconsolable, the kind of breakdown that happens when one feels safe enough to just let go. "He said he killed Lily Ann, Tiffany, and Sheraton," she said. Emily held her with the might of a mother's love. I know. Baby, it's all over." She looked over at the dead man on her living room floor. A puddle of bloody water formed around him. Michael Barton had been shot in the chest. The knife was still clutched in his hand. For a second, Emily felt the look on his face wasn't anguish or menace. It was a dead man, a sick man, a monster at peace. Epilogue Place was more lovely than Cherrystone in the full of a spring day. The cherry blossoms planted along the main arterials by the Boy Scouts in the 1960s were in their pompum prime. Whenever the breeze came down from the north, a little flurry of white petals filled the air, drifting around tires and along the curb. The winter had been beyond turbulent, but the spring promised, as it always did, a rebirth. Jenna had been accepted into law school and would be attending Stanford in the fall. She was more than ready to pursue a career in criminal law. No young woman had seen so much, yet stayed steady and optimistic. She quit the BZS with an email the same day that her mom agreed to marry the man she loved. "We need to get on with our lives," Emily had told her daughter. "We can't always count on a second chance coming around again." Jenna and Shali decorated the gazebo in the Kenyon's backyard with massive bouquets of cherry blossoms. "I had no idea that you had so many cherry trees at your house, Shali." Shali rolled her eyes. "I know why you're saying that." "You do?" "Yeah, I know that you know we don't have any at my house, but hey, it's your mother's wedding and I like her. So I did a little snipping here and there last night 2 blocks down." Jenna measured another length of ribbon. "I hope my mom doesn't get arrested for having stolen property at her wedding." Shali grinned. "I hope she does. We'll get on the news for sure." Both girls laughed. They hadn't laughed like that in a while, not since that terrible afternoon when Shali had been stabbed by Michael Barton. Her injuries had healed, and she was conscientiously attending her prescribed physical therapy sessions. Jenna marveled at her friend's indomitable spirit. She'd be all right. They all would. They stepped back from the gazebo. Indigo blue ribbons and white cherry blossoms were carefully braided around each post. It was, both girls knew, as beautiful as a dream. "So your mom's not going to run for a second term, huh?" Jenna surveyed the yard. Things looked perfect. "Nope. Jason is, though. Mom and Chris are going to open their own investigative agency." "Like Private Eyes." Shali's eyes grew wide with intrigue. Jenna picked up the roll of indigo ribbon. "Kind of like that, but Mom says not half as exciting. Mostly hunting down deadbeat dads and working on insurance scams." Shali let out a laugh, touching her abdomen, still a little tender. "I'll give her my dad's last address." Jenna returned her best friend's smile. "Let's go inside," she said. "The wedding starts at 2.